Previously on the LCS.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is the day, the official start of the League of Legends Championship Series.
Watch double.
8 North American teams take their first steps on the way to the Summoners Cup. Oh, don't mash me coming up there big time.
We're getting the game. Just one people to
I'm moving. I got it. The game's over. Just run.
And the split push helping out so much for Curse in a game that was in the hands of GGU.
What was going through your mind most of the time that game?
Oh crap.
Just up!
And Dyrus picking up first blood.
I'm ulting. He won't strike.
You got shot. Winston.
One more. Let's go. Get him.
The boy coming up from the left side. He says, hey guys, you want to party?
Only one undefeated team, and that was a team that wasn't even pre-qualified for this season. And GGU, despite the 0-2, they look so fantastic this week, and I gotta say, they're one of the storylines I feel like people should watch.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Week 2 of the North American League of Legends Championship Series. I'm Rivington Bisson III, and Jad is back, and we're happy to wish you a happy Valentine's Day as we kick off the second week of competition.
The big story coming into today is Curse, who crushed last week and came out with a 3-0 record.
Well, it was a close game against GGU, but it's just the inexperience of these teams in the late game. It's getting to them, Jad.
We saw how Curse really struggled against the Twitch team comp from GGU and how actually good GGU was despite their 0-2 start. So Curse going to look to make it 5-0 at the end of this weekend. GGU and Vulcun are also going to be entering Week 2 with no wins at all, so they're really going to have to pick something up.
They have that. We have Marn and Complexity that are looking to get wins in here. But before we get into the day's matches, let's look at that. Let's look at where the current standings are right now. As we said, Curse 3-0 coming out here as the leaders of the North American LCS. 2-1 for both Counter Logic and Team Solo Mid. Dignitas is sitting right in the middle now, 1-2. They've got a lot to prove for themselves today, being thought of as one of the top 4. Complexity and Marn, we finally get to see them this week. Going to be some great matchups. Vulcun and GGU, as we just said, trying to scrap their way in for that first W column.
And Riv, I cannot wait until we get the standings more built out as the season progresses, because even just looking at that little snapshot, you get so excited about making power rankings, see who's the strongest. You're like, man, I wonder how Marn's going to play places. Dignitas going to stay a top 4 team. We have so much stuff to just look throughout this tournament.
We have a whole season to do
yeah.
it. Now let's take a look at today's matches. First up, it's going to be Marn's big debut. Standing in their way is going to be Dignitas, however, who's gunning for redemption after a frustrating first week.
Then it's a rematch of Vulcun versus TSM. Vulcun is desperate to finally get their first win, as we mentioned, but last time they met TSM was in complete control.
And our third game marks the LCS debut of Complexity, formerly known as the Brunch Club. It's going to be a trial by fire for these guys as the rookies take on the league leaders in Curse.
And finally, to close out the day, Dignitas will face off in a rematch against TSM. Last week was all about TSM, and there's no way Dignitas forgot about that one.
Right, chat. So coming into Season 3 here, as the season's beginning now, we're still seeing some trends coming a lot out of the top lane. A little bit of health stacking is causing problems.
And we're seeing this much more in Europe than we are in North America, but it's such a big trend. One of the things that happened near the end of Season 2 is the big tanks would get 300 and 400 armor.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, what people were saying then in team fights when tanks were jumping in, they're saying, man, we have no damage. We can't kill that guy. But now that someone's coming at you with 45 health bars and 4,500 health, you're like, that guy's too tanky to kill. I can't get this done. Obviously, this is going to be super exciting because it's the first patch we're playing on that has the Warmog's nerf, so it's more expensive now. I really want to see how teams adapt to that. Even last week, Counter Logic Gaming was running Runic Bulwark and Locket of the Iron Solari instead of Warmogs in a lot of scenarios, so it's going to be really cool to see develop.
Well, Jack, we have a lot of teams here playing this week that we haven't seen. Well, 2 teams playing this week, so we'll have to see if we can really start to devise that top 4 and bottom 4 North American setup.
And it's one of those things that's been happening for a really long time, at least perception-wise. It's TSM, CLG, Dignitas, and Curse. It's like, those are the top 4. That's the way North America works.
Yeah.
But now that we have 4 other teams in this league and they're playing every week, GGU was really close to breaking through last week. We got 2 new guys gunning in. I can't wait to see if we actually have a top and bottom 4 now.
All right. Well, guys, you've heard what we have to say and what our thoughts on the teams are, and we want to hear from you. Our question today is, which team could hand Curse their first loss and why?
Yeah, so log on to Twitter and tell us your answers. We're at LOL eSports and use the hashtag LCS.
We'll be responding to your answers live later in the show. It's time for us to take a short break, everyone. The first game of the day is right around the corner. Dignitas versus Marn. Don't go anywhere.
there's a lot of opportunity for players to rise, players to fall.
We haven't practiced together as much. We just formed, but I think within a month they'll definitely know that we're good.
If we keep playing how we've been practicing, I think we are the team to make it all the way.
Welcome back to the North American LCS live from Los Angeles. This is the one Marn fans have been waiting for. The time is finally here for these guys to enter the Rift and take on Dignitas.
And this is Marn's first game of the LCS. They were the last team to qualify for Season 3 on the final day. Also the only team to qualify from the online qualifiers, so it's going to be huge to see how they debut.
Marn loves to do things just at the last minute. Coming back from by 6K gold in the LCS to win, qualifying for the 32-team online qualifier within the last 30 minutes, getting from 52nd to 32nd spot. So, guys, this game is also going to be a strength test for Dignitas, as Marn is coming in here for their first win of the LCS as their first game. Dignitas is the one sitting in the middle right now, and people are still kind of wondering what's going to come from them.
After the 1-2 that Dignitas had last week, there's a lot of people questioning them. Even maybe they're questioning themselves. They really want to be respected. And if they want to be respected, they need to take care of business against Marn, get back to 500, get that 2-2 record. And this game's going to be really important for them to get there.
Well, a big factor, and one of the people we've heard the most from is going to be Kiwi Kid. He's matched up against Mega Zero, but he's been kind of inconsistent.
He had such an up and down first week, a 0.3 KDA against TSM. And then in their victory against Vulcun, 7.5 on Katarina. He had the teleport Katarina, went bot lane multiple times, really cleaned up. So his matchup against Mega Zero, who was one of the carries of Marn, is going to be extremely key.
Well, we'll have to see what these guys think. Marn and Dignitas, the matchup coming up. Let's see what these guys had to say.
I think 100% the top 3 teams are all still underestimating us, which I think they should.
Marn is...
Our playstyle is really aggressive, and we like to do really strong initiates.
We played them a couple times, and they weren't that good.
I'm not too worried about being able to beat other top teams.
A team like that, they have a lot to learn.
I think Mega Zero is pretty good from Marn, but otherwise, we're pretty confident.
We might be a little weak against those top NA teams, but as the season progresses, I think we'll do a lot better.
I'm sure they'll get better throughout the season, but at the first couple weeks, I don't expect them to perform very well.
Just having desire is not going to be able to make an underdog team win.
So you hear what the players have to say. Let's check out the lineups for today's match. From the blue team, it's going to be Dignitas. Kiwi Kid in that top lane, the one we'll be watching with Crumbs in the jungle. Skara bringing up the mid. I'm a Cutie Pie and Patoy at AD and support.
And in the red corner, we're going to have Marn with Mega Zero in the top lane, Claky D jungler, Echo in mid, Heartbeat AD, and Atomic N on support.
And you know, this matchup for Kiwi Kid is going to be really another pivotal point for him, because he has kind of been, not, I wouldn't say a loudmouth, but the most vocal for Dignitas. We've heard him say that he can pretty much beat anybody in the top lane when it comes to it.
Well, he's just a really confident individual. I think a lot of that has to do from Kiwi Kid's history in other games. Some people call him the best Han player ever, right now that he's playing League of Legends. Last week he said he was confident against every top laner except for Voyboy. Then, obviously, he got in a bit of trouble against TSM. He says that was because of the ganks from the Odd One. Just in that last feature we had, too, he said they're really confident coming into this Marn game, so I can't wait to see how they do.
Well, it's another thing that could tack on, which has been happening to the inexperienced teams, is that late-game follies that they kind of bring out. There's a decision for an objective they don't need, and teams like Curse have taken it on GGU, and Dignitas found themselves doing it as well.
And the great thing about Marn, though, is of these other teams that are new onto the super competitive scene, they seem to have the best team play in all of their LCS qualification matches. They really rotated well, they team fought well, they seem to have a really strong cohesion. So we'll see if they can pull that off against a team like Dignitas.
All right, guys, week 2 begins. We are into our first champion select, Dignitas versus Marn. The bands come out, Respectful, Jarvan Bandit, Claky D, and just some all-around regulars, the Shen and the Gragas coming in from Marn's side.
And if we're going off of the LCS qualifiers against Team Marn, the Taric ban is actually really key as well. That's what Atomic N was playing almost every single game. And a lot of the junglers getting taken out here. Jarvan and Xin already gone. I wouldn't be surprised to see Vi get picked first.
This is the first time we've actually seen Jarvan and Xin both on the ban list. That Gragas actually going out because of Skara's play last week. It wasn't a win for them when he played Gragas. He had trouble in lane, but he was still doing the most damage, so they see that as a threat.
Skara is very comfortable on Gragas. It's strange because that's a bit of an underappreciated champion in a lot of ways. And I was wrong about the Vi pick, with the Kayle being locked in very early.
Well, you do have Vi, though.
We knew it was going to get picked early. It was just a matter that Dignitas valued Kayle more highly. That's something Kiwi Kid actually played against TSM in his 0.3 KDA game. Obviously not fearful of that pick anymore.
Yeah, he won the lane in the beginning, he felt, and that, as he said, he was kind of winning against Dyrus, and then praised the odd one for being smart in his counterplay. So he still likes the Kayle. Maybe he just feels like it's very safe in lane. Obviously, a huge help to the team fights.
We were actually talking with Crumbs just before here about kind of the top tier of the jungle, which is really why I expected that Vi first pick, because he said it's Xin Zhao, then Vi, then Jarvan, then Lee Sin.
Right.
And it was like, well, okay, but you know, he picked it as it came back to him, so not too much surprise. And Patoy's Alistair last weekend was killer. He was actually one of the best performing players on Dignitas. He's actually got currently the top KDA of all the players in this tournament on a 1 and 2 team of support, which is pretty impressive.
We've seen more people playing Alistar here and there in that support role, so we'll see what they can pull out with this one. They are going to lock it in, as it's the next 2 picks for Marn, Echo and Heartbeat, to decide in here. So far, they got a pretty good bruiser line.
It's for Marn, it's the dive composition they like running. The only thing they don't have is the Taric or the really super heavy dive. They're getting pretty comfort champions. As long as Mega Zero is comfortable on Renekton, they should be able to put a pretty good front line going. Echo had a very feared Anivia during the qualifiers. It was banned almost every game against him. The only thing that I'd be surprised on is if Heartbeat goes with that Tristana pick, because he had the most success on the castery AD carries like Ezreal and Urgot. So we'll see what they end up going for here.
Well, you know, within that recent play, we see a lot of the Blade of the Rune King. That Tristana pickup was one for them. That was weird. That speed boost is kind of, they're trying to just play off that for the fast objectives. But it actually looks like they'll go for a Kog'Maw, who is just innately good at objective taking.
So this will be really curious. This is something we haven't really seen from Marn's bottom lane successfully. There was one game in the qualifiers where they ran a Nunu Caitlyn, and Heartbeat kind of struggled with the... It seemed like he is, at heart, obviously he's been practicing a lot lately. Heartbeat was a mid player, so he usually had more success on the carries that had a lot of cast spells. Urgot's kind of in the middle between the Ezreal and the Urgot. I want to see how they lane up against someone as experienced as Patoy and I'm a Cutie Pie.
We'll have to see what Dignitas decides to throw in here. Like you said, Cutie Pie and Patoy for the picks. A safe pick for at least Kog'Maw with the Lulu coming in. They can keep him. They have good peel. Vi can stop people from getting to him. Mega Zero on Renekton will be good for that late game pressure to keep people away from Kog'Maw.
So this last set of picks for Dignitas, I really want to see what kind of AD carry they go for to combo with Alistair, because they could go with something very aggressive as they get in the Draven. This is something I'm a Cutie Pie's been practicing for a while. He just hasn't broke out. And with the Singed, that might mean Kayle is going mid, and it wouldn't be Kiwi Kid, so that could be a bit of a fake out.
I think this is the first time we're actually seeing Heartbeat on an AD carry as such of Kog'Maw.
I think you're right. I think he hadn't played. Obviously, this is the very first game for Marn in the LCS.
Well, yeah, so
technically it is the first on everything, but taking the qualifiers into account, I think you're right.
So we are going to see this kind of focus on saving Heartbeat and then the diving comp from Lulu. I may have expected to see a Taric coming in here for these guys, but it's just too much for those dives to go in. They're trying to save and continue the fight. And we see this an all-in-your-face from Dignitas here. They have a really strong composition coming in that early lane. They could just be looking to crush Heartbeat in those 1 through 3 levels.
The Anivia pick would be pretty strong if they're able to lock it in here, because Singe for Kiwi Kid, if he gets going, is going to be very kiteable if you consider Lulu, Kog'Maw, and then you throw the Anivia wall on top of that. I believe that's what they ended up going with in that. Aside from the Heartbeat and Echo, that's a very familiar team for mine.
So with that Anivia pick, they're actually kind of just sectioning things off here. Whoever gets caught is really going to get taken down hard. They are going to get the swaps in, and Kiwi Kid does bring out Singe for the first time in the LCS.
So for Marn's team comp, it's really the 2 frontliners with Mega Zero's Renekton and Claky D's Vi, who are going to be going all out trying to kill Cutie The rest of the team is really just going to be putting down position control, and they have the real frontline, backline going on here. A very traditional team comp coming out from Marn. You look at Dignitas across the pond, and it's not as strong of a front line. Lee Sin can kind of fly in, Kiwi Kid can run in, Patoy's the support tank, and it's more of just everyone is a bit of a bruisery kind of middle of the ground thing for Dignitas, so I really want to see how those interact in team fights.
So we see Mega Zero taking teleport as well. See a lot of aggression him around that first dragon attempt time of the game. The teleport has been really big coming in the past few weeks for people. A lot of distortion boots being run on Katarinas for Kiwi Kid and others in the top lane. We'll have to see if he just decides to go to it, if he has a strong enough lane.
Yeah, so Kiwi Kid did really well when he had the teleport, but this time it's Mega Zero who has the teleport against him. So when the team fight phase hits, that is a confidence pick for a bit by Mega Zero, saying he can handle Kiwi Kid in the lane without even having an offensive summoner spell. So
that's true.
That'll be an interesting matchup.
Well, he's always had good sense in lane, always remembers to ward. Mega Zero is, like we said, one of their top players, so he feels pretty comfortable up there probably on just about anything. But Kiwi Kid says the same thing about that. He feels comfortable just about against anyone.
He's a comfortable guy.
He's a comfortable guy. Always has a smile on his face.
It's true. He's a really positive pickup. I think he fits the complexion of Dignitas' roster really, really well. And it's just a matter of clicking for these guys because they really have to come in. They didn't perform in the first week. They gotta come up big.
Hopefully they click well as they are on to Summoner's Rift here as we start off your first match of the day. Rivington and Jap bringing you this one. Later we'll have Freak and Kobe on the desk as well for some more matchups. And it's going to be everybody going towards the bottom side here. And I really didn't think they were going to go for a swap here by giving Mega Zero a teleport. I figured they were going to hold that top lane and teleport in for the objectives, but it looks like they may actually choose to do so.
Yeah, and look at the early game spread by both of these teams. This is neither team wanting to invade by any stretch of the imagination. They're actually not placing down that many early wards just because they have so many human wards. I don't think either of these teams is going to be going for any kind of aggressive play as they place down a couple rival wards together, but nothing like we saw last week.
Yeah, these are really not even going to control whatever happens to the jungler's path. They're just making sure they're not getting invaded. It's very safe play from both teams, and really only the swap for right now.
And the big thing, aside from the Mega Zero swap on Renekton, is the Elixir of Brilliance that Scar has picked up. The blue elixir on Kale at the very start of the game. He's really going to be looking to put some aggression onto Echo early. I want to see how that pans out because I've not seen many blue pot starts in mid lane.
Fair enough. So we see Cutie Pie in lane. They're going to take golems down here, so they may actually try to go for that very early lane aggression. Little do they know the lanes have been swapped, so they're going to be going up against that Renekton in bottom lane. He's not going to get the blue buff, not the case of not necessary for him. So they're not going to switch anything like that cheekily, as D-Man would say. And it looks like we're going to get a little help on the red buff here for Crumbs. As Patoy goes to Patoy goes to help, and Cutie Pie goes to lane.
Another thing about the Renekton in the bottom lane is Mega Zero does like to start with a red elixir in these situations. It's to protect against those early three-man dives that sometimes you see between 3 and 4 minutes, and if they're willfully going into a lane swap, especially against Lee Sin, who's likely to start at red buff and then maybe loop around for it, that's big. And look at the aggression from Cutie Pie. Mega Zero took a lot of free damage there. That's going to be a pretty tricky lane for him now.
And Cutie Pie knew that Mega Zero was going to kind of just stay in that, and he took so much punish from the spinning axe. You can see Cutie Pie with that smile on his face. Mega Zero in complete serious mode now, and we haven't seen really Singed whatsoever in the LCS, but how does he fare in the 1v2?
He's going to struggle a little bit, but Singed scales really well just off of his base kit, and one thing that he may end up going for this game is the new item, the Seeker's Arm Guard, the Armor AP. Would be really effective for him against the AD lane. It's just a matter of getting that item to see if he can pull it off.
Well, once he gets it, he is still going to have a good spot in
lane.
Mid lane. Oh, Q over the wall. Claky D takes a Q. The Ignite is on. The first blood coming in for Crumbs. The attack still coming from Echo, but it's not going to be enough.
And we were talking in the pregame about there not being too many wards, but the ward that Dignitas had placed in that lane is really what was key for them. Claky D was waiting for too long in the brush, and it just allowed them to spike a heap of damage. Scar with his blue elixir really didn't allow for retaliation. renewing the double buffs on Crumbs and allowing Scar to push that lane with impunity.
Yeah, even bottom lane is going pushed out. They know Clanky's off the map, no jungle pressure right now from Marn, and they are going hard. The only one getting pushed back is Kiwi Kid, and again, he's just melee versus that, wrong ranged.
And that's to be expected in the top lane. When Dignitas struggled against TSM, they kind of lost all the lanes, but so much of that could be off of the jungle pressure, as Kiwi Kid might go down.
Kiwi Kid getting really aggressive here, one more shot. Oh, it's gonna be Heartbeat going in. Will he go down to the Ignite? He cleanses it off and he keeps himself alive.
Unfortunate there for Kiwi Kid. Really just two members of Marn that are extremely, extremely low. He got a little too bold trying to flip Lulu into the turret for harass. And the positive play that Dignitas has made in mid lane gets slightly negated by Kiwi Kid's error up top.
It looked good, but one minion stepped in range for Lulu not to get hit by the turret, and it totally played the opposite way that he thought it was going to happen. That lane resets up top as actually everybody backs there. We see Kog'Maw going for the Scepter since he doesn't have that sustained support. He's just going to keep himself racking away. See the Doran's Blade for Cutie Pie, and you saw him already use that damage to great effectiveness onto Mega Zero. He still actually has his red elixir, which we see him usually go for in that one top lane or bottom lane.
And this is a 5-minute dragon approaching for Dignitas. They've been known to gimmick dragons early. They have a lot of ward control with the pink. Because of all the lane pressure and because they knew Flaky D had been set behind, they're going to be able to get this one. That was a really nice call by Dig.
Great strength here, and it's going to put them up 1.5 thousand gold. Is Kiwi Kid putting on pressure in the top lane? Keep Heartbeat and Atomic there, so no trickery from them to do any rotation. Yeah, great map awareness and mobility by Dignitas as they pick up the first 5-minute dragon. Definitely the fastest of the LCS we've had so far.
That timing was really, really impressive by them, putting the pressure on at the right moments. And another thing that's a little bit odd in this game, despite the 2v1 matchups, I'm a Cutie Pie is crushing Heartbeat in minion kills. For whatever reason, Heartbeat just hasn't been able to keep up without really much harass coming out from Sin. He may just be missing last hits up top.
Have to see the mid lane still pushing as well. Echo doing some good damage, or Echo getting good damage done to him by Skara. They're really pushing all the advantages they have right now. You can see Echo, she looks a little frustrated on his screen right there. You can see him scratching his head, getting back to lane with a little bit of a sigh there. These guys are definitely on the back foot quite early in the game. And Dignitas is going to continue to push their lanes with ferocity here.
Crumbs was actually just making some cheeky plays in Clayky D's jungle. He unsuccessfully couldn't get any of those wraiths. Yeah, I'm going to go with a cheeky play. I feel like we're a worldwide casting team at this point. I can do that, Riv. But with that invade, Crumbs actually, minion kill-wise, isn't that far ahead of Clayky D despite the first blood.
See Patoy just trying to play mind games here, getting in the face of Mega Zero, making him think they're going to go for the attack, but Mega Zero getting as much farm in as he can, trying to 21 to 11. Both of those guys are being denied pretty well, actually, in the split lane.
Mega Zero still sitting on that red elixir. I think that's one of the things that's kind of curbing Dignitas' aggression a little bit and actually allowing him to get to that 24 minion kill sitting around the tower. Mega Zero maxing his Q on Renekton, which is allowing him to pick up minion kills just kind of like that, not allowing the turret to take them all down and trying to just get them in chunks rather than one at a time.
We're still seeing Crumbs actually back into the base. It looks like he's going to be heading towards the bottom side of that jungle as he sees Clayky D. So knowing Clayky D is going to be roaming towards the top side now, they may try to get a gank finally onto Mega Zero, get that red pot out of his inventory there. Still has it saved, a good headbutt to keep the damage off, but Clayky D still hovering around the area. Once again, has to help push back that lane.
And this is an unfortunate game for Clayky D. He really plays junglers that have a lot of early gank pressure, and that's how he plays when he wants to do well. But because he got counter ganked and lost his double buffs so early in the game, he's really just been put off kilter. There's a word for that I'm missing. He's just off his game right now.
He needs to
put on tilt.
There you go.
He's not on tilt though. He's just struggling. He's struggling a little bit.
Little struggle. Yeah. Crumbs heading into the jungle. Looks like they could try to steal this one away here. Right. They do have good aggression. They do have good map coverage, and they just throw a pink ward down to make sure they're not being covered. Scar going to back on a ward.
8 minutes in now. Both of the 2v1 lanes killed the turrets at the exact same time, which is actually somewhat rare. Usually you see a little bit of trading between who can keep their turret up for longest, but now the 2v1 lanes have cleared it, and it's a matter of where they go next. Heartbeat and Atomic are going bottom to free farm, and I'm a Cutie Pie and Patoy look to be going to the lane without a turret as well, so this seems like just an absolute reswap of the 2v1 lanes.
And we could actually see a switch up in the buys here. The Madrids for Lee Sin. And the stone coming out for Vi. Now the stone got a little bit cheaper.
Oh,
Is he
Claky.
going? Oh, Claky is getting caught here, having some more trouble trying to get those items in from invading, but it looks like he may go down here. Mega Zero's going to be forced to help. Good ultimate coming in from Cutie Pie as they go in. Kiwi Kid trying to get the chase down. The flip may be up in time here. They're going to have to dive this one under the turret if they really want it. Kiwi Kid actually quite tanky already. They could have the damage as Mega Zero throws down the ultimate. Another kill for Cutie Pie.
I don't know if it would have mattered, but Mega Zero was sitting on that red elixir the entire time. That was mainly Claky D going where he wasn't allowed to go. He was not far enough ahead to get that advantage. He did just have the Spirit Stone, so no immediate battle stats from that thing. Straight retreat, and they should have known that I'm a Cutie Pie and Patoy were on the way, so that was just another capitalization of Dignitas on a really small opportunity.
They grab that turret, they open up their map vision as well, and it looks like they have a pretty strong push going in here. Cutie Pie and Patoy showing no signs of backing up, and once again we find Claky D and Mega Zero trying to hold the turret together.
Claky D does have his ultimate up, but look at the
Whoa!
dive!
Going in completely 100-0. Crumbs doing a good bit of damage there with Cutie Pie on the outside. Low mana bars here, Health Jap, but they're low mana bars, but they're going to stay in.
And they're just going to look to push down this turret, maybe dive Mega Zero again. There's a stack of about 4 minions here. Not entirely sure what their plan is, but they're really just looking for damage.
Heartbeat,
and bottom Heartbeat
Kiwi
screwed.
just back and forth. Heartbeat thought he could fight this, but he's completely out of mana. He does not have enough for the slow yet. He's just trying to walk it out. He's forced to flash. Kiwi Kid cannot follow.
So barely made it to that wall to be able to flash away. I didn't know when I first saw that if his flash was up or not. So Kiwi Kid getting some of his farm back. He was pretty heavily denied in that 2v1. At one point, Mega Zero had 24, and Kiwi Kid had 11 minion kills, but because he's been left free for a little bit, kind of because he built the home guard boots as well, he's been able to rush back to the free lanes. He's going to look to farm a lot more and really become that giant Singed.
A big gold lead for 11 minutes into the game here. Just about 4,000 for Dignitas as they are ahead 2-1 in turrets as well, and really controlling the game. They haven't made any mistakes for Marn to get back in here, so it's really up to Marn to find their way in to get themselves back on top.
Every role for Dignitas is in a lead right now.
Yeah.
Kiwi Kid's got a 500 gold edge on Mega Zero, and I think the biggest disparity is actually in I'm a Cutie Pie versus Heartbeat, because the Bloodthirster, just looking at items, versus just Azil and Berserker's Greaves is an immense amount of power. Because Dignitas had the timing on that super early dragon, it looks like they're going to force again.
And they have the ward coverage. They've taken out 2. It looks like Patoy is just going to be able to fend off on the outside here. They can't even get in.
Martin wants to fight this because they know they're already really far behind, but it's an extremely dangerous battle for them. They could lose the game here.
Well, Echo tries to split the team. They start going for Scar in mid. They aren't going to get the dragon. That goes to Crumbs, and they dive in. Cutie Pie in the middle, a great intervention. Mega Zero can't find the damage. Another double kill for Cutie Pie coming in. Could find a triple kill on Atomic here. He is going to get in. They push him into their own jungle.
And they're going to keep chasing here. Echo might be able to get away from Crumbs, but that fight has been a disaster so far, and they're going to continue going, maybe.
Crumbs with great Qs all game in the reinitiations, but they don't choose to go fully on that one, Jat. They have so much pressure all over the map, though. They can just calmly back off of this one.
You could tell that was a bit of a desperation play by Marn. Dignitas really forcing the pressure well, which is in contrast to the games we saw last week where they were kind of getting bullied around by the bigger teams going on. But this game early with Marn, the 6-0 score on I'm a Cutie Pie, the forcing of objectives, the tower diving and the tower pushing, everything has really come together in these first 12.5 minutes.
It's crazy, Jat. They're coming out of these fights as well, even after that extended dragon fight we just saw, with the ability to still do turret damage. So Marn always on their heels after these engagements, trying to go in for another attack, but just such good disengagement there.
Patoy playing the protection Alistair. He's like an offensive lineman. Someone's coming and you're just, nope, screw you. You bash him away. Someone else comes through, nope, knock him up in the air. Continually keeping Echoes, or Claky D and Mega Zero's dive at bay. And this pressure is just going to continue, Riv. Kiwi Kid ran all the way back to the top lane. Everyone else coming up mid lane.
And that is what we really haven't seen from a Singed in a while, is a damn good split push. He's going to be up there right now trying to keep pressure on a Mega Zero. Mega Zero's teleport is down, so whatever Dignitas forces here could always be in favor of Dignitas. Because they can already win that 4v4, they can just engage whenever they want.
Crumbs tried for the sneaky steal on blue buff as well, but wasn't quite able to get it off. Needless to say, though, Heartbeat is trying to catch up and farm in that bottom lane. He has, fortunately for Marn, picked up the 2 kills, and the invade continues. Dignitas really looking to pressure objectives still.
Kiwi Kid throwing his ult down here. Mega Zero's going to try to get in and deter the take of this red. They're just trying to get something back for themselves here. They're absolutely being denied everything right now. Kiwi Kid still just pressuring, gets done there. They throw Mega Zero into the fight, and you can just see how much trouble Kiwi Kid alone is causing the team. He will not go down. A beautiful intervention there. They've wasted quite a bit on him, and here comes the engagement from Dignitas. Very nice stun from Echo is going to cause them to follow up on the top side. Mega Zero wants to come in from the back here. They flash to shut down Heartbeat. They know if this game goes late, they're not going to be able to hold off the Kog'Maw, so they take him out now.
Legendary I'm a Cutie Pie right there. The ultimate from Scar really keyed that off. Kiwi Kid's been the one forcing things and kind of baiting Marn into doing damage to Sin. She's not doing much right now. He just has the Tear of the Goddess and a Ninja Tabi with Home Guard boots, so he's not necessarily a threat, but that's where Marn is dumping their damage, and it's allowing I'm a Cutie Pie to come in the back of the fights and just clean up.
That's a really great intervention by Scar
look out.
in that fight. A good initiation onto Echo. They find Mega Zero there. A little bit of crowd control. It's just going to put him in Egnivia. It looks like they back off.
Actually changed in the last patch. It is called Egnivia now. No longer Cryo Phoenix Egg or Nivea. Like the little touches we can go in there. And this is becoming a disaster, Riv.
It really is. Dignitas just has full role of this game right now. Every lane has their name on it. And you know what? Part of the jungle is starting to have their name on it as well. Freely going in, taking the red buffs there and initiating fights whenever they want. 9-2 here. The kills don't look that demanding, but that gold lead, 7,000 gold at 15 minutes, 3-1 on turrets. And you know, they have control of that, and they're warding so far in. It's just that second tier of turrets that's holding them off right now.
So it was against Azure Gaming in the qualifiers. It was 16,000 gold at 16 minutes.
Yeah.
No, 6,000 gold.
Yeah, 6,000
now it's 7,000
gold
gold at 15 minutes, so an even more substantial disadvantage for Marn. I wonder if they're going to be able to come back. I mean, Claky D did just finish his Lizard Elder Spirit Stone upgrade, which is actually pretty important. That item is extremely efficient for him. But as an 0-5 Vi, I don't know if he's going to be able to get himself involved. Especially, I think, even if he gets the ultimate onto I'm a Cutie Pie, I think I'm a Cutie Pie is going to kind of just kill him in about a half a second with that red elixir if he decides to pop it. This is a commanding position for Dignitas. I wonder how quick they're going to try to push their edge. They know they have dragon timings. They've already killed the first 3 outside turrets. You know, the next move might just be continual harassment of the jungle, or they could go for more objectives.
It looks like Mega Zero is having a little bit of trouble overall. He actually just bought his Giants belt, but he's quite far behind where Singe is at right now in terms of items, and he's one of the tankiest guys coming in for their team in these fights, and they're going straight for Kog'Maw. Heartbeat is accessible to them right now, and that's what they need to stop.
He hasn't been able to get involved.
Right.
You're absolutely right about that. The dive shutdown that he got earlier was trouble, and Patoy looking to dive onto Claky D. Look at the damage!
Going strong onto that, still has the ultimate to throw down. They have such good engagement potential.
I'm a Cutie Pie really just crushing, and that's the worst thing if you only have the kind of dive buddy composition that Marn has, is an extremely fed AD carry that almost negates your dive, makes you worried about going in because he's going to be able to take both of you out. All the while, Kiwi Kid is keeping the pressure on the other lane.
And they're even buying pressure. Cutie Pie goes for that personal build of the static Shiv. They already have a crap load of split push from Singe, wave clear from Kale, but they're still going to go for more push. They want to keep every lane in the face of Marn right now.
Kiwi Kid just flipping up Mega Zero. Skara pushing up mid. Solo pushing with the static Shiv in the bottom lane from I'm a Cutie Pie, and that is a lot of power. Kiwi Kid did burn his ult. I'm thinking Claky D might look to turn a kill on Kiwi Kid, but they realize he's the 0-2 Singe. He's actually not worth that much right now. There's not many good plays for Marn to make right at this moment.
They make the ping, and look at what he's doing. He's playing that old role of hotshot, just being a nuisance in the top lane, allowing his team to grab the objectives up, no contest.
Well, Hotshot did the feed strategy where you become worthless and then
true.
pull in. I mean, that came out wrong. You become worth not much gold, and you still apply pressure to the map, and that's kind of what Kiwi Kid is doing right here, not quite to the same extent. The whole team of Dignitas right now is actually playing extremely cohesively.
Cutie Pie on the run. Good thing he had that movement steroid, or he would have found himself dead and giving away a lot of gold. Props to him, 9-0 coming into this game. Also the highest farm in the game by a good 30 CS out of anybody there. He has kept himself on the map, and those are the kind of results you're going to get. A very fed Cutie Pie. He's got himself a triple kill and 2 double kills to really rack up that score, and his team is protecting him very well in these fights.
It's a good day to be a Cutie Pie.
Aww.
Valentine's Day.
Aww.
Yeah?
Adorable.
Marn, by the way, has purple
Yeah,
shirts
pink.
specifically for...
Pinkish purple glitter.
Pinkish purple
Well, they
for
love the
Valentine's
glitter,
Day.
so you can
Yeah.
just assume that's going to be on there. And then you put in some exotic color. You're good to go.
Yeah, they got rid of the glitter shirts because once they washed them, half of the glitter fell off. So they needed to get new Valentine's Day shirts. Unfortunately for them, they're not doing well this game.
No, they aren't. The shirts, however, a great tribute to Valentine's Day. You can see Mega Zero's on him right there, the little top card. Zerk going down. Crumbs finding the bottom lane. They finally start to take down that second tier of turrets. The first one getting a little bit of damage down. They're trying to get some living artillery shots out to figure out what Dignitas is doing. Marn just wants a look at what's going on right now. They got to find a place to crawl back here.
They're kind of hoping that Dignitas just stupidly dives into an Anivia, but with the way Dignitas is split pushing, even if they make a mistake, the 1 kill wouldn't be enough to create an advantage of any kind for Marn. There's no answer right now for I'm a Cutie Pie and Crumbs pushing up that bottom lane. They're going to start getting turret damage already. They're trying to kill Kiwi Kid with 2, but I don't even know if they're going to be able to close on him.
Kiwi Kid does not have his ulti, or he has thrown it on just now as he makes himself away. Throws on the Summoner Ghost, and he does get out. Like you said, Jap, they just can't take him down.
Burned an ultimate for an ultimate and an extra man. And more farming for Dignitas. That was another slight win for Diggin. Look at the damage I'm a Cutie Pie is putting down onto Echo. Forces the flash. Just misses with the ult.
Oh, good dodge by Echo there. Seeing it come in, they try to go back onto this one. Claky D actually goes in with Assault and Battery here. Good damage to Cutie Pie. He could find himself going down the first time, but again, his team is there to save him. Beautiful engagement again. Patoy coming up with a big save.
That's the fear when you have a 9-0 AD carry against an 0-6 Vi. Sure, she is amazing at getting to a target. She can get to absolutely anything she wants. But when there's that big of a power disparity, you just lose the ability to play the game, because anytime you try to pull off the successful play, which is what Clicky D wants to do, he wants to get onto I'm a Cutie Pie. He just doesn't have the ability to get that with his items.
And this gets scary, Jat. Kiwi Kid isn't even in these fights yet, and it's just going so wrong for Marn.
And now Kiwi Kid's actually gotten the items. Despite being shut down in the 1v2, because they've been pressuring everyone on Marn so much, he has higher farm than everyone on Marn right now as the 1v2 0-2 Central.
Looks like he might finally join his team as they start to close in here. They have wards, the vision giving them such an upper hand. Kiwi Kid comes in to help finish it off. They flip him back into the den of the Lizard, and it looks like they're going to have some good damage here. Who do they want to focus, though? Actually, Mega Zero has to leave him as he knows he's going down.
It was just bailout time at that point. You are not going into a jungle fight against a team that's 10,000 gold ahead of you.
Yep.
Crumbs picked up the Oracles. They're tired of this game. They want to get this over with. They are so far ahead. They're throwing the Oracles into the pit. They have a few approach wards. Clicky D's going to want to try Miracle Steal. He had a really good one in the LCS, but this is asking a lot of Marn to try to come back here. They're probably walking into a trap.
There's the ward going down. They actually just stop Baron, and they completely obliterate Claky D, making it impossible for them to steal it away. If they get it, it's going to be a miracle.
Yeah, I'm a Cutie Pie and Dignitas still just punching that Baron. Marn says, yeah, that was a trap. 4 of them decided to kill us on Baron. We're going to have to give this one up. And it looks like the 22 merit Baron goes to Dignitas.
So Dignitas with the first dragon, the second dragon, and the first Baron of the game as well. 13-2, 36,600 gold, just about 25,000 gold. A very big lead here for Dignitas. They could really make a few mistakes and still be all right on this one. They have the Baron Jat, a final push, most likely to come soon if Marn can't keep enough up in the next fight.
And right from the very start of this, Dignitas has really been on the ball. They had the initial ward spot to catch out Claky D. When they killed him, they realized all their lanes were pushable, so they really started to farm up. Once they pushed the lanes out, they realized they could take the first dragon, which gave them the early timers, and it's just been one play after another of Dignitas actually executing really, really well. So that regrouping they've kind of done since week 1 has looked so good. I'm really thinking they're 2-2 here.
Looks like they are much on their way to do so on this fantastic Valentine's Day. Second week of LCS. What are the chances to fall on V-Day? Turret going down in mid
1 in
here.
7.
1 in 7. You are correct, and that's why we have you for analysts.
Yeah. takes an important mind to get that kind of math through.
For sure.
To the
And I
masses.
believe it, because you're Jab.
There's probably a chance that that's actually wrong. But we'll see.
24 minutes as we come up to that in this game. And not looking good for Marn. MegaZero could not get to that fight fruition that he would usually be for his team, and that's the last card that these guys pull out when they're in trouble. They look to MegaZero, but he can't do it for his team right now. He's still just trying to farm. Obviously, Kiwi Kid giving him hell here in the top lane, but he's still about 20 CS, 30 CS almost below Kiwi Kid, and all they've been doing is farming for the past 5-6 minutes.
And when we were talking to Claky D during the qualifiers, we were kind of wondering why they'd go with such aggressive super dive team compositions. And he was saying it's because their team actually doesn't have the full synergy yet, and they're easier to execute if everyone just goes in. This is a more traditional standard comp for Marn, and they haven't executed it quite as well. They're losing this inhibitor fast, and they might look to force something, but I do not think they can win a fight.
Good separation there from Echo, trying to hold him off again. Patoy goes in on Atomic. Atomic forced to use his ult defensively on himself. Kiwi Kid taking damage, a pretty early intervention there. And it looks like Dignitas knows they don't have what it takes to keep going. The lane's already pushed.
It's time to cycle the inhibitors here for Dignitas. They know Marn is quite low. Crumb's flashing in.
Atomic getting caught out once again, this time without Wild Growth. And it looks like they take this down. The inhibitor to follow here, Jat, 25 minutes, and the base is not looking good for Marn.
Looks like it's going to be a very impressive victory for Dignitas. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to finish off this push. If they can get some kills, they'll be able to. And there goes Patoy.
Patoy once again with the initiation, trying to cleanse it off. Heartbeat runs for the fountain. Echo is there to try to hold off the team, but he gets stunned up, and it's a last-ditch effort by MegaZero doing what he can after throwing his ult on. Forced to the tower. Kiwi Kid falls to the fountain laser, and the Nexus turrets are in the eyes of Dignitas.
There's still 3 members of Marn that are just up right now, but I'm pretty sure they know this is over. Maybe they'll try for Good Spirits to hold this off, but this looks like a very quick 25-minute Dignitas win.
They couldn't get in. Beautiful job in every lane by Dignitas, really solidifying this one early. MegaZero going out once more. The Nexus at half health. Dignitas trying to clean up the last few kills here to pad the stats before the Nexus goes down. And it looks like they're going to take their time.
They decided to end that one. Brilliant stats across the board. Patoy's KDA improved a whole lot because he didn't die. He's now 2-0-11, and that's got to feel pretty good for Dig. A lot of people were doubting them coming into this, and they really came out strong.
Well, for any KDA to go up, it's going to be Cutie Pie. 11-0-4, more or less the K column. But yeah, he is going to be up there after that match, just going for the early static shift, knowing he had dominance all over the place and that his team didn't necessarily need everyone in every team fight. And we saw that in Kiwi Kid as well in the top lane 100% of the time.
Haven't seen much Draven so far in North America, only a little bit in Europe. Or Singed. So the cute picks coming out from Dignitas really paying off for them.
Especially put them all together,
stuff.
Singed, Alistar, and Draven, same time. They're like, well, maybe we'll try one and feel them out. No, let's put them all together. Whatever.
It's most effective.
All right, guys, coming up after the break, we'll talk to Skara, and then it's time for Vulcun versus TSM. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Riv here with Chat, and we're joined by Skara from Dignitas. How's it going, Skara?
It's going pretty well. I
Yeah.
mean, we just won, so
Yeah,
it can't be
it's gotta
anything
feel
but
pretty
like
good after
positive for me right now. Yes.
So let's start from the very beginning of that game. You guys saw a lot of Marn in the qualifiers. You banned out Tarek as well. What's going on with that?
The thing about Marn is we feel like as a team we are more cohesive and we've been together longer. So what you want to do against a team that you feel like is just a weaker team in general is to ban out specific strategies that are differing from the standard, and you force them to play standard against you, and you just beat them on your own terms.
Right.
So our game plan going into that game was like we want to ban out any possible early game stuff, any stuff that could help out their lanes early. So Tarek and Jarvan were very core bans, and Nidalee we wanted to ban because that was just a very target ban that we used there.
What is the Nidalee a target ban against specifically?
Mega Zero, I feel like has been playing Nidalee like quite a bit recently. I feel like they have a specific comp around her, and she's just like a champion you don't really want to deal with.
I got it.
Who are you guys most afraid of coming into that Marn game?
I don't know if we were...
Or a lane to watch or a lane you knew you had to cover more than the others?
I think the most problematic thing was going to be whether or not the jungler got snowballed. So it was going to be a lot on whether or not Claky D got snowballed. And he did a misplay at level 3, walking into the bush that he didn't know was warded.
Yeah, we saw that.
And that threw the game for them. Like, that was... there was no way they can come back from that. That was a good 4 or 5 minute lead that we got off that one kill.
So you guys struggled a little bit in week 1 with the 1 and 2, right? Would you agree with that, or were you guys...
I would say yes. We struggled, and it definitely wasn't what we expected to come out with. Like, we expected like a 2-1, 3-0 kind of situation.
Yeah.
And we were forced to go back into a state where we just had to prepare more, practice more. And I feel like we come into this week a little bit more prepared, learned a little bit more from week one. So,
all right.
I mean, I feel like we executed our strategy very well game 1. And it was just very clean play, which I like. And that's what I hope to see in the rest of our games.
So, I mean, especially with the early bans you guys had against Marn, you guys really prepared well for this one. Like, was there anything different in your preparation between the first week and this up against Marn? Because this game was one of the most impressive victories of the whole LCS so far.
I want to say rather than scrimming a lot, we spent yesterday just talking a lot.
Okay.
And I feel like just being able to talk about League of Legends, like the game, was more important to us the day before than anything else. Like it just everyone has to be on the same page when you're playing this game. Like if you're going for the same strategy, even your pick and ban order, everyone has to be on the same page. And if even one person's off, like we knew what we would pick if they banned this, pick this. We pretty much prepped out the ban pick phase extremely well, much better than we did week 1, and we planned out our level 1 much better. So we were able to just know that the minute we can get a pick, the minute we can get kill, what objectives we could force, and where we could look to pressure on the map. And so we were able to cover that very cleanly this game.
Was there anything with that composition that we just saw, since you kind of brought out a lot of new things that people haven't seen played in a while in tournament? The Alistar, the Singe, the Draven as well. Well, we see Draven, but is there anything that you guys knew if that composition would start to falter, how to change it? Like if Singe wasn't able to, if Kiwi Kid wasn't able to get fed up?
Well, Kiwi went for a really bad kill attempt that we realized as he went for it. Had he just farmed out the lane, it would have been even like a much cleaner victory. But a lot of the weaknesses of what we played like relies on the fact that the team doesn't give us Kale. And as soon as we have Kale, dive comps become much better. Like Vi can't put pressure on AD carries or the backline if you have Kale. So Vi is just not a champion you want to play if the other team has Kale. Like we knew it would be a possibility we would get Kale today, but we did not expect to get Kale this game.
So that's really interesting. When you first picked Kale, you were essentially trying to block Marn from getting Vi, and that could have either given you Vi for an even better dive comp or block them from having it, right?
Right. It was just, it's not a pick you want to give up if you're going Vi. So like there are options around it, but as soon as we have the champions that we did, there was really no way for them to come back once we got ahead.
That's really awesome. So I want to ask you a little bit about this, actually, because you do seem like a bit of a team leader for Dignitas, especially from a public spokesperson perspective. But you were talking earlier about how you really have to be together, and you guys spent the whole pregame yesterday just talking about things. From a team cohesion perspective, do you guys have one voice during games for shot calling? Is it everyone contributing? Who has like a final say in strategy discussions?
We do, I feel like, a little bit different than some teams. We have plays on each lane are made by the jungle and the person in the lane. What the lanes, what they do is they feed the jungler information. They feed each person in the lane is responsible for feeding the rest of your team information. So when summoners are blown, when cooldowns are down, when mana is low, you feed that information to the rest of your team.
Right.
And Crumbs is the one who makes the specific calls to go for objectives like blue buff, like dragon. And so he plays off the information we feed them. And that's, I feel like, a very good way to communicate. There could possibly be better ways to do it, but we felt that it's worked for us so far. And communication has definitely improved since week 1.
Nice.
So is that why, I'm just going to expand on this a bit because I'm curious, when you guys lost I Will Dominate, is that why you moved Crumbs to the jungle specifically? Because he was more used to that style from your team? Like, was I Will Dominate doing Crumbs' job before you moved Crumbs to the jungle?
Yes. Anyone who jungles on our team uses the information we feed them and makes plays from that information. But one of the big reasons why we moved Crumbs into the jungle was just that, one, he wanted to be moved into the jungle, and two, it was almost impossible for us to find a very high-level jungler as opposed to the top lanes available to us in North America. There just wasn't as many options. And so we felt that the better idea overall was just to move Crumbs in there. And so far, like, he loves it. So
awesome.
It's good for us.
All right, so we got like one final question for you. We know, just want to let you set the record straight a little bit. You guys do have some housing situation problems. Do you want to talk kind of just quickly about that to let people in the loop? Maybe, this is a free excuse if you want it.
I don't like using it as an excuse, but it's the only thing about housing is that one of the biggest things about having housing is obviously your communication improves, your teamwork improves to the extent just because everyone's in the same area. But one of the biggest things is that replay analysis gets much easier.
Okay.
And so like it's very hard to have replay analysis from like people all over the country. You have like Google screen share and everyone looks in like one screen. It's all complicated, but it's very, very easy if everyone's living together. So that's the main thing that's caused us to have that we regret not having a house earlier. Like we've had, I broke a lease on our first place because when we looked to get the internet installed, they told me they originally promised something that wasn't delivered. So I had to break my lease on the first place that we planned for a month to pick up. And then the second place fell through because of like a death in the family of the landlord.
Oh dear.
And it's just like we have a lot of
complicated
issues when it comes to housing. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Skara. Congratulations on the match win. Good luck in the rest of the matches coming up in the week. Guys, it's time for our first LCS rematch, Vulcun versus TSM. Last week, TSM dominated over Vulcun. The 0-2 Vulcun needs to get a win to change their momentum. But Reginald and his 2-1 team solo mid will do everything they can to get to the top of the standings.
Yep. Oh, we're going into it right now. I am way off. So it's going to be all about the early game for Vulcun in this one. Right. You know, X-Smithy's really going to have to keep up with the odd one in the jungle if they want anything to work for them, because yesterday they fell way behind.
They did. It's something we have to see if they can come back stronger. TSM's been very strong. Odd one coming out of the jungle is a lot more aggressive without the utility. Well, he still has the utility junglers, but he doesn't use them as much. And we've seen them coming up with a lot of first bloods for Team Solo Mid.
And Dyrus has a monstrous impact on TSM's success. He has... You know, that 5.0 KDA average, but his pressure in the top lane, the game against Dignitas they had in the first week, his shutdown on Kiwi Kid was invaluable, and he really has to pull it off for them to work.
And let's talk a little bit about, the importance of switching sides for these teams and how that comes into play.
So the red versus blue matchup does pull a lot of different early jungle gank options for them. Team Solo Mid was one of the first North American teams to really start pulling off that 3.5-minute tower dive gank, and that really depends whether you're starting from the red buff or for the blue buff and which jungler you place, how you can execute those ganks. So it's not necessarily an advantage or a disadvantage, but it plays to what parts of the map a team will be pressuring and when.
Well, it'd be kind of weird if somebody only had strats for blue side.
That would be just foolish.
That'd be weird.
Yeah.
Guys, before we jump into this match, let's see why Team Solo Mid aren't underestimating Vulcun today.
Underestimating any of our competitors would be a huge mistake. There's a fine line between just being confident in your own ability and your own teammates rather than thinking your opponents are bad.
TSM definitely have the advantage at the moment. but it shouldn't be long until other teams start catching up to them.
Vulcun might be an underdog threat to us. They've been around for a while. Like, they have a lot of experience on their team. Even though we beat them last game, like, if they know what went wrong, they'll probably improve.
If I feel like we're improving after every game, even if we lose horribly, I think we're doing really well.
They're doing the same mistakes we did months ago in the 2v1, so if they learn from that, they could be much better.
We're on our way up, and hopefully we'll be as good as anyone else.
I believe they'll be the ones that are the biggest threat for the underdog teams.
Well, there you hear it from the players' mouths themselves. So let's check out the lineups for this match. On the blue side, it's going to be Vulcun. The Psycho Sid in the top lane, Smithy in the jungle, Mandatory Cloud in mid, Zuna on AD, Muffin Cutie on support.
And on the red side, it will be Team Solo mid, Dyrus, as we talked about in that top lane. The odd one on the jungle, Reginald in mid, Chaos, the AD carry, and X Special, the support. Same lineup for TSM for a real long time.
Yeah, it's March 13th of 2012. It's been quite a while. I think, was it Gambit is the only one with a roster that long
Gambit
as well?
and Evil Geniuses, which used to be COGEU, have both been around for slightly longer, but big advantage.
That's the experience coming into play. Guys, this game also has our featured matchup of the day, and it's going to be a battle of the screaming AD carries. Vulcun Zuna versus Team Solo Mid's Chaos, as he has picked up the psychological warfare tactic from Zuna from their last game.
In their first game when Zuna got the kills on Kog'Maw, TSM said they were so demoralized after hearing him scream. They just didn't know what to do for 10 seconds. So Chaos said, we're going to do that too.
Right.
And he ended up killing Odd One because of it at the Dragon.
Well, all of that focus for Zuna can also create a problem for these guys coming in here. When it's just all about the AD carry and he's the one that the other team's gunning for as well, makes things a little bit more difficult.
And last week, even in that feature, we said, Odd One said they messed up in their 2v1 lane in the last game. And if they can pull that through, they might be a bit of a threat. Because even after Vulcun fell really far behind really early in their first TSM game, they mounted a bit of a comeback, won a couple team fights. So Team Solomon recognizes that, and they need to make sure that they don't let Vulcun get going and that they continue to apply that early pressure.
And something to watch for from Team Solo Mid is Chaos. We actually haven't seen him on Caitlyn that much, which is usually his go-to. We've seen him on a lot of Ezreal, which some people are saying isn't an aggressive play style for him, or he doesn't play like that, and as well as Misfortune for him, his lineup.
I still feel like Chaos plays everything.
Yeah, he can still.
Yeah. I feel like he's one of those guys who, whichever he feels is the best right now, he will play. I've seen it time and time again. He will pick Ezreal every game, and then they'd lose to Nunu Kog'Maw. And immediately the next game, they would use Nunu Kog'Maw against the same team in a best-of-3 and beat them with it. So he's a very adaptive bottom lane, him with X Special.
Well, we'll have to see coming in here because X Special plays a lot of just about everything himself. So they kind of have that lane coming in with the mentality of what's going on, what can be done, and that really helps too.
Yeah, when you think about it, X Special and Chaos are one of the most versatile bottom lanes in existence. Chaos has done multiple A to Z champion marathons on his stream where he'll play every champion in the game and give a mini guide on it, so he really has that complete understanding of the game. And X Special routinely will lane test against Reginald in mid and sometimes beat him on AP casters. He can always play pretty much whatever he wants. So the versatility and how well versed those guys are in the bottom lane is really pretty unique.
Well, it's crazy, right? You see Niantanso too, an AD carry that went to AP mid. So maybe AD carry is like, if you don't really know how to play every role, you should just start there first.
Well, a lot of these AD carries say it's the mechanics role, right?
Right. So much positioning.
So if you can play good AD carries, you generally have very sound mechanics, and that transitions to a lot of the other champions.
Very true. As we wait for the teams to get in here, Team Solo Mid getting themselves into the matchup. We talked a little bit about Dyrus last week having consistent game. Chaos as well having a consistent game. Reginald coming up big on Kha'Zix, so we'll see if they let him have that. And it was actually in this matchup, so I'm sure that Vulcun remembers the fear that was that Kha'Zix.
And Reginald is another one, just with the way TSM plays. We've been talking a lot about KDAs this tournament, but he's someone who completely sacrifices his KDA. He is a creator for that team. Reginald will more likely than not either just like trade straight up kills or just dive in at the start of a team fight to make it happen and allow Chaos to come in at the end with the cleanup, go in with Odd One to set things up. And he is a bit of a selfless performer in that way, we were talking with Skara even about the way team leadership works, and Reginald is definitely the one who says, let's go, and the team has to follow because he's already in 2 seconds ago.
You know, Jack, as we were having the conversation with Skara, I hate myself for not remembering to ask him this question, but with changes coming in for these teams, you know, in your personal point of view, which is the hardest role to change? If you were to lose somebody on the team, the AD carry, the jungle, which is the hardest to kind of bring back and have the team sync with?
I'd actually say it's the jungler.
Yeah.
Because, like Scar said, they are the ones that get fed the information, and they have to be able to act on that. So bossing a jungler around usually doesn't work that well because it puts too much.
Solo queue.
It puts too much emphasis on the people actually doing the bossing around because they have so much more to focus on within their isolated lane that the jungler has to be able to make independent decisions for them.
Well, the whole team makes a decision here. As we are into Champion Select, they're going to discuss this one out. And once again, every match they have played so far, qualifiers or now in the LCS being started, they have banned LeBlanc against TSM, the team.
I want to see it. I mean, Reginald has been playing a lot of LeBlanc. This is a really strange thing because back in preseason 2 at MLG Providence in, I think it was October, Reginald was breaking out LeBlanc left and right, and everyone started to ban it. And then it was like, oh, if you just bring MR runes, you shut him down.
So it's actually, let's pick out Reginald's nuke explosion champions.
I guess so. There's something about his Season 3 LeBlanc that I haven't seen yet that obviously all of these teams have.
Nobody wants to see yet. Nobody wants to. They also take away the Kale, which is interesting because I guess Reginald wouldn't want to play it. That was his poorest game, or least well-played game coming into the first week of the LCS. Elise is going out. Dyrus actually played Elise as well in one of the matchups, but that was his worst off of the 2v1s he was put in throughout the first week.
It's true. And just to remind everyone, we are playing on the patch, which is right before the one that went out last night. So it's what people have been playing on live for the last 2 weeks.
Without Thresh.
More expensive Warmogs. Thresh is disabled until next week.
Next week.
We get to see that one come through, but the Kale is still extremely strong. I'm expecting to see that kind of picked or banned in almost every game. Xin Zhao as well, I think, will be picked or banned in almost every game, and maybe even Vi. So a lot is on the table for these guys with the first pick.
And they leave, or they take the Malphite out, I should say. That was really the table turner of the last fight that caused them the base loss of their last the matchup. Now this is the rematch between Team Solomon and Vulcun. Tarek goes out as the first pick. They just go for the safe support, and really it's up to TSM now to show their hand.
Tarek has been picking up so much steam. It was banned in the last game. He really allows for those early aggression strategies and then carries through your ability to tower dive because of how much defense his passive armor aura is giving out to the rest of the team. TSM's going to want to counter this with something. I'm not entirely sure what they're going to go with quite yet. I do expect them to pick Xin Zhao or Vi at some point, but we'll see.
Well, they're
I'm
waiting.
just off today. They're going with everything else.
They're waiting on this one. You haven't used the ball in a while. It's a little cloudy. You get it back.
It's true.
So it looks like the KX does choose to go with Misfortune. He keeps that champion pool consistent for his 80 carries of late. Dyrus on Renekton. He had a tough matchup versus Kiwi Kid on Renekton. We'll have to see what Vulcun can put up against him with in the top lane there.
He really performed with Renekton the last time, though, because he started with the red elixir, much like we saw Mega Zero do in the previous game, but he was out minion killing and had killed Kiwi Kid's Kale, obviously with the help of the Odd One last week, without even consuming his red elixir, so he is pretty comfortable on Renekton in that top lane.
So definitely a switch up between these two teams as Jarvan and Zin both out last game. Now Jarvan almost picked here, hovered on by Xmithy. Jin can still come in for the Odd One here, as he does play both of those champions. I don't think we've seen Muffin Cutie on Tarek. Did he play Leona last week? I want to say he did.
Is a really known Leona player. We could get confirmation on that. With them going with Jarvan and Tarek, that's once you max the flag toss on Jarvan and the shatter on Tarek, it's a 56 armor aura for your team, which is absolutely incredible. And considering Team Solomon has already picked 2 physical damage champions, that might put a little bit of a wrench in their step here, and they just continue to pile on the AD champs, so we'll see if that's a good pick for Vulcun.
But do you find a break in synergy with the ultimates of Jarvan and Gragas? You have to kind of consider and may have to hold off your ultimate if Jarvan gets a good one. You're like, well, I could burst them out, but then we're probably saving a few people.
If they have the right coordination, it will be okay, because the Jarvan ultimate would actually keep them in place long enough for the initial barrel to hit, for if they pick Graves, his AoE to fly in, and then you'd throw the barrel in right at the end. But you're right, that is really easy to screw up.
We'll see what they do. We actually get the Leona coming out on Team Solo mid side. It's not going to be picked up as Muffin Cutie has that Tarek, so a lot of crowd control coming out from both supports this game. And TSM picks up some long-range initiation with that, and then to have Xin Zhao right on the backside of that, it's going to be a treacherous lockdown for Team Solo mid once they get out of the laning phase.
And Vulcan's team comp is looking pretty strong if they can execute it properly. It's dump everything in the same spot and then blow people away really with the Gragas. They went with such a physical feeling team with their first few picks in Jarvan and Tarek, and TSM was immediately starting to match that with their Leona and Xin Zhao picks to dive in. But if they do end up going with this Rumble, it's like a double AP composition thrown on top of it. So that's a very, very dangerous team composition.
And I'm interested to see how Zuna plays this one. Usually he gets a champion like Kog'Maw or Twitch that kind of has a safety feature and they sit on the back line, but Graves is in there. He's in your face. He also has a very strong support, like you said, with Tarek. So this is going to be a bit of a different game play style for Zuna coming in here with Graves.
It's going to be a lot of armor in that lane, especially when Xmithy comes to gank. Graves is going to have that true grit that stacks up on top of all the potential buffs. Like, unless it's Reginald ganking that lane, if he goes with this Evelynn, it's going to be almost unkillable and unattackable if they're all there at the same time. So Reginald really needs to go with the high damage AP here, and the Evelynn would make a lot of sense, both for his playstyle and strategically for the comps. But the fact that he's sitting on it this long makes me a little hesitant to think he's going to go with it, and he swapped.
Yeah, they didn't really have too much protection for the guys diving in, and now they just got it for him.
It is a little bit true. He should be able to combo with either the Renekton or the Xin Zhao when they fly in.
Yeah. So a good composition coming in for Team Solo mid. Looks like they want to be pretty aggressive in this early game. Unfortunately, well, I'd like to see aggression from the AD carries, but I think with the compositions both teams have put together, they kind of have to just sit there and stare at each other all lane.
The great thing about both these team comps is that, yes, last time they matched up, TSM destroyed them early on in the game. TSM's looking to do that again with the champions they've picked. The tower dives early from the odd one, Xin Zhao, and the aggression of the Misfortune lane is what TSM's going to be looking to do. But then Vulcan has really picked well to counter that. The Tarek and the Jarvan are your early game champions, as Scar pointed out for us earlier that Team Marn uses, so they're really looking to counter TSM's early stuff.
So we saw a teleport lane swap last game coming in. Dyrus now running teleport on Renekton again as he is in the game. Is that going to be a swap lane for them, a Rumble and a Renekton to swap out?
I really wonder if it is. I think Rumble and Renekton is actually could be a bad matchup for Rumble, because Rumble is generally weak to things that can close the gap on him very quickly. I'm not sure if that's going to work out for them. The lane swap is really up to the teams whether they want to execute or not. We've seen so much of it already, I'd kind of expect it to happen because they love doing the level 3 tower dives. But we'll have to wait and see.
We will. Both junglers becoming more aggressive as we come into the Season 3. The odd one, as we see, no longer picking up the Maokai. It's all about who can get into the jungle and counter. So that aggression may come out, and the lane swap may be the reason. We'll have to see as, KX starts to head towards the top lane. We're on Summoner's Rift.
Doran's Blades start by both the AD carries. That means to me that they want a lot of health. They want to be able to push up, and especially means that they're not looking to lane against each other because they're not going to be taking any counter harass if they're in a 1v2, and that Doran's Blade will allow them to be more aggressive.
Just trying to see if they are running lifesteal. No, they're not. So yeah, they're just going for the aggression with the AD runes on the Doran's Blade start. Coming into lane, we saw Cutie Pie do it last time, and he was able to zone Mega Zero quite hard for about, I believe it was about 11-0 in 4 game for himself. We'll have to see if anybody can pull that off this time around. The swap has been set into initiation for Team Solo mid here, and it looks like Vulcan is just going to play the regular setup in the bottom lane with their AD carry. A lot of just dancing back and forth. We've seen some very cautious aggression between these teams in the beginning, but really no invades.
Muffin Cutie went deep for that ward. They're really trying to keep track of the odd one early game because they want to know where Xin Zhao is for those potential early game ganks, especially since the odd one is on purple side. He'd most likely want to go blue to red to tower dive top, and because Vulcun has so heavily warded the red jungle on the top side, Psycho Sid should know well in advance if he's going to get 2v1 tower dove.
Well, Vulcan's got to remember, too, it came from the odd one last week, and it was actually a double turret dive. They got that first blood at the second-tier turret, so TSM's all about trying to get in. Vulcun is more than right to ward that many times in the jungle.
Smithy starting on the red side, which would tell me they're looking to counter gank that top lane gank since Jarvan will be going top by that moment. This is a lot of pre-gaming, but this is what matters for these guys because this is one of the big things that turned their last matchup in the previous week.
Jet, you gotta set it in motion minutes ahead. These guys are preparing themselves for those situations. The red buff going now to Xmithy as he makes his way, like we said, towards the top side of that jungle. And they do not decide to grab golems in the bottom lane. So it looks like they're just going to try to go for whatever aggression they can get out of early level abilities. Special returns to top. And we begin our laning phase here. Second match of the day. It's going to be Vulcun versus Team Solo Mid.
And the mind games actually continue. X-Special went and put a pink ward on X-Smithy's blue buff, so they know exactly where he is. But Vulcun pinged the blue buff because they said, I think Leona went in to ward that. Both of these junglers are not fooling anybody. They're all in complete vision, and both teams have predicted where they're going to be.
Well, it's something we just talked about with Skara, is feeding everybody information. You know, Leona's coming from a different spot, and that's just going to be enough to trigger the fact that something happened here. There's no reason that should have happened. There's a ward there. So the communication already at 110% for both of these teams as they try to keep them safe in the early minutes of the game. Only 3 minutes in, and already Jap called it. Xmithy headed towards that top lane at the same time as the odd one.
Xmithy actually did a bit of a fake out. He ran kind of all the way around behind the ward to make it seem like he wasn't going to go directly to the lane. But TSM knows what's up, and the odd one is waiting in a ward.
Yeah,
of course,
unfortunately,
because
he's just kind of chilling there.
It's very interesting how both these teams have perfectly predicted where each other's junglers have been, and because of that, you know, are going to be walking straight into the situation that I think Vulcun wants.
And the odd one's actually sitting on the backside, so if anybody tries to check the bush, he won't be there yet. He starts to move in. They could start to go for the kill here. They see both, but they still have aggression. The Zenith Blade misses. Not much crowd control lost there, but they don't get the first initiation. Now the time starts to tick against them. Will there be any rotation from the mid? It looks like Mandatory Cloud is still being held down. The pressure onto the turret here, Jat. Are they going to decide to go in? There's the shield. They're actually going to go in. They had so much time to set this up. Polaroids were taken. Family shots. And the first blood goes to the odd one.
And this gank was so well executed. That was what Vulcun wanted to wait for. They were not prepared for TSM to go in even more so. The armor from Jarvan was not enough, and they refreshed the double buffs onto the odd one. Huge win for TSM, and almost a replay of what we saw last week.
It's absolutely crazy how long they actually were able to sit there and just think about initiating.
It was so many mind games that led up to that first blood by TSM. The odd one rushed for his double buffs, ran straight through the wards. That was as brute force as you can get. They stared at the two members sitting in the tower for so long, and then TSM finally decided to dive in to get the kill.
You know what, Chad? That also comes down to a little bit of poor judgment, because how long did they see the odd one just standing in a ward, waiting for the aggression, knowing the gank was going to come, but they just didn't think it out of could they counter the 3v2 situation?
They thought they could. That's what it comes down to, and I think TSM just ended up outplaying them.
Well, great job by TSM to take it slow, and slow and steady wins the race, especially for that first blood. A little bit more aggression top lane, but they finally decide to back. Kaok's going to pick up his first item here. Madrid's going into the odd one, so he goes around the jungle that much faster as he just takes out the minion. Scepter going in for sustain and that blue pot, so it looks like they're really trying to go aggressive in lane.
So with that, we can see Darius losing his turret actually fairly quickly. It's about at the same pip that the other 1v2 lane turret is at, so we could see a situation like last game where both the turrets fall around 7 minutes. It'd be very interesting if that happens.
Coming around in mid, Xmethy looks to go on the aggression here. Both are low on mana, both are low on health, and it would have been that last ditch fight for both of them with the ignites going out, but he does not find a kill there. See if the odd one can go in for round number 2. He slowly moves in towards the top lane and again waits patiently in the fog.
And they know that this time he's actually unspotted because X-Special had put down his second pink ward of the game to clear out the river brush, but the lane up top is just not pushed in far enough for the odd one to be able to get this, but patience is key for these guys. looks like they might actually be planning another tower dive with how long the Odd One is stuck in this position.
Yeah, the Odd One going very slow. He actually didn't have vision of Mandatory Cloud in mid, and that's why he took so long. But he sees it. He came out of the bush there. 3-talon strike. Could pop him up. A good harpoon from Sid, trying to slow and take out the damage. They don't have much vision, so they back off.
So turret for turret as the Odd One went for the gank. Psycho Sid smartly backed away, and the not much really traded, all said and done from that exchange.
Dyer's doing a very good job. 35 CS to 18 of Psycho Sid. He has been given so much trouble in this top lane, and I guess that's where TSM found it. They're going to find the most trouble from. They got to shut down Psycho Sid, make this an early game for themselves, but they still haven't started to pressure Dragon here. When Dyrus comes back to lane, we'll have to see what they do.
Psycho Sid probably going for that Seeker's Arm Guard on Rumble, one of the big new items, and Vulcun really protecting the invaded blue here with 4 members of them getting it right away, and the Odd One doesn't realize how many people are there.
The Odd One gets crushed. The gap closes are too many, and they're able to get over the wall, but the fight comes in. Dyrus tries to get in with the teleport, and it looks like they're going to have the health advantage here. Mandatory Cloud forced out. Reginald trying to stack those auto attacks. Can he get a few more in? A nice body slam as he gets himself away. Dyrus picks up another one with an auto attack after the call to Meek, and it looks like they're just able to walk out of this one easy.
That was that teleport coming in key for Dyrus. I'm not sure if the Odd One did that selflessly to try to create action. I feel like he was not expecting 4 people to be there and that they thought they were going to clean up. But afterwards, because Dyrus saved it with the teleport, they get the 1-for-1.
And look at the aggression in the bottom lane. Dyrus just tanks like 3 turret shots to walk past and get the minion wave as they take down another turret here. They're going to be the second one as the mid focus will come out after. Now 8 minutes into the game, 1,000 gold up. So it looks like Vulcun has been able to stave off what Dignitas was doing in their first game to Marn. They're keeping the gold lead close. The first objective still hasn't gone to anybody yet.
So because Vulcun went for a blue invade after killing TSM's turret, they sacrificed almost their entire bottom lane turret themselves. Since they had to back after getting the blue buff, the strategic option to go for that nearly cost them a whole bunch of gold. If they leave that lane for a second soon, they're going to lose that 750 gold and the positional advantage of the turret. They got to be really careful in this lane now.
So I feel like Vulcun should be going for a dragon here soon. If they can push out a lane, they don't have teleport on Dyrus, and they need to make a move. They have pings toward the bottom, and there's the ping for dragon.
They have the huge armor shred here. Zuna has an item advantage on Chaos. They know this. If they go for a fight, it would be good. They realize Reginald's ultimate isn't up yet, and Dyrus' teleport is down, so they're forcing this hard.
A great job trying to fight in the window that they have. They were not able to grab the dragon. That's TSM. Vulcun was able to secure that. Good ultimate coming in, but Chaos could be saved there. They use way too many ultimates. He keeps himself alive, but he's forced to just sit in the corner until he dies. The focus onto Muffin Cutie, and it looks like TSM will definitely make Vulcun pay for grabbing the dragon here. They continue the fight. A great shockwave locking him down. Zuna uses cleanse, but he had to have known he was going down. I think they should have just let it happen.
There is the 120-second cooldown on both the Orianna ultimate and Dyrus' Renekton ult, and because that fight stretched so long, they came up just at the right moment, and once the fight fractured because 2 people were chasing Chaos into the TSM jungle, TSM could come in the back of it and clean up, but because it was a 2-for-1 with the Dragon going for Vulcun, the gold is even. The only thing that swings it in an advantage is the fact that TSM got this turret.
So TSM able to hold these fights out for quite a long time. Dyrus' teleport was down. He was able to trek all the way from top lane to participate in that fight. So Vulcun needs to lock down these fights a little faster. 10 minutes into the game now, a few items are coming out to allow that burst damage for Vulcun to start these fights the way they want. That BF sword for Graves is going to help that burst damage, that front end burst that he has. Like you said, Seeker's Arm Guard coming out for Rumble. The core items have not been finished yet, but TSM is still looking for those as well. So Vulcun still has a chance to grab their way back into this game.
It's going to look like Reginald will go for the Athene's Unholy Grail. ManCloud probably doing a death cap rush if he's doing the double Thorns ring for that mana regen. And as you say, not everything really getting there. Both the junglers, very common thing nowadays, going for the double Madrid's Razor. They're really able to kind of health regen or health pot power, or even just heal from the Odd One's W. In the jungle, the Razor gets them very quick, early gank ability, and we'll see how that works out as the builds progress.
And we talked a little bit about health stacking. What's the just personal choice now where we see a Giant's Belt on Xin over Rush on the Locket of the Iron Solari, just a Kindle Gem for Jarvan right now?
It's strange because Xin Zhao has been the one with the Locket of the Iron Solari this whole time.
Right, yeah,
but
you're right.
effective health-wise, he gets so much resistance from a well-placed ultimate. If he's just looking to completely tank, the Odd One would want to go for a Warmogs because it would stack so well. But we'll see what he ends up planning with. I feel like he just jumped on the Giant Spell once he had the gold to go for it, and he's going to continue to do this.
Right, and we see actually the supports as well, something we saw Edward doing quite a bit from Gambit Gaming, and what other supports have been kind of taking under their belt. If you're having a better than normal game, is just super amount of pink wards, and we saw it actually from the first second of this game. Xpecial just throwing them down everywhere.
He's really doing some cool stuff here on support. Rush the Ruby Sightstone.
Yep.
Has yet another pink ward. No boots.
No boots,
no
just
gold
running.
pretend, just wards. That's all he wants to do. He just wants to see stuff.
Yeah. So we'll have to see. He has a long-range initiation, though, so he saves on that speed to get himself into the fight. A good long-range gap closer, and that's actually where Team Solo Mid excels a lot, is 3 very fast gap closers if they can hit them, and only one of them's, or actually 2 of them are on point. Zin is, too, as we get back into the matchup here. We see Vulcun a little bit behind here if you're just tuning into the stream. Riven Jat bringing you the second matchup of the day. And it's going to be Team Solo Mid versus Vulcun. Team Solo Mid with a pretty good hold on the match right now, but it's still anybody's game at this point.
They executed an incredible mind game and then just brute force gank at the start of the match to get the very first blood. And from there, it's actually been really close, and the mind games are continuing. Now we actually see 3 members of both teams sat up in the top lane. Pink wards galore from Xpecial denying Vulcun vision. I wonder if they're going to be able to get in on a fight here.
And really, Smithy and the Odd One are just kind of following each other today. It's like they have a leash on each other. When they're top, they're top. The supports are there as well, just completely mirroring each other across the map this game, but being very omnipresent in their roles as well. Dyrus trying to give Psycho Sid a little bit of harass down in the bottom lane. Neither of them have a turret to work with, so they're just kind of on an island right now.
Oh, and the ult comes in up top.
That's the gap closer we were talking about right there. You don't need boots when you can fly 600 range. Muffin Cutie has a lot of damage, but he stays alive somehow. There's the armor, Jat. They throw down the flag as well, and Muffin Cutie walks out. Xpecial has his focus. Vulcun starts to turn this one around as Xpecial picks himself up 300 gold. Can the Odd One be taken down? A nice pop-up there, but the shield from Reginald as they come in. We can hear him in the background yelling. One last shot as Zuna gets taken down. He flashes, which actually puts him in a great position for a little bit more damage, but he may find himself going down here. Xpecial just too tanky. Him and Reginald going at it. Mandatory Cloud has time to join the fight, and the ultimate hits, but it misses Reginald. They could finalize the kill there. They're teleported in from Dyrus, and he's just there to make sure everything's all right.
Dyrus' ultimate comes in just a little bit too late, and that fight was hugely back and forth. The initial engagement was repelled, honestly, by armor from Vulcun. It allowed Muffin Cutie to stay alive just long enough, and then we were already talking about Reginald and ManCloud being on a leash, but at that moment, ManCloud had started to roam bottom, so Reginald made it up there 10 to 15 seconds before Gragas did, and it allowed TSM to at least get a bit out of that fight. Looking at it holistically, though, that is a small edge for Vulcun and a really good team fight for them overall.
Jat, let's check that out one more time and get a replay of that fight.
So we see them coming in, and look at everything going on to Muffin Cutie. I don't think they realized Smithy was there. The knock-up, the stun on Chaos denies so much damage, and then the fact that Muffin Cutie flashed away with that small of a bit of health really left the Odd One alone. Luckily, Xpecial could land that spell, and then this fight just went on for an extremely long time. Reginald makes it up, and Zuna has a really interesting thing here. He doesn't quite flash out of the Orianna ultimate, and that's actually what cost him his life.
Kind of put him in a good spot, but he was just there for way too much damage. Tons of damage, if you will.
One might say.
One might say, and they do sometimes. So we have 14 minutes on the clock now, 7-5, as both of these teams just continue to inch ahead. Nobody being able to find a really big gold lead here. It is about 2,000 gold right now. Going to be in favor of Team Solo Mid, but we just saw that fight. The huge armor effect coming in when they can get it to synergize Tarek's ultimate. Zuna was already well on his way with True Grit and that passive being stacked up. And then the flag toss, as you said, Jet, just making him more tanky. We'll see what kind of burst Zuna can do here with the assistance of Muffin Cutie. Looks like he's going to give himself a little tank on. Oh, collateral damage just missing.
And you can see how fearless they are in that top lane with the Tarek. That's why so many teams are banning him nowadays. It's really going to be a matter of when TSM can actually get some armor penetration onto their team, because they haven't built any yet. So if Vulcun actually can get a 5v5 fight, maybe around the next dragon, and they don't get completely caught in Reginald's Orianna spells, they're going to be in really good shape despite having the 2,000 gold disadvantage.
Well, we do have top lane backing. Dragon in 20 seconds. Dyrus teleport is still down, but we saw that was only a small factor in the fight last time. If it's a drawn-out fight again, Team Solo Mid could find themselves in an upper hand here.
And it's the Bloodthirsters being completed by both AD carries. There is an advantage of Reginald having the Athene's Unholy Grail to just an Industry Large Rod of Mandatory Cloud, but then the great thing is Xmithy has the Locket of the Iron Solari, whereas the Odd One is sitting on components for both the Warmogs and the Locket themselves. These teams know what's up, as they had almost the entire game. They really expect what the other team is doing. Pink wards galore coming out, vision denial trying to happen. And I think we're going to see a fight for this dragon, unless TSM gives it to Vulcun.
Well, you can see how confident TSM is, and this is what happened last time. Vulcun was on the dragon, and they got it, but they lost the fight afterwards. So TSM may still be quite, comfortable in that position of letting them start it and then going on it. And also, that's experience.
A lot of this will be on the initiation. Can Reginald get a good Orianna ult onto Vulcun, and can Xmithy combo his Jarvan ultimate with the rest of Vulcan's AoE? Everyone on TSM has flash up. Everyone on Vulcun except for Zuna has flash up, so this fight, and Xmithy has just a sliver on his flash as well. This fight's going to be extremely potent, and you can tell by the way they're poking back and forth, how cautious they are, how much this means to both teams.
I think if he comes close enough, the Odd One's going on to Psycho City, goes in, the Solar Flare hits very nicely. The MF ult just on the outside, but they get a great dazzle onto Chaos to stop the damage, but it's already too much from the rest of the team. Zuna has to cleanse off the exhaust, and he may go down once again. No, he gets his cleanse off and gets out that time. They have control now and may take Dragon.
That was the initiation coming out from TSM. They executed that very well, and I may have underestimated the amount of magic damage TSM actually does, both from Leona's passive proccing a whole bunch, and Renekton's ultimate dealing 70 magic damage per second because he'd hit that level 11 breakpoint. They actually destroyed Vulcun in that fight.
It looked really good on the initiation from TSM, and it went that way the entire time. Props to Muffin Cutie for really shutting down the MF ult, but by that time, they were already softened up, and they were able to just clean out the fight from there. Vulcun can maybe get somewhat of a push here mid. No, it's only going to be Mandatory Cloud by himself.
What's crazy about this is neither team took the dragon after the fight, and Chaos ran up top to clear the creep wave away. So after the lost team fight, Vulcan's going straight for the dragon. They beat TSM here, but TSM is on the hunt. Dyrus has his teleport up. They might actually get another fight immediately after the last one.
They're trying to hide. That ward's not really going to see him. The teleport's going to come in as they give it to Dyrus. He's going to land. It's a little late. He decides to stop it. As they said, dragon's down. It's not a fight to chance.
TSM decided it was better to not do it. They still had no MF ult, no Orianna ult, and no Renekton ult. The Psycho Sid Rumble ultimate had also missed as well, but I think that was just the cautious play of TSM. They realized since everyone from Vulcun was running away, that TSM would be able to get a lot of damage on that mid turret just off of it anyway.
It looks like they're going to be able to take this one down with the next wave. They do have Man Cloud to clear those out with Gragas, but I think there's just too much force coming in. Dyrus also pushing the top lane, so they got a few more things to worry about now. And that teleport also allowed that to happen faster as well. They know they can push this mid, as you said. They're going to give them a little distraction top as well.
And if they're able to push down this turret, I'm not sure if we're going to see a next fight. It looks like a lot of people are shopping. Look at the lead that Dyrus has on Psycho Sid, just from a meaningful perspective, 153 to 80. We talked about how key Dyrus would be, and he is not disappointing this game. Double Giants belt. He did that actually because he couldn't afford the full Warmogs and he just wanted more health. So he's like, well, I'm going to get a Sunfire later anyway. And now they're brute forcing down mid.
There it is. That minion wave is all they needed. A good throw-in, but they all get caught in the ultimate. This is what they wanted from the Cataclysm. Can they turn it around, though? There is just too much tank coming out for Team Solo Mid. The lanes were too strong, and into the fight phase, Vulcun seems to be faltering. They can't re-engage on that one, and TSM picks up another kill.
That was a Reginald sacrifice. I don't know if it was necessary, but it definitely happened. They did get the kill. They got the turret. They got the team fight that they wanted. 3,000 gold lead, and it is looking good for TSM right now.
So there are those few champions on Team Solo Mid that Vulcun can just crush out. But after using those abilities, you still have the Odd One and the Odd One and Dyrus to deal with. And those already take a few spell reels to get through. So these fights are only going to get longer and longer for Vulcun. If they can start to position, like we said, Zuna's on a bit of a different champion. It's more aggressive. He's going to have to see how he does inside the fights instead of living artillery from the outside or doing that twitch damage from the outside.
And I do gotta be wondering what Vulcan's thinking right now, because they're losing these kind of mid-game team fights, but I feel like it's gonna get worse for them. The items that TSM is about to build that they haven't even gotten yet, despite TSM winning team fights, are so important. There's the double AP composition coming out from Mandatory Cloud and Psycho Sid, but TSM is health stacking right now. When they get that Aegis or the Runic Bulwark on X Special, it's almost going to invalidate Mandatory Cloud and Psycho Sid's damage, just because they will have so much effective health against the magic damage dealers, and all the armor that Vulcan is getting from the auras that Tarek has and X-Smithy has will be negated if Chaos ever gets to a Black Cleaver or even just completes that last Whisper. So this is Vulcan's moment to push. It's just it hasn't been working, so they might be getting a little worried.
There's no dragon to dance about right now, and nobody's really got the damage for Baron just yet. It's all about finding somebody out in mid right now. Jat, 20 minutes into this one, the tower lead in favor of Team Solo mid. Not really using it to any advantage right now, though. We're definitely seeing a very cautious Team Solo mid, but knowing when to engage in their fights and really backing out. I think, you know, Nyut said the fight is really decided by when somebody starts, you know, turn around and walk out.
Especially with team compositions like this, where Jarvan is all in, Jin Zhao is all in. Those guys don't run away very well.
Right.
So, especially after you pop your ultimate on Jarvan. Dyrus teleport is up again. He's split pushing the top lane, and the pressure continues for TSM.
Pretty good siege clear here now that Rumble is at the turret. They're able to keep damage off of it, but still, TSM just continuously knocking on the front door of Vulcan, trying to push down these lanes one by one. Dyrus still in the top lane, having a field day. Highest farm in the game, 180. He's also 2-0-5. I also have a 2-0-7 special, kind of racking up the KDAs for the support there.
Finally starting to build some items of his own after they've gotten the kills from the team fight victories and the 3 turrets to 1. So the Brutalizer was on Chaos, but it looks like he's going for Last Whisper as well. I'm not sure when he's going to be getting those items, but his farming is coming along quite well. This is a very cautious Vulcan going through, and this is kind of the control we see from TSM when they get ahead in teams. They're kind of strangling out Vulcan.
Vulcan, you saw him ping onto Reginald, and they all 5 started to move there. They don't want to do it unless they have a superior power in numbers right now. They know a 4v5 won't even go in their favor. TSM is just able to draw these fights out, and Dyrus gets there in time every time. Still pushing the top lane now. He does have that Warmog's finished. The second belt, as you said, going for the Sunfire Cape, and that split push is only going to get more fierce.
I don't think Psycho Sid can deal with this push long term. He's 190 to 106. You just look at a glance at the items and you realize how Psycho Sid doesn't really have the items yet. He went for Elixir of Brilliance because he might be expecting a team fight kind of soon. And he knows he needs that spike of power because he is behind right now. Chaos is just split pushing the bottom lane. It could just be a matter of TSM waiting until they get those really big items that they know will win the game for them versus these team compositions, that they might just be biding the time, and they're willing to counter-engage Vulcan if Vulcan tries to do something aggressive. But if Vulcan's content just turtling up like this, TSM's easily going to take it.
Well, we saw pings just in the top lane a few seconds ago, pinging right behind Dyrus and then to the turret that were saying, you know, Psycho Sid, push this. We need to try to get some advantages. Dragon comes up in 4 seconds, so you can see Vulcan moving for that, but so is TSM in the top lane, still distracted.
And Psycho Sid can't realistically push against Dyrus. There's no way he can win that battle. So this is a potential 5v4 for Vulcan if they go in, because Dyrus will teleport. Rumble's trying to run down there as fast as possible, but TSM's already on the Dragon.
Dyrus sees that. He moves back into lane. The Dragon down to half health now. Has a little bit of abilities being thrown out. We see Mandatory Cloud trying to deter them. It's definitely, oh no, it is not. They stopped doing the damage almost within shot or smite range, and you can see Dragon or junglers moving in to grab that Dyrus, still giving him something to think about in the top lane as Vulcan moves in.
TSM kind of realizes that this is a fight that if they lost could lose in the game. They are all crowded up in Vulcan. We've seen this fight before. Here they go.
The odd one goes in. The smite does go to Smithy. They try to shut down Reginald. The MF ult hitting beautifully, but the equalizer is very nice. It doesn't give them enough to engage on. They do find Muffin Q to the equalizer damage there, and it looks like they are going to be able to get down to Smithy. He is quite tanky, and he could get out with a flag toss here. Good lockdown so far, and he gets the flag toss over to Golems. Mandatory Cloud forced to run the other way. Jat, they got him split.
And another fight goes to TSM a little bit. They might look to dive Smithy as flag tosses up in a second.
Oh, can he get it? Good damage from the barrel, and he does get him to stop it out. They're just forced to take the turret. I'm sure they're still happy.
After all that happens, that is a happy game for TSM. They got the turret and a kill, and the pressure continues. They did that again without their huge completed big-time items. I mean, the death cap is going to be coming soon for Reginald. That 4,000 gold lead is going to stretch big once they get all of these things built up. And that was a pretty good force by Vulcun, considering the situation they were in about a minute before that dragon fight. But it really is showing through in these team fights that they're not executing the right combos, and TSM kind of is.
Yeah, they went for that dragon. They still split. I think they put a little too much focus onto Reginald. He's not really the one they needed to peel. The MF ult was going on the whole time that we saw Smithy flag tossing and jumping onto Reginald, and that would have been great onto Chaos. But in a split second, you make those decisions. Looks like TSM was able to come out, but they didn't get the dragon. So, you know, little things going towards the way of Vulcun. The Baron is really going to be that deciding objective factor next. We are not objective free on the map just yet. Vulcan's trying to gain some ground.
Even in the pregame, we were thinking Vulcan's team comp is actually really hard to execute.
Right.
It's the Jarvan plus the blowback for Mandatory Cloud, so it's an engage comboed with a disengage. You have to time those just right to get what you want going, and I've yet to see them actually get a chunk of TSM in a spot with the Jarvan ultimate and then pop their AoEs on top of them. Psycho Sid's Rumble ults haven't really bisected team fights to split anyone up. The Gragas ults aren't successfully disengaging or blowing people away, and it's TSM. A lot of credit does have to go to TSM for that. It's not just Vulcun not executing properly. They're initiating in the right order and sequence, and they're just making it happen.
And there's also just mental positioning, you know, is different coming into a game with Gragas. You're like, don't bunch up. We know there's also going to be a lockout from Jarvan if you get bounced into the team, and they're not allowing Mandatory Cloud to find that bounce out, that one person that can be jumped out in the fight.
Reginald actually just missed his ultimate onto Zuna. Zuna was able to quick draw out of it, so there was a very small window here. If Vulcun wants to try to go for something with no Orianna ult, they might go for Darius, but he's running away.
And there's the flag toss over, so they're going to hold off on that till Smithy can get his engage back on those cooldowns. And it's just going to be really the tit for tat in mid. The wards are going to go down on both sides as it just becomes the siege clear until someone gets caught out.
Vulcun aggressively posturing despite falling behind in almost every team fight the last 4 or 5 we see. They want this mid turret because the pressure from TSM has been too much. This is an opportunity for TSM to engage, and the winner of this fight, if it's a big win, based that we're 27 minutes in the game, would be a great timing for a Baron of some kind. So this is a very dangerous situation, I'd say, especially for Vulcun to be putting themselves in right now.
Now, do you think TSM is going to fall behind, or sorry, Vulcun is going to fall behind and get a little hurt here, that they're not doing as much health stacking? We saw last week in LCS, Rumble was used a bit more as a tank and kind of forget about the AP ratios there.
TSM really wants to go in. I'll answer that after the fight because here they go.
Going in onto Psycho Sid. The equalizer falls down. A beautiful MF up from Chaos. And the health bars of Vulcun are absolutely dropping. The solar flare to keep him in range. The double kill coming in for Chaos. They look to push down mid. But Smithy gonna go down before he can get his flag toss off. They pick up another one that's 3 for nothing and head towards Baron.
The TSM shouts come out, and Riv, I think it's just a matter of the team with more gold has more items. I don't think it really has to do with the health stacking per se. They did have the Aegis of the Legion, and they did have their armor shred that fight. I think those were the deciding items, if anything. The Aura armor shred and the Aura magic resist to just make Vulcan's team comp feel pathetic. It's not a pathetic comp, but the items that TSM has built were proper. They get the Baron, and this is a stranglehold now.
This is big. Zuna's trying to do what he can to take down this mid turret. Looks like he may be able to exit stage right, and he can't even get the turret in time. Yes, he does have the siege minion there for the assist. He gets that one down, creeping back in the gold lead, but it's jumped to 6,000 now, and that's starting to mean some big things. Like you said, it's the gold that's mattering in these fights, and actually, Dyrus not even going for the Sunfire. He's going for the Randuins, so they can just pretty much close this one out in the next team fight.
Right, because now that they have the 30 magic resist aura that comes out from the runic bulwark, if Dyrus has just the Mercury treads, he's got 3,700 health, and he will have 132 magic resist, right? So that's actually pretty good resiliency to casters despite not having to build that much magic resist itemization. So he's really just worried about Zuna and potentially Xsmithy for doing things, and at this point he's not going to be able to repel that giant of a crocodile flying into his face. So it's real trouble right now. I do feel like Vulcan's window to take edge in this game may have passed a little while ago.
Yeah, Dyrus even keeping himself safe with wards up top at 30 minutes in the game. He's been so tanky, but he's still not giving Vulcan a chance to get back in this one. They're not giving him those side lane kills right now because these guys are worth money. Dyrus 2-0-8, 2-0-10 Leona, as we said, and usually a support is the one you can focus out if you need some quick gold, but it's Leona. You can't exactly do that. Team Solo Mid's fight composition has come completely to fruition right now. Vulcan can't find a way to take it down. It's going to be quite hard for him.
Leona's Sunlight procs are actually hitting quite frequently because Chaos is constantly triggering them on the whole team.
Right.
After the Solar Flare comes down and the Eclipse goes through for Leona, so it's a good amount of execution that TSM has been putting on this whole time, and I think TSM is going to be getting their first dragon, surprisingly, this whole game, because Vulcan's finally stopped forcing it.
They may go in for this one. Big moves from TSM here on the impact plays. 30 minutes in. They look to make the map completely objective-free. They do so as Dyrus giving a little bit of hell here to Smithy as he goes for the blue off mandatory on the outside. This is Vulcan. They know they have a ward that they are at Dragon, and they don't even want to go on to Dyrus because they know it could still be a bad situation.
Dyrus is real scary right now. They just kind of realized that they'd have to burn a lot of resources just to get him down. And they know that TSM would realize the positional disadvantage that Vulcan put themselves in on the map and just push more free turrets. That's the only resource that Vulcan has left at this point as they try to jump in on Chaos 2v4.
A great lock up there. Great job by X-Special locking up Zuna. They try to get the damage back. The AD carries are low. Actually, Chaos is out of this one, and they're going to go on to Muffin Cutie. Great repositioning by TSM here to get themselves back in the fight, throwing down the ward in mid for Dyrus to teleport in as they continue down the lane.
Reggie just arrived.
There it is, the ultimate command shockwave coming in, shutting down one more member. It's only 1-for-1, but that looked really good as TSM's poised to take a turret as well.
Chaos barely died in that as well. That was another last-ditch effort by Vulcan, and it seems like every time Vulcan has tried to create something in this game, TSM has answered with something better. From the very start, the 2v3 tower dive was Vulcan's answer to TSM's play, and TSM played anyway, and they just got it done as they push up mid.
You know, Jack, like you were saying before, this is that point where Vulcan kind of looked fearless, and they keep going in. They were pushing mid after being down. It kind of worked for the mid turret, but this time they kind of forgot that TSM still had Baron. They initiated on mid, and it completely closed in on them.
I can't really fault Vulcan for trying that, though. It was an opportunity. They did get the kill onto Chaos, and they know they're getting strangled out right now by TSM. They're trying to find fights where they just have numbers advantages, and they did find one. So they got Baron off one guy. They lost a turret for it. They were hoping, obviously, for a lot more, but this is what you have to do when you're behind in a game. It doesn't always work out, but I think that was a good play by Vulcan.
Well, you don't land any grabs if you don't throw them, a Blitzcrank player would say. So
you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
There you go. Yeah, that's right. Throw it out. 33 minutes into this one, 16-8 as the score doubled by Team Solo Mid, and 9,000 gold in the lead as that starts to mean a lot, especially this late in the game. 5-2 on the turrets, 2 Randuins coming in, so completely shutting down any attack speed they're trying to get from Zuna on his quick draw and Jarvan's flag when they throw it down. So they're really shutting down that fight aspect, and they're just positioning well again, pretty much shutting down Mandatory Cloud's whole ability line.
And this is an example of the whole tankiness thing we were talking about earlier. Like, Dyrus is ahead of Zuna right now, and he's put all of his resources into tankiness. It should be really hard, nearly impossible for Zuna to kill him here, because that's exactly what Dyrus is built towards, and he has more invested into his chosen path. When he gets onto Zuna, I kind of feel a little bit sorry for him here because he's fallen back to a point where he's just getting punished. I don't think he can meaningfully impact the fights at this point.
Well, it's going to be difficult. Like we said, he's not on a champion that can keep him on the outside, so he's forced into that stacked team of Team Solo Mid right now. The buckshot and his collateral damage is the only thing keeping him safe. His team really can't peel what's being dished out. Too many gap closers on TSM, jumping right out of Cataclysm. We'll have to see what they can do in the next fight. Dragon's coming up. Probably won't be too much of a contest for either team. Somebody will probably get that straight out. 35 minutes in here, and Zuna and his team trying to hold on.
It's a long amount of holding on for them here because TSM, they waited through that whole Baron without actually taking too many objectives. So it's almost one of those things like earlier, and it's one of the reasons TSM has been winning this game. They're waiting for Vulcun to make moves because they know that they can reactively beat them. So they're actually not taking too much into their own hands. They're waiting for Vulcun to leave their base. They're waiting for Vulcun to contest the Baron, which is up in 45 seconds, and then they're going to jump on them. They don't need to tower dive an inhibitor because they know that Vulcun needs to come and contest the Baron because they don't want to fall farther behind.
Vulcun looking to position here as both teams poised for the Baron in 30 seconds. This is going to be the ward clearing part, then the Baron boogie part, and then the Baron, who's going to be able to grab it. Definitely a tide turner of the game if Vulcun can grab this, but it's not going to be huge leaps and bounds. They're still going to be scraping back. They're going to use this Baron to push all of their lanes back out, possibly get a good engagement on Team Solo Mid for some turret takedowns. They have yet to find one for the past 10-15 minutes on the game. So they are definitely hungry.
We might see it right here.
Poising in. Dyrus actually getting caught out as he jumps into the bush, but he is the tanky one. There's the health we were talking about. The armor to come in for Vulcun in this fight, though. Can they turn it around? The Solar Flare locks up a good amount. A Forest Flash coming in from Xpecial. The double kill coming in as the MF ultimate as well, shredding down Vulcun. Psycho Sid and Zuna forced to run.
The Reginald ult deleted 2 people right there as X-Smithy tries desperately to fly in at the end. And another 3-for-0, just smart, consistent, methodical play by Team Solo Mid. It looks a little aggressive, but they are completely under control.
And Xpecial stays alive by a nice Locket and Orianna shield in the end there. The Oracle stays alive. Their control is just absurd if they're able to get this Baron. Like I said, this was pretty much that factor Vulcun needed to keep themselves going in this one.
It's so tricky for Vulcun to almost do anything right now. They can't get the Baron steals. They're walking into one TSM trap after another, but I don't know how much they were able to do in this matchup as Zuna can't even get the blue buff as Reginald pokes it away last second.
Unfortunate.
Yep. The ball got it.
Oh, the ball got it. So it looks like they're going to back off, look for one final push. Dyrus gets the bottom lane here. His teleport is still in, even if TSM falls into danger during a turret dive. We're going to see a quick replay of that last fight and just see where TSM's dominance is really coming from.
And this was a fact of Dyrus, once we get this replay up, just sitting in the brush and waiting for Vulcun to collapse in on him. He knew he wouldn't die. Vulcun actually landed pretty much everything they wanted to, but TSM brute forced this fight through and through. The Leona ult into the Orianna / MF ult, gone. And from there, the fight was just decided.
The chase out, you can see him coming in, like you said, the health being such a big factor, and Vulcan's composition of the defense came into play. We saw the first part of burst damage, you know, be mitigated. The armor is working, but it's a little too, wow.
Too little, too late.
Thank you, because context of sentences works well.
It was more like too much, too early, not enough, too late.
There
or
you
something
go,
like that.
exactly. So coming into these fights, you know, props to the composition, but they're not able to get it to work in these fights from what TSM has been able to do.
And Zuna going all glass cannon on Graves, which is what he needs to do. If he can get an Infinity Edge, he will be able to dent Dyrus at least a little bit. But he's not there yet, and Dyrus is punishing him in the bottom lane as TSM pushes top.
The laugh from Dyrus.
He's good at doing that.
He's good, you know, it's quick, fast fingers. Looks like they're starting to push down onto this top lane. They say bottom, it's not, but it is the bottom of the top lane. So as they get some damage down onto the turret, the kill lead 19-8 right now. There's an ultimate coming out again, quick draw by Zuna. He's definitely got the mark there for the ult from Reggie.
And this time with the Baron buff, they got just under 2 minutes left on it. I think they're going to be trying to break the inhibitor wall right here. They're slowly pushing in. Dyrus has the teleport up. He's split pushing. Vulcun is going to be really hard pressed to handle this one. TSM will look to dive, I think, as soon as they see a window.
The Equalizer, losing that is such a big factor here. If Mandatory Cloud steps out, I feel that the odd one is just going to charge him. He is sitting on the outside there. Doesn't want Zuna, because Zuna can dash away, but I think they can lock up Gragas fast enough. Mandatory Cloud, that is, before he can body slam, because he's going to be in there for the damage.
Look at the damage that the odd one just did, or sorry, that Reginald just did to almost everyone on Vulcun. This turret is not going to be defensible for long.
Zuna loses half of his HP from the dissonance. Oh my gosh, Reginald right now completely stacked. That Void Staff along with the Rabadons completely shredding through them, and it looks like they may engage here. Smithy taking a lot of damage, and they go right on to Zuna. It's going to be the inhibitor in front of them right now. A beautiful shockwave grabs 3, locked down by Solar Flare. They can't even move for a good 3 seconds. Mandatory Cloud is left. The exhaust is used, and he's forced to hightail it to the fountain. TSM looks to have full control of Vulcan's base.
Reginald, 588 AP on Orianna, and he just won them that fight. We know TSM was far ahead before it, but that was some brilliant ball control by Reginald. Dyrus didn't even bother coming in. He was just pushing the bottom lane. They're going to end it here.
He's been playing a whole different game himself. In each lane he's in, his friends in a different one as well, but they've now joined in the same one at the Nexus. They found each other. Looks like they're going to take it down. TSM grabs the second win of the day.
So a little bit slower than our first game, where Dignitas took out Marn, but a powerful victory by Team Solo Mid. They look happy after that. The TSM shouts overpowered Zuna's shouts because they had more victorious moments.
Yeah, and you know what? It looks like experience triumphs once again this week in the LCS. The newer teams couldn't find themselves a win, but
we got
the
2 more
falters,
games.
They came early, but the falters came in the parts where we thought those teams would be the strongest. So that only means that this TSM, this Dignitas that we saw, are only getting stronger, and they're not going to let up. They're not taking these teams lightly. They're saying, you know what, we're going to play 110% still, even if you guys are still kind of an unknown.
They know in this 28-game season that every game is going to matter.
Yeah.
The top 2 teams are the only ones that are completely safe to move through to the next half of the LCS. Everyone else will be at least at a little bit of risk to fall into the up-down matches, and for teams like Vulcan, they really want to avoid that 7-8 automatic force into playing off near at the end of the season. So it's nice to see them adapt.
It is. And Jat, we had that matchup of the day. It was the Shouters, Chaos versus Zuna. And in the end, Chaos just had so much money. He throws double Giants belts on himself because he's like, these fights are going to go on for a while. I just want to be able to stay tanky. And really just completely out-itemizing Zuna in the builds. They shut him down very well.
So much gold, so much power. I think TSM played that one slow and smart.
All right, guys, so after the break, we're going to be talking with Chaos from TSM. Don't go anywhere. The North American LCS will be right back. All right, everyone, we're back, and joining us here is Chaos from TSM after their latest win against Vulcun. How's it going, Chaos? How you feeling?
Good. It was an expected win, so
all right.
As happy as I can be, I guess.
Right on.
So I got some questions because I had a few theories in that game that were kind of answered. The 3v2 tower dive you guys did right at the start of the game.
Yeah.
Like that's something that you did in the previous game against Vulcun.
Yeah.
I was really surprised when you guys went in 3v2. Why did you guys do that?
Because it works.
Because you just know you can dive 3v2.
Yeah, they got so low off the initial burst. The idea is you just kill someone or get someone really, really low before they are even able to retaliate. So Rumble got down to like 20% off just all of our abilities in one auto attack each. So it just works.
So you think even with the 2-man defending the turrets, like what is the answer to that 3-man dive? Like why are teams not doing that back to you?
They're not good enough.
So it's execution, you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much.
Cool. Good stuff.
Like,
So-
oh yeah.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, it's actually something that we play against CLG a lot, and the only way is literally let the tower die, and then sometimes against CLG we let the second tower die. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
Coming in to this, we saw Edward doing a lot with Gambit, but Xpecial's doing it as well, and you guys are just covering the map in pink wards from the early start of the game. What are you guys looking to get out of that?
Just denying vision. I guess I'll give away some of it. It's just because if they know we're gonna dive top, it's like, well, they're gonna back off 100%.
Right.
Or they should.
Yeah.
But if they don't have vision like in that top side, there's also a possibility to gank mid. So it's just having options for that initial dive is very, very important.
Right on. Awesome.
So how's the psychological warfare working out this game? You can still scream in the TSM.
Yeah.
You guys going to be doing that the whole season?
Seems to be working.
I think against Vulcun, just because they kind of did it to us first, it's just like, well, we're kind of beating them, and we're probably going to beat them. It is sort of a mutual respect not to shout at each other, I guess, because it doesn't affect either team all that much. But against other teams, I think we are going to scream really, really loud, like way more loud than the one against Vulcun.
Well, it's definitely a team pickup because there's absolute smiles on the face when you guys are doing it, and usually it's you to start it off.
I mean, it's just sometimes I even forget. It's just like we're killing them off, and okay, there's actually a best time to start shouting, like. When
the odd one is dying to dragon.
No, definitely not. But when you're like chasing them down or something like, or as soon as the fight is turning to your favor, that is like the perfect time to start shouting. And then I guess second after it would be just be like after you won the fight.
Right.
But still
coming out with the triple kill.
Yeah.
So I just want to go back to kind of your item choices throughout the game.
Yeah.
You guys were stacking a lot of giant belts early. You didn't build armor pen for very long.
Yeah.
And then right at the end, you kind of completed the runic bulwark and the black cleaver at the same time. Were you like waiting for any huge item thresholds before team fights? Like, are you guys keeping that into account, or are you just taking the opportunistic fights regardless of the items?
Yeah, I think opportunistic fights before before the huge items, because giving away dragons is never good, and MF ult sort of scales really well already at level 6 and level 11, so you don't really need cleaver. And as for the giant belts, it was just because they were focusing me so hard. Like, for one dragon fight, they chased me into blue, like very deep into our blue.
Yeah.
And it was like I cleansed the ignite, then I flashed there, and I was like, "There's no way they're gonna chase me." But then they chased me, and like they trapped themselves essentially, and I died. But Graves, I think Rumble, also just literally just suicided to kill me.
Right on. So coming into picks and bans, you guys have seen a LeBlanc ban every time from these teams. Does that just kind of make you raise an eyebrow, or are they rightfully to ban that because of what you guys have in your sleeve?
I'm actually really surprised that like they caught on to our LeBlanc top lane. Like,
all right.
Darius has been. I'm just.
For a second, I was like, "What?" I was like, "No."
Yeah. Yeah. Reggie played LeBlanc mid. I think in solo queue like quite a few times, and he pretty much beasted every single like competitive mid. And then ever since CLG banned it, because he beat Link really badly with it in scrims and in solo queue, I think every other team is sort of like, well, CLG beat TSM.
Yeah.
LeBlanc ban? I guess that's the mentality.
Right on, right on.
So going into your next matchup, which is going to be against Dignitas, right? Your second rematch, really, from the first week.
Yeah.
What was your preparation like? If you can, I don't want you to really reveal anything to me, but what is your cycle for preparing from one week to the other now that we're in the season?
Yeah, it's actually it's actually a work in progress because as soon as we get back, it's already Saturday and half the day is gone. The European LCS is happening, so we kind of want to watch that. It's rough to find scrims Saturday and Sunday because of that. And then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we have those 3 days, but Wednesday night we fly out. So it's definitely a work in progress to get a really solid schedule going forward.
Right on. All right, Kaox, thank you very much. Congratulations on your match. Good luck in the rest of the day. Guys, we asked you a question earlier on Twitter, and that was which team could hand Curse their first loss and why? So let's see what you guys had to say here.
Yeah, so the first response we have from Tiburus Audley, and it says, Curse, their best chance at losing with their roster is to defeat themselves. How deep.
Philosophical answer.
Well, you know, Curse, especially for St. Vicious in the past, has been one of those teams that does have, they had huge communication problems in the past.
True.
So when things are clicking, they feel great, but I wonder how things work when they turn around. That could be true.
It's almost the best answer with really not seeing anybody have a way to put a dent in Curse, except for, I guess, GGU, though. So our next one coming in here, I think that any team can control the pace and rein in key players of Curse and can win. And looking at TSM mostly in that. So a lot of individual skill.
Right, so they're really just looking at the team solo mid, like all the high elo solo queue superstars there, the individual pressure from Dyrus or Reginald or the lane going down. That's a pretty smart response. I mean, Curse has been winning almost from a bit of a superstar's perspective. Saint is farming and counter-ganking, and for the most part, their lanes are surviving on their own. So as soon as a team can put the pressure back on them, it works pretty well.
Very kind of Gambit Gaming-esque. You just have great talent in lanes and then raw power outside in team fights. And nobody, Curse or die. Obviously, there's a few of those Curse fans out there. Actually, more than probably a few. But yeah, a lot of people are looking for that 28-0, says Purples.
Yeah, so thanks for those tweets, and keep them coming. We're at LOL Esports with the hashtag LCS.
Guys, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 more matches today, and then Friday, the North American LCS starts at 5 p.m. Pacific with Curse taking on Vulcun for the first time. But coming up next, it's a David versus Goliath matchup. Complexity, formerly known as the Brunch Club, takes on the undefeated Curse. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Freak here with my color-casted compatriot, Sam Coey24, Hartman Kensler. The guy is a, like, beacon of masculinity and handsomeness.
Oh, why
Can
thank
I
you,
just?
Freak.
It is. Anyway, it's I don't know if you're Riv, but you are like at that tier. Anyway, guys, it is time for our third match of the day: Complexity versus Curse. And Curse is looking to become the first 4-0 team in the LCS, the only one undefeated so far. Now, last time we saw Complexity, they were known as the Brunch Club, tearing their way through the North American qualifier. However, on that tear, they got a little snag that caught up with Curse.
They did, and everyone can agree that one of the key factors so far with Curse's success has definitely been St. Vicious's jungle presence. He has been not only going back to his roots of counter jungling at every opportunity, but he's also been predicting the ganks of the enemy jungler and putting himself into a good position for counter ganks, and it afforded him 2 out of 3 first bloods last week. Now this week, with them going up against Complexity, it's also going to be interesting because Lauda Mortis will be on the opposite team. He's a jungler who has said that he was inspired to start jungling by St. Vicious.
Inspired. I love that, right? The reason I'm even here in this role is because of Saint, and I love that. But there's a lot of other factors, of course, as well for Curse. We've seen Voyboy really tearing it up.
Yeah, the top lane has definitely been successful for them. And Nick Wu, again, on the other side with Complexity, he has a lot of promise. He's done some games really, really well, but he's still unproven. They haven't played any games so far, so this is going to be exciting.
All right, well, that's not the only story, because when it comes to Nick Wu, he's got a brother in the LCS as well. Of course, Clicky D, the jungler from Team Marn. So, you know, LCS is a bit of a family affair. Let's check it out.
My name is Clark Smith. My gamer tag is Clicky D.
My name is Nicholas Wu Smith. My gamer handle is Nick Wu.
Seriously, hasn't even hit me yet. I still can't believe that we both made it. I had heard that when Team Marn was playing our very last match to make it in, he cried when we won.
Yeah, I was crying, but it was, tears, a small amount of tears, and there were tears of joy. Yeah, Clark and I are each other's #1 biggest fans.
The dynamic of our relationship is actually better now, since we're both on different teams, but we're both underdog teams. So we both need to work to make each other better so that we can both compete with the other top teams. On a regular day, we pretty much just wake up at a random hour. As far as our practice goes, we don't practice at all at home. And so when we play League of Legends, we go to a nearby LAN center called Dream Lab. The owner of Dream Lab has been really, really nice to us.
I'm very, very, very happy for them. I always knew they can do it, and when they made it, I was practically in tears. I just couldn't believe it.
And to show his support, I guess he bought us both separate stations that only we could use at the LAN center.
Just from there, having our own setups, we just played League every day. My brother and I, we still maintain the same, close relationship.
We want both of our teams to be good enough to beat all the other teams.
I think it might change once we start getting into, the nitty-gritty of the LCS.
He's going to get his brother all over the field. He's just going to go up, and it's his brother that gets him. It's Clicky D taking down Nick Wu.
No matter what happens, I want to win, of course, but it's not like I want him to lose.
I don't know if I'm going to cry, but yeah, I'm definitely going to be rooting for him.
Clark would win in a real fight. He's buffer than I am, I'll admit that. But I'm better at League.
If it were to come down to my team versus my little brother's team, I would have to wish him the best of luck, and may the best brother win.
All right, so let's take a look at our lineups here. On the blue side, it is Complexity. Nick Wu, of course, we just saw him in that video. He's the top laner. Lauda Mortis in the jungle, Chuper on mid, and Brunch U and MIA on AD and support.
And on the red side, we have Voyboy, of course, at top, St. Vicious in the jungle, Jackie in mid, Cop AD, and Elements on support.
And this is going to be just a really, really fun matchup. Actually, I want to talk about MIA because he has probably the best screen name in all of competitive League of Legends.
I don't know if you're going to bring that up, but it is.
I wanted to.
There's so many levels to it.
It's great. So, MIA, okay, yeah, MIA is a term in League of Legends, that's fine. But actually, he's got a prosthetic eye. So MIA missing in action, and then the I is actually the word I, and it's just...
It works on a lot of levels.
It works. It works. And I was like, I didn't know the context at first, and then one of the players told me about it, and I was like, it went from being the worst name in LCS to the best name in LCS, just with that little bit of context.
First you're like, oh, okay, he spelled I instead of putting an I. But
yeah. No, it's the meta stuff, man.
Too good.
I'm so meta, even this acronym.
But yeah, I mean, for this game, I'm really excited because I'm always excited to watch Curse. Actually, there's a couple oddballs. Like Saint Vicious will jungle literally anything. Yeah. And I have a little feeling that something we might see coming out here would be a jungle Kassadin, because he's actually started that a few times, and it worked out pretty well for him. So we know that as soon as Saint finds something that he really likes, they will let him roll with it. Like he's a shot caller, and he'll be like, I'm going to play this. Now build a team around it.
And they do that actually. They do that a lot, actually. They do that with Voyboy as well, where Voy's like, guys, I want to play top Katarina. You should just pick it.
Yeah.
All right, fine. Yeah, and then just run for it. So we are in a Champions Select. We can see what these guys are going for here. I'm hoping we see those kind of extra special picks. I would like to see Jungle Kassadin.
I mean, yeah, I mentioned there was 2. The other one would definitely be Elements, of course, down in the support role. We always know, like, Cop's, his favorite's pretty easy. Like, right now it's MF. It's consistent. He does one thing at a time. But then Elements, I just asked Cop right now, and I was like, oh, what do you think you guys are going to have bot lane? And he's like, I never know what Elements is going to pick. I ask for Sona, and then he says, I feel like Fiddlesticks. So
good. No, it's fine. I mean, he has a great, very wide champion roster, and it seems to always, well, at least mostly work out really, really well.
You need to have that wild card on your team so that the other team can't predict what you're going to do. You always have the crazy man.
It's just great as well, right? Like you saw the Kale pick from Dignitas last time, where they sent that in the mid lane instead. But right off the bat, they grabbed Vi. It's funny, we talked to Skara about Vi and Kale specifically, and it was like, oh yeah, if you pick Kale, you block Vi basically because you pop the ult and you're fine. Here with Kale banned, they first pick Vi and they're great.
Yeah, and Vi is definitely one of those new sort of trinity of bruiser jungles that's super popular. Yeah. Xintao, Vi, and of course Jarvan. He could be played in a lane though. So Complexity, we haven't seen them do anything yet. Like they've had a lot of time to come up with a good strategy. This could even be a lane Vi.
It absolutely could. We saw it from mid from Shushay back in the LCS Europe qualifiers. We've seen her top lane in general as well. Now, you called it. Cop is on Misfortune. Yeah. And we've got the Death Pony. We've got Hecarim up in the jungle here. Well, sorry, I think we've seen top Hecarim from Voyboy as well. But my guess is jungle here.
Yeah, he's really strong in the jungle. This is a lot different than what I thought Saint was going to do, because Hecarim is a very late game jungler. Like he is a beast late game. It's so hard to take him down when he gets that max W. But Saint recently has been doing a lot of very early invades and stuff where Hecarim does not really shine as much there. So yeah, it's a possibility that it could be top lane. I'm still holding out for that jungle Kassadin because I really want to see it. He explained it to me, and I won't spoil it for you guys, but it's very interesting.
Well, what's great here is they can show Kassadin and be like, counterpick us, how dare you, bro.
Yeah, I know.
And then just be like, into the jungle you go, and because like with showing Hecarim too, right? Like I think people know Voy and they know he does play top Hecarim, but they could literally show Kassadin. 99% of all players would be like, oh, it's Kassadin mid and Hecarim in the jungle, and then switch them all over.
Yeah, Saint was like, yeah, go ahead and talk about it because like no one else is going to take it seriously. So I was like, okay. But like, if you think about it, like Kassadin, he's an amazing assassin, and when he's played AP mid, he usually struggles in that lane. Like it's so many champions can bully him out of lane. If he's in the jungle, he gets a medium amount of farm. It's going to be consistent as long as you don't get invaded, and he's got 100% roam time. You never know where Kassadin is. That's a very scary gank. So. Theoretically, it sounds really good, but of course with the Elise lock-in, we're not going to see it this game.
Yeah, not likely. Of course, with that as well, of course, Saint Vicious is just the guy who lane taxes everyone anyway.
Yeah, and that's why Hecarim is going to work well for him, because Hecarim getting fed, going late game, you can't take him down.
It's a good thing to see. And speaking of taking things down late game, we've got a Kog'Maw now picked up here for Complexity. So they've got quite a bit of late game power here.
Yeah, they have definitely filled out pretty much a normal routine, I say here, with the top lane, Renekton. Oh, actually, they could still switch it up. Ladder Mortis is holding on to the Renekton for a little bit.
Well, they got another pick to go.
Okay, yeah.
They can't swap.
Yeah, they'll probably switch it. Okay, so the teleport Renekton, I was going to say, has been so common. Like, we just saw Dyrus do it. Pretty much everybody's doing. He's just a bully in that top lane, and then when you take teleport, you get that extra global presence to be able to take other objectives.
And it's interesting, actually, when we were watching the very first game, Dan Din was talking to me about all the picks, whatever, and he was like, Yeah, if you take teleport, it basically says you're not expecting to win lane. You're just like, screw it, I'll lose lane, I'll just go for objectives here.
Yeah, it's either that or you win lane. And,
anyway.
And then instead of just winning your lane, you're like, oh, I get dragon and everything else I want to. So it works out either way.
So it's supreme confidence or non-confidence.
Yeah, if you don't have Ignite, then it's going to be a little more iffy. We'll probably see him start out with a red pot, I think. If you don't have Ignite, then I'm definitely, I'd say it's like 90% he's going to start with a red pot.
All right, and now you've seen actually the picks come through here. So Jackie, again, is on Rise. Looks like a pretty standard lineup here. What do these look like to you?
Yeah, I mean, this, like you said, it's standard. We've got Voyboy on Elise. That's always really fun to see. Ever since she came out, like before she was super popular, it was Voyboy was the first one in North America to make waves with her, and it's really exciting to see him. Especially, he mastered the 2v1 with Elise, which is a little more tricky than some people give credit to. But her repel is such a great tool against those tower dives. We've seen so many 2v1 lanes go bad for the solo laner because they get those early dives, or just the AD and support can dive the tower themselves and take the kill. But at least 2 seconds is just as long as Vladimir's Sanguine Pool of invulnerability. Like, you can't target him under the tower, and it's great for the early tower dives.
I'm expecting at some point Voyboy presses E and just dodges Lux's final spark.
He does. Yeah, it's going to happen.
Yeah. And do you know from experience, I would guess, but I'm not sure, would it also dodge Vi ultimate?
I haven't used a Vi ultimate on Elise. It says that she, like, everyone's like, oh yeah, she can get to whatever she wants. Every single time he's like, you can always get to what you want. So I'm going to say that she'll jump into the rafters.
Just jump like way the heck off the map.
Yeah,
like
I'm pretty sure it will dodge that too, though.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. Of course, we're loading up into the game, and it is Valentine's Day, and I do want to point out that, thank you, Elements. Picked up Pink Tarek. He matched the color scheme here on Valentine's Day, so thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, gold star for you, Elements.
Going for 4-0, and of course, guys, we are into the game. You are seeing Complexity on blue, Curse on red. This is Complexity's first showing, and Curse is looking to go 4-0 and be the only undefeated team that has played a game in LCS.
They're looking to stay undefeated. Like, they are really happy last week, and they don't want to lose that. They went out, celebrated, and they're like, we should probably do this every week. We'll just go celebrate. That'll be our normal routine. We'll go win our games Thursday, Friday, and then we'll go out and celebrate.
Friday night, just hang out.
That's just the normal thing to do.
Well, if you're Cursed so far, it's working for you, so we'll see what that ends up being. Now, right now, you're seeing what looks like a pretty aggressive posture here for Curse. They're actually all down to this bottom brush. Some early warding coming out from Elements, and then, look, he takes the long way around as well, coming around the right-hand side down by the turret and meeting up, so this could be a red steal.
Yeah, this is very sneaky here for Curse. They don't have a long range. Like, Voyboy could start with the cocoon and just throw it over there, and Elements has stun though. They throw the ward and he gets seen.
Voy's already learned Q anyway, so yeah, he wasn't going for the cocoon at all.
Okay.
They just walk right through it. They get ward control, but they know they've been spotted, so they're still together. But I think just with them being spotted, they just completely backed out. They're going for their own blue instead.
Yeah, Complexity didn't have to waste a lot of wards. We talk about so many times the 7 ward opening for CLG. Yeah. They just get complete vision of the entire map. Complexity, they spread out, and so they didn't have to waste them early. Now they've placed 2 sort of late in the early game, and those are going to last a lot longer, so we can see any of those early moves from St. Vicious.
All right, well, right now he's moving just to these wolves right here, using abilities, getting that farmed up. Pretty easy sort of early opening for him. So yeah, standard blue start. We'll see if he saves Smite. We'll see if he tries to invade. You talked about Saint really not being an invader here on Hecarim. Is he just never going to go into the enemy jungle?
I mean, it's still a possibility because it's St. Vicious, but Hecarim that's one of the things about him. He gets so much better late game. His early game is not what he's known for. The AD's bottom also, it looks very passive. Both of them starting with that Doran's Blade, and then a Soraka lane is always just sort of trying to stave off the deaths and just wait and farm up.
And what's interesting about the Soraka, actually, is she's gone Starcall first. Actually, Brunshu getting caught up a little bit at this bottom lane. A lot of pressure onto him, down right to 200 health. And again, MIA does not have heal yet, so Brunshu's stuck here with 5 health per attack from a Doran's Blade.
Talking about that Doran's Blade start, like I was saying, it looks like it's going to be passive, but he got caught out early, and so now he has no sustain until we get a level 2 Soraka.
You just look at this in Elements and Cop, they are playing fairly close up. They're aware of jungle ganks, but they're pretty much in auto attack range whenever Brunch goes for a last hit, and you can see he's now zoned out of even experience range.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why Cop his favorite champion right now is MF, her lane presence is ridiculous. She hits really hard, and she can get that early double ups to win any trade that she wants. St. Vicious is gonna go farm up his double golems right now. So both junglers really just farming up the jungle right now. We haven't seen anything come out early from Vi, and she is one that can come at you from so many different angles.
We'll see. I mean, you're just seeing the poke just constantly come out here. We'll see if anything can happen from there. Again, just the pressure constantly put down here. MIA really taking some damage. Hop on a potion himself. Finally has that heal.
Oh my goodness, Brunch is so low.
Yeah, this is a very painful lane for them right now. I mean, they're I would guess relying on Kog'Maw for late game, but he's having a hard time getting there.
Vi might want to come just into lane and soak up some experience here, let Kog'Maw go back and heal, because they actually can dive very early here. Something like this is what would bring Hecarim to some early aggression if the lane is so low like that.
200 health Kog'Maw. Maybe Charge of Darkness works here.
Yeah, that could happen, especially with Taric. He's one of the best at tower diving. Oh, there goes the stun.
And again, just the damage. You see the E coming out. Chop's actually run out of mana finally, harassing so much. And I gotta give some props though, Complexity. Cop's now finally out of mana, and they're starting to get their health bars back up.
Yeah, here comes Vi. Also, you can see her. She's heading sort of towards the bottom lane. A lot of complaints, or pretty much the only complaint, actually, people have about Vi as St. Vicious goes middle for an early gank.
He's going to knock Cheaper back up into the Rune Prison. She cleanses it immediately. So that was a really, really good move there. Cleanse Flash popped out, gets away, but now there's no cooldowns. A lot of Mortis, an early Dragon attempt. They don't see this. He's actually completely away from the Vision Ward. Cheaper's going to come lend a little bit of help and a shield as well. This could very well be theirs. Really nice play. Lattimore is going to find that one. That's an excellent play. Vi can jump over walls and got it for free.
Yes, that was similar to what Diamond was doing with his very early dragons that he does on Udyr or Lee Sin, except that Vi did not have to purchase a red pot or anything a little weird there, because Ellie could come up and give him the Soraka heal from over the wall, which also adds a lot of armor, and then the extra damage from Chuper, they didn't really have to burn anything else. Like you said, Vi can jump over walls. She didn't have to use her flash either.
That's a really, really cool thing here. Of course, Saint now looking for the top lane as well. He's not been spotted by the ward.
This is going to be a good gank on Nick Wu. He's already stunned.
He's knocked him back into the range. There comes Voyboy. A lot of pressure on him. Nick Wu has flash. He uses it, but there's the repel. Voyboy is going to get first blood. Nice pickup there.
Oh, yeah. I was saying, like, Nick Wu's a little unproven, and that right there, having no vision in your top lane at 5 minutes, that's a little risky. Even against Hecarim, who's notorious for not ganking very much.
Yeah.
You can't let those visions open opportunities come up.
Yeah, he had started with a red elixir and 6 potions and was like, I'm just going to chill here. Like, he used the red elixir in the fight. It almost got him out, but he's actually teleporting right here. So it looks like he's going back in the top lane. Just wants to match up against Voyboy. Now, to his credit, he's up 7 minions, but he's down 400 gold.
Yeah, he's down 400 gold. That's going to hurt him a little bit, but Voyboy on Elise is always really scary. So if you let him get ahead at all, then it's going to spill over to other lanes as well.
So, okay, we'll see what ends up happening. Of course, Nick Wu just up in this matchup. Now, this is, for you guys wondering kind of on this patch right now, it's basically what was live 2 days ago. We just patched the North American, I think all the rest of the servers. So the very, very recent changes are not in, but everything else up to that is up to date. So if you're looking for like Elise nerfs, what's up with Rise, anything like that, that's kind of the state we're at.
Now, Vi coming in just to get that level 6. Once she has level 6, she can gank any lane that she wants. Hecarim actually going over the ward he just put too.
So that's not going to work too well. And of course, oh my gosh, the damage on the MIA, painful there. Cop just in the mix. Look at the damage output. Brunch you down below half. MIA is actually going to stay around and heal. All right. I mean, this is to me feels super risky, but they're going for it.
Yeah, they've been risky all day here, bottom, but they're going to stay with it. They haven't died yet. I want to talk about the junglers, though. They both made those really early Spirit Stones ever since that small change that reduced the Combine cost by 100 gold. People never... well, they never used to combine it this early, and they would leave it at Machete a lot, but now pretty much everybody combines it because it's so efficient. And Vi benefits so much also from the Spirit of the Elder Lizard upgrade because of that 10% extra of cooldown reduction that was added to it.
Yeah, and of course, Hecarim, I think, is one that's famous for that as well, because pretty much every ability, Q and W, will keep applying the true damage dot. So
they'll probably have very similar builds here.
All right, we'll see who gets out ahead. Of course, we've got the first blood assist there for St. Vicious. And of course, the Dragon going towards Complexity, a sneak right there. We see we're about 8 minutes in, pretty much tied gold. First blood on one side, the Dragon on the other. And I mean, this is, I think, a closer game than a lot we're expecting. It's Complexity's first game here against the undefeated Curse, and they're actually up in gold.
Yeah, and Loudermore is still not 6 though. He's going to have to wait for a few more of these minions to die in the top lane. You can see Renekton backed off right here, so he's actually getting the full experience if that minion can go down. No, okay, it doesn't die, but he's going to have to probably wait till 6. Can you see the experience? Yeah, there we go. 6.
Okay.
Oh, he missed!
They're going to go on to Void, but look at the damage output. He's going to wait on Repel the stun here, but Nick Wu's left alone. Loudermore is not helping him. Void's going to put out quite a bit of pressure, does not have a jungle to support. Nick Wu getting away, and Void not having to use pretty much any cooldowns there.
Yeah, despite that being a 2 versus 1, that was a bad trade for Renekton, because as soon as Loudermore missed his Vault Breaker, they probably should have aborted that mission. I mean, that was a pretty easy Vault Breaker. They had no idea that he was there, and even though he just hit 6, you gotta pull off after that. Taking those tower hits means he has to go back to base, and now Void Boy's gonna catch up in minion kills and be able to do some damage to this turret.
No, I think that was Void Boy's Spidey sense there. He could sense it coming.
Yes. Vi, though, I want to talk a little bit more about the complaints I have heard from a few people. The only thing that it's kind of hard to stick on her after she uses both of her gap, stick on someone after she uses both of her gap closers. One of the things I really like on her are the underused boost of swiftness, because the reduction on slows on you actually applies to self-imposed slows as well. So if you walk around charging up your Vault Breaker, you feel like you have boots 5 or something. You move so quickly, and so that's a very offensive build, getting those boots instead of like Ninja Tabby or something. But I really enjoy that, and I haven't seen a lot of people take advantage of that.
All right, well, we'll see where the build ends up going. Of course, both these junglers have a bit of gold in themselves. We just saw Saint pick up the pickaxe there. That is the component for the Spirit of Lizard Elder. So far your calls seem to be spot on. And I like revisiting this bottom lane, though, because we saw it just go so terribly early on for Complexity. 53 to 87. They've not died, so they've survived the lane, but they are down a lot of gold.
Yeah, it's kind of risky starting with that Doran's Blade, even if you have Soraka, because since he wasn't level 2, they couldn't get those heals, and that put them behind the entire game. They've been just fighting back. You can see the discrepancy right there. It's almost, it's probably going to get to double minions.
And what Curse has done as well is they've put a vision ward in that forward brush so that they can't ward out any lane gank. So if Saint comes through, he's got the level E ultimate here. Actually going to go in right now. Loudermore is looking for something. Burns the flash from Cop, and that's going to be them stopping that.
Yeah, and this is definitely playing into Curse's hands. Even though this game is going quite slow and the gold is pretty much even, I mean, except for that that 1K right there from that early dragon that they got, Curse is pretty much fine with that. They have Hecarim, like we said, very much a late game jungler. Vi should be able to make a very early impact, and she just didn't have any successful ganks.
Nick Wu's just constantly in the fight right here. Pops the ult against Void Boy. Void Boy lands the stun, goes into spider form. Can he get the damage? It's going to be close. Nick Wu heals up a little bit. There's the repel, flashes them into the turret, but it's hitting spiderlings. Oh, he gets the wish. Void Boy's got turret aggro. He gets stunned, and Nick Wu picks it up 1 for 1. And the assist going to Soraka.
Oh, you always got to factor in the wish. That Soraka pick actually paying off right there.
That Soraka pick just turned a completely free kill into a completely free kill.
Yes, and you can see Loudermore again, second dragon down. So this is actually really good for them. They need to keep that timer and keep taking it as much as they can. Like we said, Vi can just jump over that wall, grab it herself. She has great percentage damage with her W. And the other thing about Vi, you don't have to build attack speed to get more denting blow procs. You can just build cooldown reduction, and it's a much better route for her, because attack speed, the cost of those items has just gone through the roof. So those are very expensive, while cooldown reduction is available on so many defensive items that you can see the early Brutalizer, the only other offensive item he'll probably get is upgrading to that Elder Lizard, and then he'll just go full defense, full tank, and he'll still do ridiculous damage late game.
And the percentage health is going to really help quite a bit. Now, we're going to go back in and look at these lanes once more, because just like this Nick Wu Void Boy lane is interesting because they're both so offensive. They've both been going for damage quite a lot. And you just saw Nick Wu really turn that last one around. Of course, Void Boy still going for the poke. And he rushed that Seeker's Arm Guard, right? The ability power armor item builds into Zhonya's later on. And I was about to say, like, it's really helping him in lane until he failed that tower dive. But, you know, as far as 1v1s were concerned, when Soraka isn't around, like, he's been winning those fights generally.
Yeah, I mean, the minions are pretty much even. He's a little bit down, but it's not too bad. You're right. Cop in trouble.
All right, they're going to knock him into the air. Of course, they have the ultimate still as well. Look at the damage output coming from that. Suppressed. There's one. He gets dunked. They're going to dive on a St. Vicious. No one is around to help him. but they don't want to dive the Taric under the turret, so just a 1 for nothing.
Something I want to point out there that I love Loudamortis did, and I don't see a lot, is that you use the Assault and Battery first, and then you can follow that up with a Vault Breaker. You don't always have to use Vault Breaker first and come in using it as a gap closer, because it actually does a lot of damage and applies stunning blows. Chuper running into Jackie, and Jackie doesn't care.
Oh, they found MIA though. Hecarim is around. Rise is coming down as well. They're going to go in for this one, but they find Elements first. Look at the damage onto him. He flashes but still goes down. The heal into MIA, but he's getting hit. But the exhaust is there. He's not finding a lot. Suddenly here comes Rise, and that might just be better than Here Comes Vi, because he picks that one up. Here comes Chuper though. Finds one, finds two actually, and look at that. Turning it around quite nicely. 2 for 3, I believe.
Yeah, that was a good turnaround. I'm not quite sure why Saint ran back over to the Kog'Maw body for the Acathean surprise, but there wasn't much for him to go. He could have just wasted a little bit more time.
I think minions got him, actually before Kog'Maw exploded. That he had taken damage most recently, minions picked up the kill, so he got credit, and then I think Kog'Maw blew up on
Either
that.
way, there's nowhere for him to go.
Yeah, nowhere for him to go whatsoever. I mean, again, a great fight. Chuper following down, and I have to say it over and over, like, following your lane opponent, please follow your lane opponent when he comes to gank your teammates. Chuper made that fight 3 for 2 instead of 1 for 2.
Yeah, and like we saw them cross paths here too. Jackie wasn't even looking at his character. He was looking at the mini-map as he walked down there. They just passed right by each other, and that could have been very dangerous. That would have changed the entire fight bottom if those two mid laners had their own fight.
Yeah, that would have been really interesting. Like, Rise is a crazy duelist, right?
Yeah, he is.
All right, so again, we go back into the jungle. Saint has finished his Elder Lizard. Cloth Armor picked up. We'll see what that builds into in a bit. And you just see Lizard buffs getting taken all around the map.
Yeah, and so we just talked about Rise. He's got both of his mana scaling items. From this point on, his power just goes through the roof. He's a very late game character as well. So Curse is fine going kind of late game. They've got Hecarim and they've got Rise. On the other end, you've got Kog'Maw, who scales really well late game. But it's sort of a 1-2 here advantage for Curse. And Rise, with the stacking that tier, as soon as he's able to get that Muramana, his damage just goes crazy.
So you're giving this late game to Curse then? Because I know we talked like at the very beginning, oh, it's Kog'Maw, he's crazy, but with Rise Hecarim, you're saying it's Curse here?
Well, specifically because they're late game, one of them is Hecarim. Hecarim can just charge through the team. He can fear everyone and probably get to Kog'Maw. So I think it should be in Curse's favor.
And with Elise too, right? She'll play the Assassin?
The Repel is a really nice gap closer.
All right, well, Saint looks for the gank. Of course, he's revealed by that ward, so he won't find anything here. Complexity sweeping out their lane, and those minion kills at bottom, they are perennially -30, right? Really bad early deficit, but it's 106 to 135, and Complexity, they are now holding steady at that mark.
As long, yeah, you're right. As long as it doesn't increase further and they don't keep bleeding money like that, then it's not too bad, especially since it is a Soraka lane. They've got that free global presence from her Wish, where we saw already made a game changer up top. And that actually helped them at bottom too, because you get an assist on Soraka there, and that's an extra 50% gold of that kill.
All right, so now again, let's recap all the other lanes as well. You mentioned actually Voivo holding up pretty well. Actually, here comes
Saint goes through 2 wards, not 1.
That's interesting. Actually, they're both pink wards too. So are they looking for a Vi gank later on Void here?
He might even want a 1v1 Saint here.
Well, that's a lot. Look at that. Drops him down to 2/3 already. And Saint just, charges himself on away and clears out these Wraith camps. But Loudamortis still looking to be aggressive. Can the people become the master? Not quite. All right, Jackie almost found a root there. Looks like he's going to be okay.
Yeah, and I like the blue buff on Vi as well, because like I said, the cooldown reduction just allows you to get those denting blows so much quicker, and that is where most of her damage comes from. As Saint is coming in from the side here.
Bunch of damage right there. The shield is on, but they're going to fire right back on. Loudamortis getting bursted so heavily. Puts the suppression down, but still falls. Here comes the teleport in from the back on Renekton. He will cancel that or get stunned out by Elise. Chuper still getting chased under the turret. Lands the root, still trying to run from Saint. Really good slow from that Lucent Singularity. He's going to get away, but still 1 for 0. Great for Curse.
Saint might be saying something to Jackie right now, because Jackie was not following right with him. Saint wanted to finish up Trooper, and Trooper's flash is almost back up, but not quite yet.
And Nick Wu just with that Hextrigger trying to survive on the Void. Void still diving for the turret. Puts the Volatile Spiderling, still chasing, taking turret aggro. Does not care, flashes forward. There's the Repel. Can he find Nick Wu? Where's the Wish? It's on cooldown this time. Nick Wu flashes, takes a basic attack, but he will also survive. wow, these guys are putting out really close fights.
Yeah, and Nick Wu, again, escaping by the skin of his teeth there. This time without the wish. Like you said, Voyboy just coming up a little bit short here. We usually see him dominating that top lane. He's one of the most feared top laners in North America.
Yeah, and yet they're actually neck and neck right here. 1-1 or 1-1 and 0 on both sides here. So really, I got like as much as we hyped up Voyboy, I got to give a lot of credit to Nick Wu. Complexity come in as gigantic underdogs.
Yes.
And they are completely holding up against Curse. 18 minutes again, the breakout game for Complexity. Curse so far 3-0 in the season, and we're neck and neck still.
Yeah, you can see them. They're even doing better than holding out. They're actually ahead, and you can see them taking out the vision around Dragon too. Really important. It looks like both teams want to fight over this. They don't want to give any more free dragons to Complexity. So Saint coming in here, his ultimate still has another 20 or so seconds. They're going to try and just posture here until they get all of their cooldowns back up.
Complexity were waiting around behind the wall, but they're actually right next to a ward, so that's not going to quite be the bait they're looking for. Definitely, you're right. There's a lot of ward coverage everywhere, and so Complexity, they're going to shove mid instead. We'll see if they turn from here.
Saints' ultimate is up now. They are ready to fight.
Oh, MIA gets caught out. Look at the damage. They burn the stun onto the support, though. There's the Misfortune ultimate shielded off, and here comes Saint Vision. Finds a perfect ult onto Brunch U. He gets taken a lot of damage. Saint's going to get found, though. They get Saint first. Now it's Voyboy onto Brunch. He's going to repel up. Will they disengage properly? A good shield. Nick Wu now in the front. A lot of damage onto him. Pops the Hex Drinker. There's the root. They find one. Nick Wu's going to go down. Voy takes Dragon aggro and falls down the Trooper. 2 for 1 so far. Let's see what else they can do.
Complexity really has to thank the Dragon aggro right there for that kill. That was able to finish him off. And it looked like at the beginning of that fight, it was a little disjointed for Complexity because Loud Immortus went in as Trooper ran straight for the hills. He was going back to base. But he has Lux with the immense range that he has. It was fine for him to be all the way in that back line, and it turned out really, really well.
That was a beautiful fight for them. And I actually got to give a shout out to that Lux Prismatic Barrier as well. It came across the team right before Misfortune's bullet time. And a load of Mortis, oh my gosh, the damage. Has to take a wish, but they found Jackie with a root. They're not going to follow it up. The Death Pony is here, but a nice attempt.
Yeah, I also want to point out the reason why Nick Wu kept getting away so low in Voyboy is the way he built. He didn't build the standard just cookie cutter Renekton build. He started out, he rushed those Mercury Treads and Hex Drinker. He just now picked up the extra health from Giant's Belt, but he was going with very early magic resistance.
And he's got a bunch of sustain too, so those multiply. It's pretty nice. So looking back at these builds, I want to keep going back down to these, what these guys are doing. Voyboy picked up the Seeker's Arm Guard early, gives the Haunting Guys for some magic pen. Now he's actually going onto that tank, right? Ruby Crystal for Haunting Guys, but now he's got the Giant's Belt, so he's starting to go a little beefy.
Yeah, this is the patented Voyboy top lane AP Bruiser build where he goes with the penetration and then just goes straight tanky. He's probably going to be upgrading that into a Zanya's Hourglass a bit later as well, and then combo with a nice Warmogs that's ever so popular nowadays.
A little bit of health right there. Of course, we'll see how that pans out. Nick Wu looks like he's very much hiding from this turret. Does not want to get 2v1'd on it. Curse, I don't know if they have enough minions, but they're going to get a lot of damage on this turret if it doesn't go down here.
Yeah, they'll probably be able to finish this one out. None of the rest of Complexity are making moves towards top, so they've kind of conceded it at this point. They're just going to try and farm up that middle and bottom.
All right. Yeah, that is now the first turret of the game for Curse here. So, like, by pretty much every measure we normally track here, champion kills, turret kills, dragon kills, Complexity is in the lead in every single one of them here. Now, Curse, like, one of the things we've talked about with teams in general, and Curse especially, is the late games are almost always better for the experienced teams. Nick Wu taking actually some pressure right here. We'll see if he can get away. He's right next to the wall. Voyboy is on. Look at the just amount of crowd control. Hex Drinker is on. Trying to sustain. Does not get it. Look at the damage output. Wish not up. Great kill.
Curse actually really needed that because Kog'Maw's getting out of control. He finished his Infinity Edge. He already had that crit from the very early Static Shiv. Yeah. So that's a really nice combo. It's not the Infinity Edge Phantom Dancer combo, but it's really close. He skipped that sustain because he had Soraka in his lane. He didn't even go the route of getting a Vamp Scepter, getting trapped into one of those Bloodthirster builds that people want to do after they already have the Vamp Scepter. But yeah, so he's got the great crit combo right now. They got a huge power spike. They should probably be looking to force the next dragon.
Well, unfortunately, I think we've got like 3-4 minutes on that, but when it does come up, yeah, expect that for sure. Wow, this is the second uncontested turret in a row just now for Curse. They got 2 in the last minute and a half, basically, and suddenly tied that score up. You're only seeing an 1,800 gold difference right here. Curse have definitely brought this game close.
Yeah, and as soon as Lux is able to add something to that needlessly large rod, she will be able to 100% cop. Like, if she catches her out with a full combo, that's going to be a dead MF.
Wow, and of course he's got a lot of mana regeneration and even cooldown reduction with the Morella Namicon, so lots of lasers coming up.
Yeah, that item has replaced the Athene's Unholy Grail for some people. It's kind of like a playstyle thing here. A lot of people are undecided as Voidboy takes a lot of damage under the turret.
And the silence keeps him from going anywhere at all, but St. Vicious have found Brunch U. There's a teleport in from Nick Wu. Can they find anything? Nope, they're just going to burn his ultimate, but that is now the 3rd turret for Complexity. Nice pickup.
You can see that power spike. They weren't expecting the Kog'Maw to hit that hard. The crits, the crit combo, Infinity Edges synergizes so well with any other crit item. And then LEB, you're right, the amazing silence right there, able to keep even Voidboy from able to dodge that.
Man, so Spidey Sense didn't work out for that one. We'll see what they can do about this. Void actually picking up Rylays here, so actually adding a slow onto his build. I'm kind of deadpanning on like what it's for exactly. I mean, it's great to have some crowd control, but I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, I think it's because Kog'Maw is the huge threat that he is, and he has no escapes, like no gap creators. Not a gap closer, but a gap creator. So he wants to be able to stick on him, and once we get over there with the Rylays, he won't be able to get away.
All right, so he's definitely tunnel visioning the heck out of Brunch U. So we'll look for that in the fights right here. Of course, Chuper back into the mid lane, getting close to that death cap. Of course, he is currently at about 1,100 gold. No, 1,600 to make the upgrade out of Needlessly Large Rod. So he's got a little bit of time to go. And you talked about Jackie. He's scaling up. That Tear of the Goddess just now gets maxed, and he's got some armor. But looking for Nick Wu at the top lane. A lot of pressure onto him. We'll see if he can get out. Voidboy lands the stun, and Saint just turns around.
Yeah, Saint pulls out. They didn't have a vision of everyone in Complexity. Look at the wards are starting to fall off a little bit for Curse here. So it's kind of risky to chase that one down. They've had some bad experiences chasing alligators.
Yes, he seems to get like help from the stars, and suddenly he's just alive again.
Yes, that's Soraka making wishes come true.
Nice.
Haha.
Alrighty, well there's the blue buff stolen away. The last one they stole was from a kill actually, but this one they've actually stolen straight up, and no one from Curse was really able to stop that. I mean, they saw Saint up top, so I guess they just had the numbers advantage.
Yeah, and Brunch U definitely, he's feeling his power right now. You can tell he's the one trying to make calls. He wants to force up. If they siege up, that would be fine with him. He's got both his cleanse and his flash up right now, so he is as mobile as he's ever going to be.
All right, so that's going to be, a good signal for them. I'm going to try to figure out the Dragon timer in a little bit, but actually it's in 2 seconds. I can look up. So Dragon is up. There's the other blue buff, and right now Brunch is starting it. And actually, Lux already has one. This is just going to be his.
Yeah, they've got plenty of blue buffs, enough for everyone to go around, and that Dragon probably going to be the next objective. Yeah, everybody's going to go right down there. The question right now is Curse feeling like they're strong enough to straight up contest this. It doesn't look like they're going to be in position because Elements is the only one really that close. Oh, okay, here they come.
They've moved forward, of course. Brunch U a little bit by himself. Saint off on the right-hand side. They stun Chuper, immediately cleansed. He was afraid of that one. Latimoto's trudging up his Q. He's actually going to go look for something to push for. They found Brunch. Look at the damage coming out from Rise. Oh my gosh, look at him fall over. The death pony is here though. Can they get out? Great laser. They're going to go now for Saint. A flash out from Brunch U. Can they pick up the kills? Elise finds one. Elements finds another. They are starting to mop this up. Look at the kills coming from everywhere. Explosion's not going to be enough.
Oh.
Saint's still alive. Look at how much he's healing from his W. And they got a 4-for-1.
Cop, I have to say, like, nobody really mentions Cop right there, but he was alone with Vi in that back lane. The rest of Curse was like, see ya, Cop, we're going to die, we have to kill this Kog'Maw. He just dodged the last Vault Breaker from Latimotos by sidestepping. He literally just walked away from it. He had already used his flash, and he barely dodged that. Oh my goodness, that was an amazing play by Cop right there.
Oh, absolutely awesome. And of course, you're seeing the results of that fight. Curse are up 10-9 now. You mentioned Cop being awesome. Let's watch a replay and just see it again right in front of our eyes.
You can see how at the beginning they waited till Dragon did a lot of damage, and then all of Cole Complexity are running away at the end, and the cleanse already had been used from Chuper. There goes the Vault Breaker from Latimotos as well. That's going to be down, and they go straight for Kog'Maw. Jackie taking the brunt of that damage, so he's the first one to go down. But they got all 3 of their melee line into that Kog'Maw, able to take him out. And here comes the cop dodge. Watch this sidestep right here. He's in. Oh my goodness! Just make Laughing Mortis look pretty bad right there, and they get to keep their AD carry's life.
Now that was really, really nice play by Cop, and of course, again, 10-9 now. Curse trying to keep the undefeated streak alive, and now they're within just 1,000 gold. They're looking for their 3rd turret kill right here. They're sieging up towards the mid lane. Spiderling comes out. Turret's at half, and Jackie's put out some basic attacks. They might be able to get something here. The teams are fairly split up. There comes Cop. Yep, this is their turret. So now 3-3. Cop has, Cop and the rest of Curse have pretty much tied up everything here.
Yeah, you were talking about the experience difference, and it really showed right there. It looks like Curse is just staying so calm, and they're composed. They're like, yeah, okay, we've been down, but they didn't rush into that dragon fight. They had already bled 2 dragons, and they didn't want to give up another free one, but they let it get low and do as much damage as the dragon was going to do to Complexity. They got them into sort of a retreating position, and now Element's going to take a few hits.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage on him actually right there. So that is still a thing to be afraid of. This
Check. Kog'Maw still hurts.
Check. Yes. Let's be aware of that one. And in fact, a bit of magic damage as well to layer on the, against the armor that Elements has being Taric. So we'll see if being Fabulous will be enough of a defense for him.
I see. While Laughing Mortis charges up his Vault Breaker, just kind of sitting around every once in a while, he only has the cooldown reduction from his Brutalizer as well as that Locket of the Iron Solari. So it's still not max cooldown reduction, and it takes a little bit to come back. So if he does that right before Curse decides to engage, then that's actually a big tool that's down for them.
All right, well, Complexity, they're standing right on top of a ward here. Of course, they know Baron is on the map for everyone right here. Of course, they get their ward down, and here comes Saint. He's going to find Brunch Yu. Fears him back. There's the exhaust and the flash over the wall from Jackie, really helping this one out. Brunch trying to stay alive. The heals trying to help him. The wish on as well. They're going to find one. Can they find Saint in time? They're going to trade 2 for 1, but we saw it last time. The Curse cleanup crew was strong, and we'll see if that's the case again. Lattimore right in the mix. What's he going to go for here? Cop well positioned in the back. He's not going to fall down. And Complexity are running from a 4v3, but the stun is there on MIA. Voidboy, a lot of damage. Lattimore waiting over the wall. He's not going to look for anything there. Just a 2 for 1.
Curse should keep this up. They really needed to pursue that further. I mean, they had the advantage. It was just a miscommunication right there. You said the flash over from Jackie, but that was only St. Vicious and Jackie going in right there. It was a 2 versus 4 basically for the first 10 seconds of that fight, and Complexity was able to do enough damage. Just 2 versus 4. Of course they're going to outdamage Jackie and Saint, but the rest of Curse was not able to add anything for the very beginning of that fight, and they actually came out behind.
Yeah, that was very, very impressive. I mean, and the amount of burst heal that went down onto that Kog'Maw actually he used. Actually, Cleanse and Flash were both down, but he got 2 heals from Soraka. He got the shield both times from Lux, and the Locket of the Iron Solari from both support Soraka and jungle Vi. So they are like itemizing as much as possible to like, dear God, Kog'Maw needs to live.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have escapes, and they don't have something like Kale or anything that's going to make him invulnerable. So just stack as many heals, as many shields, whatever they can do to protect the Kog'Maw.
Protect the Kog'Maw. I mean, that is actually the name of one of the big strategies of League of Legends. You've got Assassins, you've got Area of Effect, like Bruisers, whatever. Protect the Kog'Maw is a real thing.
Yes, Curse is still very scary though. Complexity knows that in a 5-on-5 fight, they could definitely still come out behind, and they burned so much in that last one to protect Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw's flash, let's see, he's got 10 more seconds on it, and then he's going to be mobile again though.
Yeah, he's down to 4, so that's going to be right back up. Of course, Red Elixir has been used on him as well, so they are just really trying to keep that man alive. However, Curse are looking offensive. They're going to find a little something here. MIA kind of caught out, didn't know that Curse was MIA, and he does make it alive, but that was close.
Saint has his ultimate right now. They could force something because there's a bad position right here for Laughing Mortis. They're sort of disjointed.
Yeah, he's caught right on top of a ward right here. Good early pressure from Void. That's slow. Again, you're seeing that come out from the Rylays. And the Oracles on Saint is really, really doing a good job of blinding Complexity here. So
and look at the mana on Voidboy. You can see the recent changes.
Oh, Laughing Mortis! No, you're right on top of the enemy team. Immediately gets dropped down. He's going to... Yeah, can't dash forward enough, and now Nick Wu getting caught. This is bad for Complexity. The dash is on, and they're going to find Nick Wu on top of that team. Saint taking a bunch of damage, but not enough. And now Brunch Yu, he's forced to run away. Bullet time goes off. Look at the damage output there. They do find the kill onto Hecarim. Nice escape. Void repels up, finds a wolf to jump to, and gets out.
They need some magic resist. You just saw how much damage Chuper's doing with his laser.
Yep.
That's the one missing thing here right now for Curse. Saint only has Mercury Treads adding to his magic resist. They need pick up one of those Negatron cloaks. The problem is that he has no space in his inventory because he went for the for the Warmogs, and it's actually taking up all those 3 spots. So he needs to do something to get one of those out of there and grab some magic resist.
Well, thankfully for Curse, they have picked up a couple of global objectives, and Elements has Aegis, and I would expect, because you just throws magic resist, hopefully looking for a Runic Bulwark.
They're probably like, Elements, how soon on that Runic Bulwark? Because that would definitely help a lot. We all just got lasered.
Yeah, 700 right now for him. He's going to have, looks like 900 after the Dragon goes down. I think Runic Bulwark's about a 1,000 gold upgrade, so we'll see if he can get there in time.
There we go. He's got almost 1,000.
Well, Elements is going to be shopping and happily bedazzling that wonderful pink outfit of his.
Happily dazzling. Chuper just going to go right up the middle. He's got also the blue pot and the blue buff. So lasers all day, every day. You're going to have to build magic resist because those are just going to keep on coming out. The cooldown on his laser just gets so ridiculous. It seems when you're in the game like it's always up.
Yeah, it's going to go down to 20. It's actually at 24 right now with Golem buff. And basically with Marilla Namicon on a blue elixir, he's already at 33%. So yeah, you can laser like every wave.
There you go. Perfect. Nice wave play. Actually, Element's not enough to finish the upgrade for Runic Bulwark. He did get the No Magic Mantle, though. So hopefully for Curse, if they decide to do another team fight, it's going to be after he goes back to town one more time.
Yeah, they grabbed an Oracles on him when he went back, actually. So he spent half his money on the No Magic Mantle, half of it on the Oracles. Saints had actually gotten killed, and he's been diving in so much in the fights. You can see with 4 deaths. They just, Elements go for it. You're dying less.
Yeah, he's always been going in first. And another key item that was finished as well is the Leandries for Voyboy right now. And that's going to be really effective because of the Warmog stacking that went on. This Baron dropping so fast, there's going to be no contest right here. They're going to come out with a purple buff and look for a fight.
All right, let's see if Complexity can get away in time. Voyboy's, nice Void who stops Voyboy in his tracks. But Elements, yeah, exactly. He's looking for, he's looking for that stun. That was close. And Complexity's like, nope, we're going to go ahead and farm some more and hopefully survive under our turrets. But you're now seeing Curse pull their first real gold lead of the game here. 2.2 thousand gold up. They've pulled the Barons, turrets, and not quite dragons, but at least kills are their favorite.
Yeah, I was going to say right there, Elements has Boots of Mobility. So if they really wanted to, they could have kept chasing that. The call was made to come back, though, so that we can send Saint back to base, finish up his Warmogs.
All right, so he is now a tanky man. Hopefully he can survive all the Lux lasers, but I want to look at these matchups once again. Now that we're kind of into end game, who has sort of pulled themselves out ahead? So early on, Nick Wu versus Voy. Well, minions are close, but Voy's really started to come out ahead at the end.
Yeah, and really what it is the comp, like Voyboy, Saint Vicious, and then Elements is just going to walk over there, but they all want to get right onto Kog'Maw, and they can do it at this point. All the key items have just been finished for Curse. Like I said, that Leandries, the Warmogs, and then the Runic Bulwark just got completed for Elements as well. So they've got a Baron buff. This is the perfect time for them to siege up. It looks like they're just going to 1 versus 1 on this Renekton right now. You can see how strong Hecarim is. Even the top laner. A jungler can 1 versus 1 a top laner. Yeah. That's not usually the story.
And Saint didn't even take damage there. It wasn't 1v1. It was basically 1v0 at that point. So that was a little bit scary. And I actually want to point out, Nijaki picked up Captain Boots. So he's actually granting movement speed to his team so they can go fight even more.
This is foreshadowing. They're going to bench Saint soon. Jackie's going to be the new captain of Team Curse. But yeah, Captain Boots, they're great for retreating as well as engaging because Ryze can either be on the front line, he's so tanky now with his extra Negatron Cloak and completed Frozen Heart, or if they're running away, then he can also use his ultimate, get that movement speed buff, and add something to everyone else as well.
Looks like they're charging up. Are they going to find anything? Void taking a bit of damage. The turret is down in mid, though. Inhibitor is laid bare. Complexity, are they going to give this up?
Yeah, they can't. They couldn't fight that. They were disjointed. A lot of mortars coming in from the back now, though.
They almost got the binding on a Jackie. Mortars off on the side. They get the silence. He's going to go in. Look at the damage on the Jackie, and he's going to go in completely. A lot of burst, but look at Loudamortis getting shredded apart. There's the dash from Hecarim as well, and Nick Wu completely eviscerated as well. Here comes the follow-up. Emiya getting hit down. Brunshu getting another shield. No stun going to land for Void. Inhibitor is theirs. what is going to be the counterattack. It's 5 versus 3 inside of Complexity's base.
This game has been so close for 30 minutes. And then, like I said, it's the perfect storm that happened. All those items were completed at the same time that Curse had Baron buff. So they easily won that fight, easily took an inhibitor, and that's pretty much the biggest swing that we've seen in this game.
And I'm impressed with how fast they killed Warmog's, like,
Vi?
Yeah, like, and also with the Locket of Iron Solari as well. But now they still got that 5v3. They're going to kill the inhibitor turret down here. The inhibitor is next up. That's 2 inhibs dead. Elements, a bit of poke. Looks like he'll survive that, though. And Curse are now firmly in the driver's seat.
Well, the thing about Vi getting hurt so much in that fight was that they weren't sure if they wanted to go in. Their tower was already done, and he had charged up his Vault Breaker, and there's a time limit on that. That means if you're going to engage, you're going to do it now, and it's predictable when he's going to come in. He waited till the very last second to use it, and Curse was just jumped on, just obliterated him.
Yeah, they got him really fast there. So now it's going to be, what kind of fight does Complexity then need to turn this game back on their side?
At this point, they have to catch someone with that Vault Breaker. Vi is really good at picking out targets. She can punish mispositioning really well, because it's so hard to get away from her, and the range on her ultimate is really easy for her to snag someone. And then Lux. Lux can combo someone so easily, and her range is really good that she can follow up, even if Vi gets way out in front of the rest of the team.
All right, so we'll see if they can get that, right? That long-range engage, that single target pick. But right now, Curse, they're playing a very measured game. Webb was grabbing blue buff for himself, some nice cooldown reduction. He has Zonias. Of course, you got that Warmogs, the Warmogs, I'm just like brain farting on items. The Frozen Heart already being completed a while ago as well. So Curse, I mean, they're just tanky monsters as well. So, you know, Baron buff is gone. We'll see when they go for the next push, but right now they're just collecting up the jungle.
Yeah, one of those extra tanky items that they got was Jackie actually opted for the Seraph's Embrace instead of the Muramana. So it's only a slightly less damage, but he does get that extra shield too, and that's going to work really well with the resistances that he got with the Negatron Cloak and the Frozen Heart. With 2 inhibitors down, there's only really one place for them to go. That's top lane. They're going to shove this in. They're feeling very secure right now. They've actually used all the money they got from the last fight to purchase, and there's only 1 inhibitor left to go.
All right, and looks like they're going to start the siege for that right now. They're splitting up a little bit. Hecarim went towards that mid lane to crush down a few minions. Lattimore is going to find that push. And look how far back Cop went, but he's down to half health. Can they find the damage? Exhaust on Nick Wu. Lattimore is completely shredded apart. And now what is it going to be? Because Saint is here. Brunchu not in the best place. They're going to flash backwards. Elements right in the front. MAA goes down. Again, a 5 versus 3. Can Complexity run back? Can they rely on Brunchu? There's the repel. They found him a little bit. Can they get the damage? It's close. He is going to fall down. Not enough lifesteal for him. Trooper kind of caught alone. Look at the damage I put onto him. Boy, really making that one happen. And now it's a 2 versus 5 inside their base.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically the play that Complexity wanted. It just, Curse is not going to split up and leave Cop by himself. So they got the target. You saw Vi was able to get there. Lux was able to land her laser. That was a good combo. The entirety of Curse is there, though. And that's 3 inhibitors. That's probably going to be game.
And that is going to be the Nexus going down. Curse going to be going 4-0 in the LCS. Cheaper still going to hit down. Crushed on top of his fountain. That's pretty harsh. But 4-0 in the LCS. Complexity unfortunately starting out 0-1. But Graz Curse, they are remaining undefeated.
Yes. So it looks like they're still on track for the celebration on Friday night.
They got a couple more games to go. Yeah, you're right. They're on track. They're on track.
They're on track for it.
They got some games to go. You saw them just there on screen, leaving from their little gaming booth, and they're going to go and, you know, congratulate Complexity on a hard-fought game and a close match.
Yeah, and I like we're seeing varied strategies from Curse. It wasn't what we've seen all last week from them. They went with that late game comp that I was talking about, with just waiting for the Heck Room and waiting for the Rise to scale up. And as soon as they did, like they didn't lose their composure. They were behind, but as soon as they had that one dragon fight that turned it all around, they never looked back.
Exactly, and that's cool to see because it's this, I was going to say evolution, which works, but it's a breadth of strategies available to Curse. They came in and, we talked about it in the beginning. Saint's an aggressive jungler. He got first blood 2 out of 3 times. Sin Zhao, Jarvan just like killing things over and over and over again. And he's like, no invades this time. Hecarim, we'll wait. We'll wait. You'll pick Kog'Maw? It's okay, we'll wait.
Let's slow it down for this one. Variety is the spice of life, so we'll try something else here. And it worked out for them. So congrats to Curse, 4-0, and an impressive play right there.
And a spicy team, as you alluded to.
Yes.
I mean, certainly they're pretty hot with the fire for the logo. Right?
Okay, now I get it. It took me a while. I was like, what's the spice?
Well,
I'll just give it to you.
Well, you said variety is a spice of life, so they're spicy. Synonym for spicy is hot. Their logo is a flame. Come on, guys. Give me the love.
Can we tweet hashtag at
LCS
Freak
puns
Spice
for Curse.
right now, if you agree?
Freak Spice. I'm not British or female. I couldn't be a Spice Girl.
You should probably. Oh yeah. I forgot. You're all about rap music.
Oh, that new LP's dropping. What did you call it in rehearsals? Nasus is great.
Rockin' something about Nasus.
Nasus rocks, I think it
Nasus
was.
rocks.
Anyway, guys, coming up, we're gonna talk to Cop from Curse, that spicy team, and then it's time for our final match of the day for Dignitas versus TSM. We'll be right back with more of our live coverage in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Right now, we've got Cop joining us from Curse Gaming, the AD carry. Cop, how you doing, man?
Doing good. Just won, so feels good.
So, how did you feel about Complexity going into the match before you started today? How did you think it was going to go?
Well, I knew what they're gonna play because I tend to like notice what everyone's gonna play. I look at my friends' history or my friends list, see what they're scrimming with. You can't observe them, but you can see what champions they're playing. So I at least knew what they're all gonna play.
Yeah. So you guys started out that game really well. that bottom, I want to talk about that the initial Doran's blade start, and you got Kog'Maw really low, and they never kind of came back. You just snowballed that into a giant CS lead. What happened?
Well, I was like 30 or 40 CS up at one point.
Yeah.
I was really relying on them to like run into each other and just get doubled up and just die for me, but it never happened. So
That early edge though, how did you got him down to under 200 and he had to hug his tower? Was he just out of position without Soraka?
He was level 1, and it was just me and Tarek in the lane, so he can't really walk up without getting stunned. But he managed to get stunned once, and I believe we procced him down to like 200.
Nice.
Right, so then, as the game actually progressed, you said you knew their champions. How did you know them as a team? Were they strong coming in, or were you like, we'll have this, we just kind of know what they're going to do?
They're actually, I've only watched one scrim by them because they're kind of new to the scene. So I know Brunch is like a good player, but I don't know about the other lanes because I don't watch them.
Okay.
But I think we're ready. We're ready for them.
So then, did they surprise you at all when they came in? Because they started with a lead for the first like 25 minutes or so.
I believe as a team we're getting better at coming back from those deficits.
Okay.
So we managed to handle the situation correctly and win that dragon fight.
Cool. So what was kind of going into your sort of team comp then? You said you knew what they were running. Did you counterpick them specifically, or was this something you were prepared for?
We just kind of picked what we like playing. Like, we enjoy Hecarim. I, of course, love Misfortune. Like, last week, it was banned 3 times out of 3 games. So I was really sad then. So getting to play her today felt really good.
I've always been a big fan of yours, Cop, but that play where you sidestepped Loudamore's Vault Breaker at the very end, the back of that team fight, I was like, oh, I felt so bad for you. You're back there by yourselves, and you came out alive. What were you thinking as you dodged that last one? Did you think you were already dead, and you made it rain on him, and then magically juked him out?
Into the fight, we're like, all right, Vi's full tank, so just don't focus her. I'll just deal with her. I'm sure I can 1v1 her. It didn't really work out that well.
I'm sure I can 1v1 her.
I got destroyed, but I guess I got some style points with that juke. Felt good. I'm like, yes.
You just wanted to get on YouTube, that's why.
Yeah, I knew I was dead, but luckily he missed, so I was really happy about that.
Thought wrong, Cop. You thought wrong.
I think that's definitely going to be on the top 5 plays.
Highlight
reel. Or it
reel.
might be a blooper from Loudamore's. I don't know if we contribute that to you or him.
I'm giving you the credit, man. I think that was all you.
Me too.
All my
Solid
practice.
Play.
All
that practice.
All for that.
Practice juking. So when you guys were behind, and you said you've gotten better at coming back from deficits like that, were you just like, okay, we have Hecarim, he's going to be beast late game, and we have Rise, like Jackie's stacking up, he's going to be beast late game. Did you guys like discuss it at all, or were you just calm the whole time and you're just like, whatever, play our game?
Over time, we've learned to just take it calmly and just try and take advantage of their mistakes.
So just in general, yeah.
Yeah, we just focused on just playing smart.
All right, so you guys still looking for the 28-0, or are these teams looking pretty good to you?
A lot of teams are getting better, especially with like team changes and stuff. But I believe we still have what it takes to get 28-0.
What's your chances of 28-0? If you were to like play the season 500 times, how many times would you get 28-0?
499.
Oh, so we'll see if this is your one season then. All right, well, thanks very much, Cop. Now it's time for our second LCS rematch of the day with Dignitas taking on TSM again. Now, last week, that was a bit of a Mobius strip of a game. It was one-sided, 17-4, 18,500 gold lead. It looked really, really good for TSM. We'll see if Dignitas can turn it around.
Yeah, it did look really good for TSM. Having these two teams, though, I have to say, the mid laners, Scara versus Reginald, have both been kind of off to a rocky start in the LCS. Like Reggie, he talked about the CLG game. He was like really nervous and he missed a lot of CS and he wasn't happy with some of his plays.
Yeah.
And Scara, on the other hand, has been pretty much in the same situation. He's been not quite happy with all of his plays and been missing out with some of his CS and 2. So I think that this is going to be an interesting mid lane this game because both of them are like really ready to go. They've been kind of frustrated and they really want to prove themselves.
That'll be interesting. And actually talking with Reginald before the game as well, we asked him about the LeBlanc ban. And I know you guys talked about it in one of the prior games, but he said, yeah, if they don't ban it, oh, I could pick it.
Yeah.
Like,
Chaos kind of did the eyebrow thing, and it was like, CLG beat us by banning LeBlanc, so I guess everybody else will. Yeah, the other story, though, Dyrus and Kiwi Kid. Kiwi Kid was very vocal about how confident he is in that top lane, and he was like, I'm fine with everybody except maybe Voyboy. And then Dyrus came out really strong against him. They were pretty much even. Odd One just went up there one time and put Kiwi Kid in check.
Yeah, and we talked to him in the morning as well today, and he was like, "Yeah, that was a humbling experience." like verbatim, like I was humbled by that game. Like, okay, like these guys are pretty good after all.
And he actually he said he brought his little stuffed animal, the stuffed penguin, I think it is. They might he'll have it up at his computer, but he said it's Tuxedo Sam is the name, and it's going to tip him off next time. He'll be looking out for Odd One.
Nice, you got a little namesake going on.
Yeah, there we go.
Another Sam in the
shout out.
studio. Yeah. So of course these guys know each other inside and out, and they have plenty to say about today's match as well.
TSM, they've got a long history. You typically never count them out.
Against Dignitas, we've always had a pretty damn good track record against them.
We've played against them enough to know they kind of do the same thing every game.
Same champion picks, same strats, pretty close to what they've been playing.
They're very experienced. They're an old team. They're a stable team. We've played against each other so many times. We know each other well.
They're not the most innovative players.
They're like 51% aggressive and 49% defensive. If you give them a crazy, crazy situation, they'll always go with the aggressive choice.
I think that we're strong enough to be able to take games from any team consistently, as pretty much as often as we want.
I think we just beat them almost every single time we play against them in the past year. We're expecting that it's going to continue.
All right, guys, well, let's check out these lineups. You just saw them on screen. On the blue side, it is Team Dignitas. Kiwi Kid, the new top laner. Crumbs taken up in the jungle. Scar in mid. I'm a Cutie Pie on AD, and Patoy on support.
On the red side, we've got TSM, Dyrus the top laner, Odd One in the jungle, Reggie at mid, Chaos on AD, and X Special supporting.
And you actually heard them in the video. He said it's been about a year since Dignitas has beaten us in a match. Actually, the last time was IPL 3, back when Jat was playing for Dignitas. So
no, that's old.
Dig lost Jat, stopped beating TSM.
Ah, the key to the game.
That's the key to the game. Joshua Jat Leisman beats TSM. That's what it is.
And another thing that I thought was funny from that video, I was going to talk about how TSM, ever since they lost to CLG, they've been running the same comp. And they've been rolling over everybody. And they said in the video, like, they picked the same champions. You always know what they're going to do. They're predictable. And I was like, yeah, they have been, and they've been winning every single game. Is Dignitas going to change it up? Because here's what TSM has been doing. They've been going with a bunch of AD champions with innate armor shred. The armor reduction percentages that apply to everyone else on your team. So it's not just penetration for that champion. It's Renekton. He can slice and dice that. Then it's either Jarvan or Jin Zhao in the jungle for Odd One, whichever one has been banned. And then we have Chaos, who picks up MF, which is not someone who has armor shred, but almost always will pick up that black cleaver, and she can add armor shred herself. Then they've been first picking Taric every single chance that they get. The flat armor reduction on top of the percentage armor reduction, just you've got no armor your entire team, and they have so much AD that it's been obliterating everybody. I was kind of surprised that nobody tried to stop that before now. I think that Dignitas, they've caught on, and they might try something.
Yeah, we'll see. And actually, I want Renekton, but like we know Renekton's good. Let's like up the armor shred so they can use it like strategically as an armor shred, and then like we've now got teams actually building comps around that, which I like, right? like of course, you know, you need like initiation and you know, sometimes physical and magic damage, but they're like, yeah, we're gonna go all physical, but itemize shreds or pick champions as shreds so that we can actually make that work. I like seeing that. It's a fun thing.
He's always been a beast in lane.
Yeah.
With that, he gets to add something to the team in the team fight. And he can build super tanky. Like, he can just build straight tanky, and then he still adds this insane armor shred that enables everyone else who's doing AD damage to pile on with him. So it's been a really strong comp for TSM, and nobody has cracked it yet.
Exactly. And actually, after the Korean Championships, where Najin Sword won, Maknoon, the top laner, actually had an AMA that someone translated and posted up. And he said that Renekton is the best top laner in the game right now because you can build tanky and still deal good damage. You have no matchup that you can't choose. Like, you can't win at least. Basically, you can win every matchup. There's no hard counters where you're completely caught out. And so he said, yeah, you can pick Renekton. He'll work in any team, and he just play the guy. It's great.
Yeah. His exact words were, there's no counter, but it kind of sucks that his ultimate isn't always up. Like, yeah, that's the drawback to Renekton. His ultimate's not always up.
He has cooldowns.
Bugger.
Doesn't have mana. Cooldowns, though.
Yeah. Dignitas, though, I really like what they've been doing. They put a lot of emphasis on Kale, who also has percentage both armor and magic resist shred from her passive, but it's such a great first pick for them because they can either throw it to Scar like they did earlier today, or they can have Kiwi Kid top, it's one of his favorite top laners. So it's just so versatile for them, and she's a really strong champion right now that it works in so many team conks. They can wait really late into the champ select to pull out exactly what they're going to do.
Which was just so powerful, and we talked about it with Hecarim as well. Last game, we've talked about it with Kayle a lot. Lee Sin was a traditional pick who was like that. And that is so versatile because of the way that this champion select sort of works, right? It's draft mode, so you have to pick, then they have to pick, and you go back and forth. And sometimes there's a guy you just first pick because it will work everywhere, and sometimes you're like, even though we really want to play Anivia has bad matchups, we have to wait. And you're like not allowed to pick them early. And so that versatility of, well, if the lane sucks, throw it in the jungle is just so useful.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, but we said like a lot of these TSM picks are pretty predictable. So I'm going to say they're just going to stick with everything that they wanted to if they can get it.
Yeah.
And then Dignitas is probably going to run, since they know that Carrick's is going to go MF bottom, and then they'll try and get Taric. This bottom lane is probably going to be like Dignitas running that Draven Alistar into MF Taric because Patoy is a beast on Alistar. They've been first picking it because they're scared like someone's going to take it away from Patoy, but nobody else has really been using Alistar. And it's one of Patoy's favorite supports right now. He has a secret support. He wouldn't tell me what it was. That's his absolute favorite, and they don't want to bust it out yet, but Alistar is the one they're using right now. And he's great because with Draven, who doesn't have escapes, Alistar is both an offensive combo with that headbutt and the pulverize, but he's also like one of the best bodyguards in League of Legends as a support. He can headbutt you away, and then he also has pulverize for AoE stun to peel for you.
Yeah, and I just like seeing that. I like the fact that Alistar is back, actually. And I think we saw like literally every AD carry and like every support throughout like the last month in various competitive events, and so you're seeing just everything getting thrown around in there. And yeah, I like Alistar. I like that he's back. He does really fun things. He bullies people around. Like
he's one of the originals. It's kind of nostalgic, right?
Yeah,
we've been playing with him for years and years, and it's good to see everybody in the rotation.
The Cow's getting his chance at the spotlight again. It's always so fun to see. I think we need a black and white spotted Alistar skin just to go full cow. Like, just randomly.
Go full cow.
Just I was kind of out of nowhere. I don't know where that came from. I was like, you know what? I could use a cow skin for Alistar. So post it up in the forums.
Yeah.
Let's get the support going for it. I want cow Alistar.
We do have the black Alistar, or some of us do.
Some of us do.
The very old school people do have the black Alistar. Draven, though, that goes with Alistar, that I'm a Cutie Pie has been loving recently. He's just one of my favorite champions just in the game because of the personality that's attached to him, the lore. Like he's so great, and I really missed when Afromoo stopped playing AD carry, because that was one of my favorite things about watching an AD carry was watching Afromoo on Draven just go berserk on people, and as soon as he gets any inch, he never gives anything back up, and he's just full steam ahead. And Army Cutie Pie is bringing pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
And it just makes me so excited to see that happen.
Yeah, Cutie Pie is a crazy aggro player, and as you can see, of course, we're in the champion select. No real surprise in like any of these bands. Jarvan, Kayle, Misfortune, Gragas, these are really famous champions for their respective players and respective teams. So and as well, Taric being removed from solo mid, and he drew the Alistar ban.
Okay, so this is really easy right here to say every single ban. Kayle, we were just talking about that. Dignitas, high priority. Gragas is obviously Skara, and then Patoy is Alistar. For TSM, Jarvan, since they banned out Jarvan, they're obviously going to first pick Xin Zhao because of the trinity of those bruiser junglers that we're talking about.
And
then not only did they ban the Taric, I thought they would probably ban one of these. They banned both MF and Taric. So Chaox and Xpecial going to have to play a completely different bottom lane. And Dignitas, like I said, predictable TSM, they're trying to get them out of that. They know exactly what they wanted, and they're trying to remove it.
Well, already TSM is looking like the exact same team from their first game of the day against Vulcun. They've got both Leona and Renekton here.
Yeah, I mean, those are two really good picks. Like we said, Renekton, one of the best top laners in the game right now.
Yep.
Xin Zhao, obviously a good first pick, but it's kind of obvious that they were going to follow that up with a Renekton pick for TSM because those are two of the most highly contested champions at the moment.
Yeah, but what's interesting to me as well is the boldness there. Certainly Renekton's highly contested, but they know he has just free reign to counterpick, and they're going to say, yes, we're going to send Singed against you, right? But like they know Renekton's top, and they said free reign to counterpick, put whatever you want, pretty much everything's available.
Yeah.
And now Kiwi Kid can try to get his revenge.
And it's kind of interesting that they still went with the Renekton, even though like the rest of their armor shred sort of comp that they've been having was banned out and picked out right here.
Yeah.
Like whatever. Dyrus has been playing Renekton. He feels really good on it. We're just going to keep going with that, even though the rest of the comp isn't really there. He's a great champion in and of himself. And we'll just everybody go back to your comfort picks. We'll get that Maokai for Odd One, obviously what he's most known for.
Yeah.
And then Chaos with Ezreal, one of the safest AD carries.
Which makes a lot of sense because you realize you're against Xin Zhao and Singed, who are pretty much going to be on top of you a lot. So safe pick working out there. And
It is! Yes, I'm so excited. He finally revealed his secret support. I said he wouldn't tell me what it is before. No, never mind.
What, support Draven, bro?
Yeah, support Draven.
Support Draven. It's 80,
I was like,
it's 80 carry
he was going to show it, but then he didn't show it. It's just Diana for Skara.
Yeah.
I mean, what's her name? Zyra.
Zyra.
is not very secret at all.
People
I just
tend
got
to
so
play her.
excited. I was like, I really want to see Patoy's secret support.
And you were like hoping it was Diana.
Yeah, they aren't going to pick it.
It's not. It's not.
Tough break.
I mean, it could always be like AP mid. Like Diana can jungle, Xin Zhao could take mid.
Yeah,
and
don't try and save me. It's fine. I got hyped up for nothing. It's okay.
Oh, guys, they're showing LeBlanc. I like this quite a lot.
Finally, someone didn't ban it versus them.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can make them pay, because this is going to be really telling right here. If TSM can make Dignitas pay for that, then everyone will
More
go
bans.
back to banning it, and they'll pull that ban. You can't ban out our Armor Shred comp. You have to spend a ban on LeBlanc.
Yeah.
But if
It's Orianna.
I got all worked up again.
I know.
I was like, yeah, this is gonna work perfectly. But
I did that once, like last year, where they showed Aurelia, and I spent the next 5 picks talking about Aurelia,
And
and,
then
they had
just switched.
changed the pick, and I didn't even look down.
Yeah.
And like they've locked in Renekton. I'm like, man, Aurelia's so good. She has true damage, and she heals herself. And it's like, bro, it's a different champion there.
or they use something as like a placeholder. That's like a real champion.
It's
that
so
people
good they
use.
picked Evelyn back in 2010.
Yeah.
And that's just not ever.
All right.
So these teams are looking pretty interesting. So TSM, like it's half comfort picks and half like all the champions they picked last time.
Yeah. I mean, just it's the Renekton. That's the same thing, and everything else is really comfort. Odd One and Kex we already went over, but for Dignitas, it's going to be interesting because Kiwi Kid on Singe versus a Renekton without Ignite is going to be a skill matchup. Renekton's not going to be able to straight up win that, so it's gonna definitely be skill between Kiwi Kid. He's going to get his rematch versus Dyrus. He said he was still confident. We'll see if the Penguin can tip him off to Odd One's ganks this time, and he can actually beat Dyrus like he said he could.
We'll see if we can help him out. Of course, last time we saw this pretty much exact matchup was actually a lane swap where Vulcun went into a 2 versus 1, tried to shut down Singe, got a kill on him. But basically, they never even met each other 1v1. So we'll see if that ends up being the case for these guys. Game is loading in. This is going to be a really, really awesome match. TSM, if I remember correctly, are they on 2-1 right now? And Dignitas is 2-2?
TSM just won a game.
So they're 3-1.
Yeah, they both won today.
All right, so, we'll see if Dignitas can come back, make both teams 3-2. But we are into the game. Let's get it going. Dignitas on blue and TSM on red.
Yeah, and we talked about the comfort picks already for TSM, but we didn't mention Xin Zhao is Crumb's favorite champion right now. He said actually anytime he plays a human champion, it just turns out really well for him for some reason. But definitely, Xin Zhao is his top champion, and we'll probably see some very aggressive plays with him early. Crumb's a big fan of invading, similar to St. Vicious, actually. So the ward placement from TSM early is going to be key.
Yeah, and actually, I want to go back and talk about Xin Zhao, though, because if you remember Xin Zhao from his launch at the beginning of Season 1, he might not really be human, because he would basically 1 versus 5 and win the game by himself. Now, he's back to being popular again. Not quite the same as July 2010, 2011, but certainly a damaging pick. We'll see what ends up coming out from him. We see defensive pickups here at the right away. Like right away, we're seeing defensive formations here. Everyone's spread out across the river, spread out across the jungle. No one's looking for an invade.
Yeah, we talked about the importance of early vision here for TSM. They've got the bottom side pretty well warded up right now, and that's the side that they're switching the support off of, so they should be fine top as well, especially dropping another ward in that tri-bush, and they do. They've got almost every entrance covered, so they know what to expect from a Crumbs, because everyone's seen it in solo queue. Like, he wrecks, and that's how he got up so high.
Oh, definitely. He's an awesome player overall, and just like last game, actually, they're lane swapping against this Singe, so Kiwi Kid, just like last time, is going to have a really fun time being in this 1 versus 2. Dyrus helping Odd One clear out his Wraith, his Wolves, Odd1, of course, with the blue start, very standard for Maokai. We'll see if this diverges at some point. Just like last time, really, we're seeing Singed and Diana participate in killing the wolves early on themselves. TSM have taken the golems for themselves. So really, this team has killed all the jungle, like, they just spread it out across like the entire team, and most of the jungle's already dead.
Everyone wants to get a piece of the early experience so that they're not down in lane. That seems like a very standard strategy almost now with all of these LCS teams at least. And since we're going over just like last time things, Singed actually, Kiwi Kid had a few derps fairly early.
Yeah.
Last time he did the 2-on-1, he went for a kill on Lulu there really early and paid for it. Because the tower aggro was actually on minions, and he gave up a really easy kill that he didn't have to give up. And then he also actually bought 2 pairs of boots and sold one really quickly, hoping that nobody would see. But hopefully, yeah, he's relaxed now. He's gotten the bugs out of his system, and he will be able to buy a single pair of boots, and that will cover his movement speed needs.
Yes, we'll see if he upgrades them at some point, because then he gets just even more. Now, last time we saw Dignitas, they actually did a very good job of coming out strong early on. They did actually a very, very good job against Marn. They got a lot of early kills, and Cutie Pie actually pretty much just chunked the Renekton right away. But in general, they had a really, really strong early game, which was very unlike their last match against TSM. We'll see if they can carry that early lead. But Odd1's looking for an invade. They've got the pink ward down. He's going to find Crumbs. This is going to be a 2-on-1. Crumbs is not in the best place right here. The stun coming out as well. Still more damage from him. Can he get the flash over the wall? Nicely aimed right there. And Odd1's going to try to go for this one. Ooh, that was kind of a wasted flash, though.
Yeah, they got a free flash from Crumbs, and Odd1 just had to burn his too. He thought maybe he could land something right there, but there was definitely nothing else that they could get. A good invade, though. I like taking the invade over to Crumb's side, and another dive.
They're going to find Kiwi Kid for a lot of damage. Actually, Odd1 doing a very good job dropping aggro. That is going to be first blood.
Oh!
Ooh, Kiwi Kid, nice pickup. Does get Chaos. Turret aggro went to him and not to the Leona. But even still, they did manage to pick up the kill. First blood going to support, not amazing, but still good overall for TSM.
You can hear the psychological warfare. Actually, both teams cracking up that Chaos got his head knocked off by that last turret shot. Good-natured psychological game right there. But yeah, you can see Odd1, even though he burned his flash also, they bullied Crumbs out and they took advantage of it. He didn't just go back. He went for the dive because they knew that there was going to be no jungle support, and they were rewarded. They got the first blood. Just so happens, Ezreal, maybe that last little movement speed nerf did cost Chaos his life right there.
Yeah, and that extra 300 gold has actually given Kiwi Kid an extra cloth armor here. So he's running around with a lot. Wow, Dyrus, look at the pressure there. Quite a bit of damage, but not quite enough to pick it up. Actually burned his red elixir. Exactly, burned his red elixir to survive that one. But Odd1's going to find Skara here. He's going to put in a lot of damage. Reginald getting so low. He flashes away from the Ignite, but Skara still gets it. And the counter gank is here from Crumbs, the Odd1. He already burned his flash. Can they get the last bit of damage? There's the Q, and Skara gets double buffs. He's going to like that one quite a lot.
So burning that flash did come back to bite Odd1. It cost him his life actually there, and Reggie just barely going down to those the ranged minion shots as well as the Ignite. Now Kiwi Kid down to half life from the aggressive Leona from Xpecial, and that's the return of Xpecial Leona is something that nobody really talked about, and I'm happy because he was one of the best original Leona players, and then stopped playing it for a while in favor of those healing supports.
Well, but you've seen just how aggressive that Dignitas could be, even despite that aggressive Leona. You know, yeah, he burned the flash, he made Crumbs afraid, but you'll notice that Crumbs was still looking for counter ganks, looking for opportunities, even with flash down, and Dig have already picked up a turret kill. So just 5.5 minutes in, they're up 1,500 gold, they're up 2 kills, and they're up a turret.
Yeah, we talked about how Crumbs is an aggressive jungler, and you're not going to neuter him just by that one invade from Odd1 at blue buff. It's probably just going to anger him, and he's going to come back even harder. And they were rewarded right there. So Dignitas looking pretty good. Actually, even though they gave up the first blood, they've got 3-1, and they're ahead in gold. This top turret, though, is pretty much free for the tanking. Kiwi Kid not even going to stick around to look at it.
No, not at all. He's like, yep, I read that one coming in. I'm just going to not do anything here. This dragon, though, we saw it last time from Dignitas. They are just getting control. Again, they have the 2 people at the bottom lane where there's 2 people top for TSM. Actually, 3. They saw Maokai. Anytime you see 3 people top lane, dragon's yours.
Yeah, and that's a standard exchange. 1 tower for dragon. Usually it is the top tower, and it happens a lot in these 2 versus 1 switches where there's a power discrepancy. It's so easy to take that top objective that a great reaction by Dignitas. They say, okay, that's the correct reaction
Yeah.
to a 3-man top is doing the dragon.
And what I really like about what TSM has done here is notice how long they waited and let the minions kill the turret off, because basically that turret is now denying golden experience that Dig would otherwise be getting when Singed eventually walked into that lane. So Chaos stopped hitting it when it was at like a third health and said minions will get it for free.
Exactly, and not only did they not waste any time up there and deny minion experience and gold, but look, they took that time to put 3 wards around this blue buff area. So when you take advantage, you get that map advantage of taking down the first early turret. You want to press it and ward up inside the enemy's territory. So next time that they go for a blue buff for Skara, they're going to contest it, and they're not going to have any defenses around.
All right, and you're seeing, speaking of blue buffs, of course, that Reginald's getting his own right here. He's going to like that presence on the map. Odd1 already has one as well. Of course, they had just stolen that pretty recently. So map control, it's interesting, but it's almost back in TSM's hands here. They've got more buffs on the map, and they've got more wards on the map.
Yeah, I mean, the wards that Dig placed after taking their first turret bottom are not quite as deep, so they don't have that vision of the blue buff that we were just talking about, and since it was just taken, there's probably not going to be any contest there, and so it does feel, even though it's 1 tower to 1 tower, that TSM has a bit of the advantage as far as map control.
And they've been spending a lot of time roaming, actually. You just saw Chaos in mid, now he's down to the bottom lane, so there are 3 people strong bottom. This could be a turret push. Dig needs to react here.
Yeah, I'm a Cutie Pie can't defend it by himself, so he's going to call up his friends, Patoy and Crumbs.
All right, and his posse is here. A little bit of damage into Dyrus, getting him down below half. Looks like no turret pressure, in fact, is going to stick here for Team Solo mid. Dig's going to keep that alive, but up at the top, Kiwi Kid right in the mix with Odd1. Can they get anything out of this? Kiwi's actually out of mana, so he will not get any flings here. Looks like Odd1's going to clear this one out pretty safely, and they're just going to farm minions kind of just like a screen apart.
Yeah, Odd1's a little bit in trouble here. Kiwi's got some mana back from that. Oh.
Ooh, was an advance actually just jumping on top of that one. Scar picks one up there, and wow, look at that across the map. 2 kills. Kiwi Kid, now he's wearing double buffs. He's going to really like that.
Yes, everybody likes wearing double
buffs.
buffs.
They found it special though at the bottom. Bunch of damage on him too.
Yeah, he's trailing a bit right there. Gonna have to use up some pots. But I'm a Cutie Pie on that Draven. Like I said in the beginning, it's really fun to watch because he is it reminds me of Afromu because he never lets up. After he gets his first taste of blood, he'll just keep pressuring it. And you can see they're still pushing this bottom lane. All they need to do is a few more wards from Patoy, and they can continue shoving in because the Ezreal and Leona can't stop the Draven with dual-wielded spinning axes.
No, not at all. And they're actually waiting still for Leona to finally get that solar flare. She's half a level till to go until 6. And until then, it's a little bit more difficult for TSM to initiate. Again, the shove coming out from Cutie Pie, trying to remove minions. They're going to recall back, but Toy's been doing a good job protecting him. And you're seeing, like, really a big item lead here for Dignitas.
Yeah, and we talked about how Kiwi Kid had gone out of mana there for a little bit. We've seen him pick up a tier recently, the last time he was doing Singe, and Singe actually gets a lot of health for every point in mana that he has due to his passive. So tier is a really great pickup for him now that you can just leave your poison trail on and continually stack that tier as soon as the time constraint is up.
At the end of the day, the item ends up being worth 250 health when you fully stack the tier, and if he goes for, you know, Seraph's Embrace, it's going to be really nice. Kiwi Kid pops Yo looking for some damage into Dyrus. Now, Dyrus does not have boots, so Kiwi Kid is much, much faster than him. However, he's not going to dive the turret.
Good display of Singe mechanics, though, right there. After the flip, you immediately do an auto attack on the champion you just flipped, and Singe gets his attack off as they're flying through the air. So good job by Kiwi Kid applying that red buff, and now Dyrus is going to have to back all the way off of this top turret.
All right, and actually a fully like max range global ult actually went out from Draven as well and landed there. Actually, Crumb's going in, looks to find the odd one. Here's the initiation. Diana finds it, pulls in, ult on for the odd one. Kiwi Kid's nearby, but he's not going to walk into range in time. They're just going to force them to disengage here.
Yeah, Crumbs might still be a little bit angry about that invade. You can see there, they weren't really planning on 100% diving that, but they did want to show him who's boss and get some good trade-off. Now they've got Reggie up top, though, and they're going to be able to defend the last few pieces of this turret.
Yeah, 3-on-3, and Dignitas completely disengaged there. They're not looking to take fights close to turrets because I guess, you know, they know they're ahead, and maybe they're just not looking to throw it in any way whatsoever. Cutie Pie still doing well in this 2-on-2. You're seeing 102 to 89 in minions, and he's close to a Bloodthirster.
Yeah, so has Cutie Pie noticed that Chaos went and got a red pot? Because TSM's tired of getting shoved in. The Draven is a bully in lane. Even though Zyra's recalling, he's still pushing up here. Okay, Reggie's coming. That's definitely going to stop his pushing.
Yeah, and you can see they're rocking right back out. Skara solos the golden buff right there. He's going to enjoy that. This one did not get stolen. Dignitas had enough map control for that one. And again, 12 minutes in, you see a 4,500 gold lead. They're up 4 kills. They're up 2 turrets. Dignitas look completely different from last game when they played TSM.
Yeah, they're looking a lot better here. They did have an answer, and like we said, the predictable picks from TSM, Dignitas was not going to let them have those again. They're like, okay, they keep on winning with this exact same team. We're going to take those out. Something I do want to mention, though, both junglers going with this pretty much the exact same build right now. Crumb's definitely going to go with that early locket, but Odd One also going with the Razors, which a lot of people aren't used to seeing on junglers that aren't AD. The fact is, there's no longsword in that Razors anymore. It's not an AD jungle item. It's just, it's armor, and you get a bonus to jungle camps. So it's really good on everyone. And I don't want to bring up Saint again because they're not in this game, but that's a key component to the jungle Kassadin if anybody wants to try it out.
Yeah, and actually, it just works so well. Like, you already have Area of Effect clears Maokai, so the single target damage is so useful. And you're seeing the build start to really develop here. You mentioned the Madrits, but you've got actually a fast Abyssal Scepter picked up for Skara, which helps both, well, I should say all three, him and Singed and Zyra.
Yeah, a lot of magic damage on that team, actually. And Kiwi Kid, there, he has picked up the tier. So he's got both health and mana, and then the extra health that's going to be on top of the tier. He won't be running out anytime soon, and he'll be happy to leave that on, keep on stacking it up. Singed, one of the fastest champions at stacking those tiers up.
Yeah, and now we're going to see what he can do with that, of course. He's certainly had a little bit of a rough lane. Now, he's got 2 kills. I don't want to say it's been rough for him, but at the same time, he's down a little bit in minions compared to Dyrus, so he's got a little bit of growing to do. But that said, Dignitas, I mean, they're putting on a really good show right now, right? They started at 1 and 2. They're looking to completely turn that around today.
Yeah, and you can see TSM, they're on the defensive because Dignitas did so well at countering every push they made for those extra outer turrets. Like you said, Cax was doing a lot of roaming. They tried to get one mid after they took the top one. They were defended, and then they tried to go bottom. They were repelled once again, and they haven't been able to take the rest of those outer turrets. It's really showing in map control because Dig has taken every single one of TSM's outer turrets, and they're able to go exactly where they want. Now with Amakudikai picking up this red buff, and it looks like Kiwi Kid gonna go 1v1 Chaos here, who, oh, he arcane shifts the flip. I was gonna say, Chaos is not one to shy away from duels usually. He's usually the one hunting for them.
Well, certainly, yeah, and I mean, on someone like Ezreal, of course, he can always get away from almost whatever he wants here, so should be able to disengage from Singed pretty easily. Now, Dignitas, again, putting the pressure on. Seeds down, a pink ward down as well from Patoy. They are really just taking control of this map right here. And look at their vision as well, actually. You see how much of this map is covered in these little blue triangles that denote wards here. Dignitas can see basically everything. They literally just have a line of wards right outside the outer turret line, or what is now the outer turret line for TSM.
Yeah, the map kind of looks like it has measles or something. So many blue dots over here as they're taking a lot of damage on this bottom turret. They do back off because it's going to be a 3-on-3 plus turret. But Amakudikai is so aggressive that he'll just 1v1 a turret. One shot for one shot. I'm Draven. I feel like I do as much damage as you.
You can certainly lifesteal it back. Turrets do not have that luxury, so
no.
You know what? Go for it,
Tough
Cutie
break turret. Tough
sorry, bro. They would never die otherwise. They'd get so much health back from hitting minions. Oh my gosh. But again, and they're aggressive. Cutie-Pie pulling turret aggro again. But they get the turret. Cutie-Pie even pulls the kill credit for the turret. Walks back just to land that axe. Nice play by him. Kiwi Kid is just pulling attention here. And the thing is, Dyrus, with teleport, of course, he can always get flunked, so Kiwi Kid can stop him.
Yeah, he can stop him now. Odd One's in trouble here, though.
Yeah,
I mean, Odd One's not in trouble.
Yeah, Crumb's not in a good place. Great flash. And no, he's still going to die. Reginald, the beautiful Ignite, picks up that kill. That is a nice little comeback right there. Dignitas forced to run away. And Kiwi Kid, he's down to half. He's got to be a little bit more afraid here. Good turnaround by TSM.
Yeah, Kiwi Kid was able to shove another wave because Dyrus wanted to get a lot of distance between him and Kiwi Kid so that he would be able to teleport and avoid that fling that you're talking about. Turns out they just grab a free kill, so he goes back up, cleans that wave, and TSM has brought themselves a few seconds breathing room here with no Crumbs on the map.
And look how far up Cutie-Pie is, actually. He's like behind a dead inner turret with everyone on TSM alive, but he's like, I got ward coverage, I'm fine.
Exactly. It's that it just goes when you play Draven that you get bold, and it's good thing that they back this up with a lot of wards because he has no escape. An odd one taking a lot of damage even under the turret.
Wow, they just completely went in for that one. They wanted everything to do with those kind of kills. Not quite, you know, getting kills, but certainly they got those turrets right there. And just how bold Dignitas is playing though. Skara, like, QR on top of a turret and was like, come at me, bro, and then they just got another turret kill.
Yeah, so even they're taking out the inner turrets, they've only got one left standing up here. It's Dyrus turret, and he can't really even stand Singed anymore. Singed is one of those champions that once he gets to the point where he can just AFK push, then you're in trouble. He draws a lot of attention up to that top lane, and he's so slippery that if you don't land the kill, Dignitas will take a map objective somewhere else and make you pay for it.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what these teams are good at, and especially these two teams, because they are at the top level of American competition, and they have so much experience together as a team that they can make those calls, and they know how to turn things around late game and just make things happen almost no matter what goes on there. And it's a really big credit to these guys that they just learn more and more about the game every single day and figure out more ways to close games out, more ways to come back from things, more team compositions and champion groups. It's nice to see Dyrus and Kiwi Kid again in a battle. And I don't know, I mean, the minion lead is staying the same.
Yeah, it looks like we might have a 4-on-4 down here in the bottom, and since Dyrus does have his teleport up, Odd One.
Oh man, just so much damage. Look at that. Crumb's getting completely eviscerated again. He actually does fall, but they've traded back on Original. It's a 4-on-4. Cutie-Pie is going to sit there and kill Golem. Not actually afraid of Dyrus very much across the wall. They just go 1-for-1 there. The amount of burst they actually got back, though, Crumbs just survived long enough. It was nice. But can Dignitas find another engage? It was Scar last time who started it. Looks like he won't be able to find another fight just yet.
On a Cutie Pie wants another fight, though. He does land it on X Special.
And it's going to be completely going all in. Scar whiffs the E. Cutie Pie trying to run away. He's been exhausted. Puts the ult down. Dyrus shows up. That's going to be a kill. But they've traded back to Leona and Ezreal, both dead. Potoy now on the hunt. Can he find Dyrus? Only Oddone is left alive. Slowing plant goes down. That's going to buy a little bit of time there. Skara still trying to get in there. No one is going to cut off Dyrus, so he's going to make it out. And Kiwi Kid is being singed, pushing the top lane.
He is being singed, just over and over pushing. And Odd One's going to have trouble here. It's going to be really hard for him to defend this turret. He's already down to half life, and he hasn't even gotten to the turret to kill any minions yet.
He actually smited away a minion just there. Now Kiwi Kid is back in the mix, has pulled turret aggro. Odd has his ult on. Kiwi Kid's like, yeah, I'll take 5 turret shots. It's fine. Still actually in range of the turret, by the way. Reginald is like right here, and I was going to go in for this one. Can he do enough crowd control? There's the W. There's the fling. Kiwi Kid, he might have bit off more than he can shoot, and he does. That is a mouthful. Reginald shoving that ball down his throat.
Oh, goodness. That's not going to go down smoothly. And Dignitas, every single member of Dignitas, so aggressive right now. It's not just Crumbs. It's infectious. It's not just Cutie Pie. It's Kiwi Kid now, too. He took, what was that, 4 extra tower hits right there. He didn't have to just because. And he paid for that one with his life. He didn't actually even get anything out of that. So this whole Dignitas team really showing a fire that I haven't seen from them before.
Yeah, it's a very interesting play style from them. I like it. It's working. They're beating a team that went 17-2 against them last time, 17-4, and now they are up 8-5. They're up 5-1 in turrets, which is really, really huge. I mean, when you look back to old games of TSM versus the Korean team Azubu Blaze back at the MLG Summer Arena, it was basically like this, where TSM kept up in kills but couldn't keep buildings alive, and they had nowhere to go at the end of the game. And oh, they go for the steal, not quite. It's gonna be Dyrus picking it up, but you saw something like this from the Koreans a while ago in Dig. It's playing that kind of style.
Yeah, TSM not really sure what to do when they're bleeding money like this. If you're able to keep the wards inside their base and slowly take little pieces of gold on each side of the map, keep them moving around, they haven't really focused right now. There's been no 5-on-5 fight. There's been a lot of 4-on-5, and maybe Dyrus will teleport in, but they don't actually pull the trigger.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting thing to see because we've really just not seen those two top laners participate in fights very much. They've been kind of on their own, doing their thing, keeping up in minions, and we've had largely 4-on-4s throughout this game.
And that's to the credit of Kiwi Kid because he doesn't have teleport, so he wouldn't be able to join that. And if they're able to keep it as 4-on-4 and he's bullying that top lane, that's exactly what Dignitas wants. Dyrus's teleport hasn't afforded them much in this game. He kind of took that summoner and not getting the ignite, he wasn't able to completely bully, so it hasn't paid off.
No, it hasn't really at all, and so that's just it's a great game so far, and actually they're going to go in. Odd's going to find Crumbs right here. Nice knock up the slow there as well. Ult from Odd1. More damage than the Crumbs. He flashes the Shockwave. Was afraid of the engage coming in from there, and for good reason. But they're going to go back in onto Odd1. Ult comes off. Cutie shoving the bottom lane while they're fighting this battle. Odd1 completely caught out by Zyra. That's going to be a kill for free. And now Draven, he's surrounded basically by 3 members of TSM. Just caught out. Can he run from this one? He's got KX. He's got Reginald. Just goes in on Reginald, actually. So much damage from these axes. Solar Flare goes off only as slow. Cutie still locked up. He's actually going to get this kill. Yes, he does. The bleed picks it up. And Skara is now here. They're actually going to look to collapse on something else. This top turret's going to be theirs. They've killed Dyrus in a 2-on-1. Chaos is going to run away, but Skara in the base finds a special, ults in. Skara is dominating 12-6, and they just flip this map around.
Can he run? Well, he could have run. Patoy misses. Oh, so close.
But the plant is there, so we still found Chaos. Chaos, he actually blocks it with the plant. Nice move there, but looks like he will survive that encounter.
The aggression has spread even to the support. The support from Dignitas wants the 1v1 TSM's AD carry. They do get an inhibitor out of that, and we can see the power of Draven right now. I mean, Cutie has not left the bottom lane. He's been in the bottom lane from the beginning of the game all the way to inhibitor, even by himself. Like, he's like, oh, the rest of my team's not here. I don't care. Solo pushing AD carry. You send 3 people at me, I'm just going to fight you, and I'm going to kill you.
Yeah, and of course, likewise for Kiwi Kid there, you actually saw the tail end of the turret dive up top where they did kill Dyrus in that one. And yeah, it's been Skara, Crumbs, and Patoy running around, and the other two are just like, I'm going to stay in my lane, I'm going to farm minions, you can come at me and help if you want, but otherwise they are just kind of building advantages on their own end here. And Cutie is already going for now a bit more tankiness. He's picked up a Giant Skull.
Basically, this has been Dignitas like, okay, we're going to crush our lanes. This is a winning lane. Bottom one and our tops one, and we're not going to do team fight phase. We're just going to keep laning phase all the way until we're inside of your base. Our lane phases win, so we're just going to stay with that.
And it worked, of course. They did have just amazing lanes everywhere. I mean, that's Draven basically. If you, I think an anagram for Draven is win lane. Trust me on this. Write it down. You'll find it. Maybe in a foreign language. And now they're pressuring Baron Nashor. So again, and of course, look at Kiwi Kid. He's split pushing top.
Yeah, and Crumbs almost finished with that Aegis of the Legion. It'll be interesting to see if they go back for him to buy that. Actually, they're going to pull out and fight.
Yeah, they're going to pull back a little bit. Of course, they do have good vision here. Nice pink ward by Special, blinds them a bit. But they've got oracles. They'll get rid of the wards in the Baron pit. We'll see if that's going to work out well for Dignitas. They could always try again. They have pulled Kiwi Kid down. Dyrus is stuck at TSM's base, but he has teleport.
And even with Dyrus defending, the top turret is also taking some damage here. The minion wave is shoved all the way up. It is not fully healthy anymore. They go right back onto Baron, and they're going to force out some more hide and seek here from TSM.
Yeah, they've got, again, vision control there. And wow, look at the damage from Skara. Finds the Almond. Ult comes out. Cutie Pie snipes that kill away. And now will they go back in? Dyrus, Chaos, Special, and Reginald all right there. Patoy with a nice route, but he's caught out a little bit alone. Gonna have to run back in with his team. Dignitas still pressuring down on the Baron. Ult comes out from KX. It's getting lower and lower, down to 2,000 health. There comes the push in. They found a little bit of damage. Kiwi Kid gets the kill onto Reginald. There's the re-engage. It's a 5-on-4. KX picks up one. Special gonna die to poison. Only KX left alive. Kiwi Kid trying the chase, has ult and ghost on. He's been hit by the lizard buff. KX still trying to run, but Kiwi Kid is there. There's the fling. Goodbye, Ezreal. And now 4-on-0 with only, well, now Maokai alive. Can they get the base?
Yeah, that spells pretty much doom for TSM. When you're playing hide and go seek in real life, usually you're like, yeah, I want to be the seeker. I'm going to come find everybody. Hiding's boring. You just sit there. And in League of Legends, you do not want to be the one looking into that Baron pit because you're going to pay for it with your life. TSM gets murdered, and that's going to be the game.
That is the game. Amazing, amazing play by Dignitas. A complete reversal from last week's match. They did, I want to say everything right, but there were a couple of silly tower dives. But generally speaking, I mean, by and large, Dignitas put on an amazing show that game.
They did everything aggressively, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It wasn't always 100% right, but it was usually right.
Well, you heard that in the pregame, right, where KX said they're 51% aggressive.
Yeah.
If you give them the opportunity to do either, they'll choose aggressive. Now, maybe it's not always right, but they chose aggressive like every single time.
Yeah.
And, well, it paid out way more than 51% of the time.
Yeah, they definitely coordinated that one. Like I said, even at the end, Patoy wanted to solo Chaos there. That just shows you the entirety of the team is team unity.
Yeah.
They're all together in their strat.
Yeah, they came together and said, okay, guys, the plan today is if you see something, you fight that guy. And you fight him until he dies, or you have to run, or if you run too late, like you're...
See hero, kill hero?
See hero, kill hero, man. They learned from Gambit. And it worked for them amazingly well. Dignitas, they're 3-2 in the season. TSM 3-2 in the season. They split games 1-1. Really good showing.
Yeah, congratulations to Dignitas. I know Scar was talking before. They've had a rough start, and they've also had some out of the Champion League things with the housing where they haven't been able to find a house, and then they got a bad internet they thought was going to be delivered, and it's been a mess.
It has been, but you know what? It worked out for them. I think they did an amazing job in this match. And of course, after the break, we're going to talk to Crumbs from Team Dignitas, and we'll see where the teams stand after today's matches. So, don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. I am Freak, along with Kobe24, and we are joined with Crumbs from Team Dignitas, the amazing jungler. You guys put on a great show, a great game. Congratulations.
Thanks. It was a really fun game to play.
So walk me through the very beginning of the game. You got invaded on your blue by Maokai and on the support from Special. So what just happened there, basically, in your eyes?
Well, I saw them. We had a ward around our blue buff, not in the exact blue buff, because we want to make sure we saw when Maokai came in for the gank, and they pinked it, which let us know that, okay, they have a pink at our blue buff. They want to go for an invade on this. And since they have a 2v1, I'm expecting, all right, Leona's going to be there as well. So then I didn't have smite because I used it on red, so I was kind of timing my buffs. And then when I walk up, they gank me. Leona and Maokai jump on me. So then I do a quick move on over the wall, juke him there, and they blow flash. Maokai flashes after me right there. So then at that point, I'm thinking, all right, Maokai has no flash, so I got to see where he's at. Next time he pulls a gank, Maokai's a ganker that has to commit immediately. He's got no way to back out. And then he did exactly what we wanted to do, which was he ganked middle, and then I was just right behind him waiting for him. Counter gank, 2-for-0, double buffs, and I think right there, that counter gank was the beginning of the end for TSM.
Yeah, I love how you turned their vision advantage against them because you knew they had a pink ward there, so you knew that they were going to go aggressive, even though you didn't have the advantage. You used it against them. And Odd One, actually, he didn't have to flash after you. You were you had already gained more distance by going over the wall than he could catch you. So. But yeah, it was a great follow-up. I really like that snowballing Scar after that too. I mean, Scar has been struggling a little bit. How do you feel about his game this one? Because it was he got some really easy kills on Orianna, right? That we were just talking about. Reggie just kind of walked up to him a couple times.
I don't think Scar has been struggling lately, to be honest. The games that we lost, it seems like all of us were just off sync. And when we're on our game, it shows how we played basically today against Marn, against TSM. That's how we really play. So in games like that, it seems like we're all at the same page. And if Scar is failing, I feel it's just like all of us are just doing poorly, and it just transcends to every single lane and jungle in the game.
Yeah, it definitely showed that you were all on the same page. To us, it looked like you were all really aggressive. Like everyone wanted to go all in all the time, very manly plays.
Yeah, is that like the play style for Dignitas here, is look for fights, fight things always?
I mean, more like taking advantage of their positioning so that we can react quicker and take fights like in the split second that they're transitioning from one lane to the other. Like we can take a fight and we have like a 10-second window to pick a fight in which the enemy hasn't collapsed yet, and if they do collapse quicker, they're going to lose a lot of lane experience because we're shoving at the same time.
Does that have a lot to do with Cutie being on Draven, who can just stand and fight instead of running away?
Not really. It seems like every AD carry can fend for himself. Like at this point, like they can shove so hard with just a bloodthirster. Their shove power against turrets is quite ridiculous. So I'm sure every AD carry can do that. And we've done like a similar strategy with other AD carries, and it really. Like Draven's just a strong carry. I mean, any other AD can do the same thing.
Okay. So in the video we showed before the game started, one of you guys were quoted as saying that TSM kind of plays the same strategy over and over and over again.
That's right.
Can you just characterize that in like a sentence?
I mean, a sentence.
Okay. A paragraph or a word, like whatever duration you want. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, I mean, the same strategy, the one that I remember the most, is that I've played against TSM for a long time. I was on Curse before. I played against TSM since there. I even played on my first amateur team against TSM there as well. And I've seen like they do the 2v1 and then go for a buff and bait every single time. So for instance, seeing them pink ward that is just like a really obvious play, and I was able to see that one coming. And then especially Odd One likes to really gank middle when he has a strong ganking jungler like Maokai, so just waiting for a counter gank opportunity really paid off. So just knowing your opponent, studying them really pays off in the end, and especially an opponent that you've played against for over a year now. I mean, you know what to expect.
So I actually have a question for you. So counter gank obviously is incredibly important. How do you properly set up for a counter gank for like the aspiring junglers out there? How do you do that without getting seen?
The counter gank has to happen like you need to look at your lanes and see like which lane has a sort of opportunity for kills. Say you play the look at Orianna. She's like, okay, can Orianna kill Diana if there's a Maokai there? And right there you think, okay, there's a possibility for a gank here. I should stick around this area. So instead of going for doubles, I'll stick around my wolves and my race and like migrate between those two camps, which have an easier time collapsing on middle than bottom lane.
Basically, you look at it from the eyes of the other jungler.
Yeah.
If I was him, who would I want to kill right now?
Exactly. Like what opportunity would I have?
Yeah.
Oh, that's really nice. So that's really good, of course. And when we talked to Scar actually after your first victory of the day, he said that basically every lane just feeds you information and then you just act.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like I'm constantly asking my lanes, and sometimes I even like criticize them. Like I need to know absolutely everything. Every summoner that we have, that they have, their wars, like everything, the information that we can get, I need to know so that I can essentially make a play off that. And it really helps because that paints me a picture that I can know, okay, this is how the game is playing out. This is the opportunities that we have, and this is what we can't have. So it basically shows me everything that I can capitalize on and things that are lost, like lanes that I can't gank. For instance, that last game and the first game against Mar, I didn't even come top a single time again for the Singe lane.
So for Dignitas overall, what are we going to see for you guys for the rest of the season?
I think we're going to see more games like we just saw today. That's really our stride. And we faltered on the first week. We were really off sync, getting there, getting late, no practice, no gaming house and all that. And we kind of deviated from our strategy, our game plan, which it didn't happen today. Today we stuck true to exactly what we practiced the entire week, and it paid off wonderfully. So if we just keep doing that, we'll expect more games like the ones today.
All right, well, thank you very much. Congratulations on your win, a 3-2 record in LCS. Let's hope to see more good games from you guys. Now, as we wrap up today's action, here's where the teams stand overall. Of course, at the top, we talked about it at the beginning, Curse have remained undefeated at 4-0. Dignitas, we just saw a great play from them, tied for second, 3-2 with Team Solo Mid. Counterlogic Gaming, they're not here this weekend, but still at that 2-1 record are looking pretty strong. And of course, there's a number of teams still unfortunately looking for their first victory. Complexity, Marn, Good Game University, and Vulcun all bringing up that bottom set. But we're going to see a lot of them throughout this week, and we'll see if they can pick something else up. So let's take a look at tomorrow's matches. Starting at 5 p.m. Pacific, nice. 5 p.m. Pacific, it is Vulcun fighting for their pride against a still undefeated Curse. It's going to be a difficult matchup for them. And then Dignitas takes on Good Game University. Don't let GGU's 0-2 record fool you. They are a strong competitor that's sure to give Dignitas a run for their money.
After that, TSM meets with Marn for the first time. And finally, it will be GGU versus Vulcun. The do or die, as both teams in the day want to get their first win.
Yeah, so we'll see you guys right here again. Same stream, same location, same bat channel, 5 p.m. Pacific tomorrow. And at 2 a.m. Central European time in case you want to be watching from Europe. Anyway, the American LCS continues its second week tomorrow. I'm Freak for Kobe24, Jat, Riv, and the entire live broadcast crew. Thank you for watching.